Hello everyone, and peace of Christ all of you. I hope my voice coming good and clear. Please invite your friends, and let us have some good time together for today. As you know, I don't take a side, and when I believe something is wrong, I say it's wrong. So, what we do here is not meant to put down a specific people. None of those people I am going to speak about, I know. I never met them. And they mean nothing to me. And even if I met them, still, if they are wrong, I will say they are wrong. Before we start, you will notice that I have no admins. So I removed all my admins. So I have 0 admins. So behave yourself, otherwise I will block you. And the reason I took off my admins, I noticed some of them, they are adminning in other YouTube channels, which I don't agree with, even atheist. So I decide not to make anyone feel like he is picked up on, to remove everybody. So thank you for your service, and good luck with your admins in other channels. So the topic today is about Jordan Peterson and Hamzah Yousef. But before we talk about what they discuss, the first thing you ask yourself, for me, I never heard of this person until maybe, I don't know, I think this year I heard about him first time. I didn't know this person, Suddenly he appeared, he made an interview with Mimi Hijab. Otherwise, I don't care even who is this person. And I don't even know why he's even really well known. I mean, what exactly make him like a well-known person? I listened to many of his videos. I saw nothing but a stupid person speaking foolishness and dump on the stage, nothing but words. He remind me of those who speak of philosophy. You listen to them for 10 hours. They said nothing. They gave you nothing. They sold you nothing. They bought nothing from you. And today is just another example of what I am saying. When I invite somebody to speak to about a topic, am I inviting him just to listen to him or to engage with him, with him in the topic? Am I here like a shrink? Because if you are trying to be a shrink and you have a person in front of you who is sick and you are listening, and then you take notes in your paper to see how we can help this person, I understand. But this is not the case. He get invited and he invite Mohammedans. He is so submissive. He never counter any of their claims. He sit like a rabbit. He shake his head. And when he make a comment, it's just a foolish comment. Before we start, not a single person, this person, Jordan Peterson, he invited to present Islam as a Muslim, including Mimi Hijab. You see, Mimi Hijab is not really a Muslim. For us as a Christian, we consider all of them, they are in one basket, because all of them, they worship the devil. But in reality, the Muslims are not those. And I will prove it to you in 2 seconds. You see, Mimi Hijab, as an example, oppose the Salafi. But if you ask yourself, what Salafi mean in Arabic? What Salafi exactly mean? Salafi is like I oppose the church father. You know what Salafi means? Salafi is coming from Salaf, the ancestors, the beginning of Islam. So how you can be a Muslim and you oppose the Salafi? Because simply he is not. As an example here, he is talking about the Salafi in this video. And he described the Salafi, what they practice. He insult them, he make fun of them. And there's tons of videos actually. I can show you tons of videos how those Muslims, they rip each art apart, because none of them really is a Muslim. They are Muslims as a title, but if you go and check what's inside the trunk, you will find there's nothing there. Now, Mimi Hijab is talking about Salafi. And who is a Salafi? As I said, they are the fathers of Islam. They are the first people of Islam. Those are the one who want to follow the steps of Muhammad, exactly as it is. So imagine if somebody want to follow the steps of Jesus, and I claim to be Christian, how in the world I can attack this person? That doesn't make sense. But it makes sense for so-called Muslims. Listen carefully. So those are Salafis versus Mimi Hijab and his kind. So Mimi Hijab is saying that the Salafi people are a bunch of hookers. Their women are hookers, the men are hookers, and they follow a religion of hookers. He claimed he is decent. But we saw how he made a program with Lily Dawah, his girlfriend, speaking about how you should and why you should have a secret wife. So what different if you marry her for 3 minutes or you marry her secretly for 3 hours? So all of them, they are pervert. But, you heard no voice? Oh, okay, hold on. Give me a second, please. It's my fault. There's no voice.
All you're happy to do, you and your friends, yeah, is acquiesce to the fact that you guys are going around, yeah, marrying people for 2 minutes and 3 minutes and 5 minutes and 1 hour, 2 hours, whatever it may be.
Salafis are always accused marriage and divorce, marriage and divorce, marriage. So is there any sunnah for this? Is there any evidence for this? Kadhabin, by the way, ikhwan. Yani that is one of the most.
So now the Salafi person, who is a scumbag, obviously, like Mimi Hijab, is accusing Mimi Hijab to be a liar. But absolutely he is saying the truth in this case. But for sure he exaggerates, as all Muslims when they smear each other. I never heard of somebody, he marries someone for 2 minutes. Even if you are a rabbit, you cannot finish in 2 minutes. Unless Mimi Hijab, he have orgasm with his wife before even he take his pant. So when they smear each other, they exaggerate in their lies, but doesn't mean everything they say it's a lie, you know. But they exaggerate in the lies to smear the person who they are or the group they are trying to smear. So they are, you know, people of the devil, and they smear each other, and the purpose is who can put who down and who can make the other one look bad. That's the whole idea. If I go and search for other videos, I will find tons of videos. As an example here, not limited. This is Mimi Hijab and Lily Dawah bashing those scholars. Those are really scholars, you know. I mean, you can tell they have the spirit of the devil. So two YouTubers who wear jeans and they sit next to each other, you know, so tight, so close, they are the one who is going to teach Muslims who is a Muslim and who is not. And those are supposedly the scholars who they are stupid and dummy and donkeys. But this is the case for all Muslims. All Muslims, they accuse each other to be donkeys, literally, you know. And not only that, they accuse each other not to be Muslims. Not only they put them down, so Mimi Hijab and Lily Dawah saying those people are not Muslims. They are not. They have nothing to do with Islam. And then you will see tons of videos. I mean, look at the titles, you know. Everybody is screwing everybody. Everybody is shitting, excuse my language, over everybody. So now, Abu Usama al-Thabi on Salafism cult versus methodology. The Salafi are cult. And the Salafi, they say those people are cult too. But in the same time, you cannot give them a title. Like, what is the religion of Mimi Hijab? Nobody knows. What is his sect exactly? He said once he said he's an Ash'ari. But Ash'ari is just another cult in Islam anyway. Exposed Mimi Hijab. I don't know what this video is about. But anyway, all the garbage, you will see it there. Now, if we go and check out the video of this Peterson. Always, you know, I take call from anyone who would like to call me, and all of you, you know that. But I cannot call it really a debate, you know. I mean, we can call it like, okay, we are debating as a meaning in the end, but we don't make it official, right? I mean, this is, when you debate somebody, the two people, they have to be qualified to be considered to be a debaters. So when Peterson, he invite Mimi Hijab. I don't know who invite who, but it's whatever, it's stupid. So Mimi Hijab is not a qualified even to speak about Islam. This guy, he deny everything about Islam, deny Allah have hands. You know, his sister Fifi, she agree that Allah have hands. His brother, his sister, girlfriend Lily, she agree that Allah have, you know, enter his body. Mimi Hijab himself, later he agree Allah enter his body. But in another part, other place, other location, he say Allah have no hands. Who said so? You know? So those people, because they are nobody, they can say anything. You see, when you are a kid, you are a kid. Nobody will take you accountable for what you say. And this is another example. This is a person, maybe he is 60 years old, but he is just a kid. He have nothing to do with Islam. He speak about philosophy. And in case you do not know, philosophy is haram in Islam, which means it's forbidden. So this guy, all the religion is a philosophy for him. And he converted to Islam because it's a philosophy. But there is no philosophy in Islam except penises, vagina, and God. If you worship him, he will give you power for sex. And if you kill the enemies of Allah. If you go down in the here, by the way, one of you, he says, why you don't invite this Jordan Peterson? He is welcome to call me, but I am not going to invite him. He means nothing to me. And I say it to him in his face. And if he spoke to me, you know, he will hear very harsh words about what he do. The intro, religious, whatever, community and free thinking, the glue that holds things together, problem with our culture, Arabic word for disbelievers, gratitude despite suffering. I mean, read this is supposedly the whole, but you will notice if you click at any of them, you will see nothing there. Present the title. Nothing. You see the title in the topic? You know, nothing in the title present the topic. As an example, not limited. I did not watch it, by the way. I just watched a few minutes in the beginning, but I did not reach even 10 minutes. So I will, you know, I don't know. You choose for me. Which one you want me to choose? Let us go to the Arabic word of disbelievers. It sounds interesting.
And then they just live and practice that. And very often they have very solid lives in that environment. But then he talks about, and he calls those healthy people. Then he talks about the sick people who actually have to grapple with these different phases. He looks at melancholy, religious melancholy, this idea of being in a melancholic state about the alienation of the world, about the trials of the world, the uncanniness of the world, the strangeness of it. And then I think the second, he looks at the problem of evil, grappling with this problem of evil. And then the third one is this sense of wrongdoing, right? That a lot of people feel. Sinful.
Hold on, he is talking about who? Is that Mohammed? It doesn't make sense what this guy is talking about. Let us see what Peterson will say to him.
It's a terrible one right now. I mean, I think part of the reason why our culture is riven apart by political trouble at the moment is because issues that should be discussed at the level of the sacred have started to be discussed at the level of the political. And so there's a pervasive accusation against, let's say, Western culture in particular, coming from the more radical side of the left, claiming that our culture, or the Western culture, is a tyrannical patriarchy and an oppressive colonial enterprise. And of course, all cultures are contaminated with catastrophe and atrocity as well. And we actually need to know what to do about that. You know, the Christian doctrine of original sin is some help in that, because it makes the fact of the legacy of human evil, let's say, something personal, but also transpersonal at the same time, right? It's part of the human condition. And it looks to me like without that container, the guilt we have about the arbitrariness of life and the arbitrariness of our privileges can start to become overwhelming. And then it can also become weaponized, which has certainly happened at the present time, and to a dangerous degree. So you can go after people for their privilege, let's say, and they do feel guilty because advantages and disadvantages are sort of parsed out to some degree arbitrarily. And then, you know, they collapse in the face of that onslaught and apologize and retreat. And it just doesn't look to me like that's a good thing at all.
Look how they mix things up. The other guy, I think he is quoting an author, not his prophet. This guy, he mixed between the original sin and guilt. The original sin and feeling guilty. I don't feel guilty because Adam, he did sin. That is not the reason to feel guilty. You feel guilty when you do guilt, when you do something wrong. So my guilt is not connected to the original sin. You do not know what are you talking about. My guilt is my guilt. Otherwise, if I did nothing, then I cry for nothing. Christianity did not bring the original sin to say, my sin is the sin of Adam. No, my sin is my sin. Adam's sin is Adam's sin. Now, he said something which is true, that the nature, you know, like nature, a human being, he do wrong, right? But he forgot something more true too, that human nature, the same nature, who by nature can do wrong, the same nature can do right. And here you ask yourself, what is even the topic? I mean, he invited a person to talk about Islam, what we can learn from Islam. Look what the title is. Look what we can learn from Islam. Did you learn anything from what the guy Muslim says? And did you learn from anything what you say, what this guy said? Nothing. Totally nothing. There's a person, he's saying he want to call me. When we finish with this, let us see how good you are, and you can call me. So it's just silly talk, meaningless, and he is not even touching the topic. What we can learn from Islam. Isn't this your topic? And are you a Christian to represent Christianity?
Well, it's not a good thing if you don't have a religious worldview that gives meaning to those situations. For instance, I mean, one of the most important aspects of the Quran, I think, is that it really gives answers to these inequities in the world. But
okay, let us get this guy busted. He says the Quran gives answers for those equity in the world. But isn't it this is the same guy saying this?
In point something, revere and love the Prophet Muhammad. He's worth learning about in the same way Buddha is worth learning about.
He's worth learning about in the same way Buddha is worth learning about.
To know something about Moses, about Jesus, about Muhammad, about Buddha, about Lord Krishna.
About Buddha, about Lord Krishna.
All of these traditions help us understand each other better. The more you learn about these religions, I have found, the more you come to respect them. I've been in my share of exclusivist tradition because when I first became Muslim, that is the type of Islam that I was introduced to. But when you begin to look at the nuances of our traditions, what you really find is that they're deeply compatible at those most basic fundamental levels because they are teaching universal truths.
Because they are teaching universal truths.
And they would not resonate in the millions of hearts that they resonate in if that was not true. A billion.
But you know, if we go in the Quran, we will find that everything this guy he said is absolutely the opposite. What Buddha, what Christianity, what is the, isn't it the Quran says the religion of Allah is only Islam, and Allah will not accept anything from anyone except Islam? And by the way, the one who made this video is the guy who said that he have no problem to sleep with a 5 years old girl. See, this is a real Muslim. Chapter 3, verse number 19. Chapter 3, verse number 85 says clearly that Allah will not accept any religion except Islam. So what this guy is talking about, in another video he says that God, he speaks to us by many voices, you know, and nobody can claim that he is the one who have the truth. Nobody have it, you know, nobody have it. So if we go, let me see if I can find the video. There's a video I saw of him. Let us see. Okay, maybe this one.
First of all, I want to thank Rabbi Michael for contacting me, asking me to come and talk, because one of the things that I like about Rabbi Lerner is he's an inclusive person, and one of the things that our Abrahamic traditions suffer from is exclusivism. Things that our Abrahamic traditions suffer from is exclusivism.
Do you see his Quran? Do you see the Quran? Only Muslims are right. The rest are dumb. So there's the Abrahamic religion suffering from what? You know, sometimes the level of stupidity is beyond the level of stupidity. I mean, you cannot even give it a title, you cannot give it a description, you cannot even give it anything. But we have the Quran in front of us, says it clearly that Allah accepts no other religion except Islam. And you know, if he's listening to me, he might say to you, isn't it Abrahamic religion is Islam, you idiot? No. According to your prophet, Nasara are not Islam. Jews are not, is not Islam. So you are speaking to a rabbi who don't believe in Muhammad, and he don't believe in Jesus, and you are saying the problem that there's religions who think that they are the only one is right, the only one is true. But this is totally the opposite of what Islam says. And then here you ask yourself, Jordan Peterson, when he is listening to this, shouldn't he say to the guy, oh, you are wrong. As I know, Muslims believe that Islam is the only true religion. What you are saying now, no, Islam does not teach that. But Peterson, as usual, he is just a Peterson. Peterson.
Rabbi Lerner is he's an inclusive person, and one of the things that our Abrahamic traditions suffer from is exclusivism. Things that our Abrahamic traditions suffer from is exclusivism. Things that our Abrahamic traditions suffer from is exclusivism. Many of the peoples that adhere to Abrahamic teachings, whether they be Jews, Christians, or Muslims, tend to see themselves as having some monopoly on the truth.
Okay.
And monopoly on the truth, as far as any real Abrahamic tradition would say, would be God's alone.
Far away from the truth. So how we can say, what we can learn about Islam from somebody, he is teaching something have nothing to do with Islam. He have a new religion. This guy, he have a new religion. Isn't it? This is his prophet, and he keeps saying, our beloved prophet, we follow the prophet, we follow the sunnah of the prophet. Your prophet saying, Allah curse all the Jews and curse all the Christians. Why? Because they build a place of worships over their temples, over their graves. But you Muslims build a big mosque in the top of the grave of Muhammad. So how you say what you say, and how Muhammad say the opposite. And then how Peterson, he make a title, what we can learn from Islam, inviting this guy. So what Peterson is doing by his foolishness, inviting someone, he speak nothing of the truth of Islam, regardless if he is being a liar or just a donkey. It doesn't matter. You know what I mean? You can assume that this guy is doing taqiyya. He's speaking in front of the Christians, speaking in the Jews, and by the stupid Trump, he hired him in his administration, and now Biden, he have him too. So he is getting big salary for nothing. Just to let you know, he is a consultant for interfaith. So those people, they don't present the faith. And Peterson does not present Christianity. So who are you to speak about Christianity? And what do you know about it? And how you say that original sin explains guilt, when this is not true? Original sin does not explain guilt. Original sin is original sin. The reason for us to be out of heaven is original sin. As simple as that. So when if I was the first son of Adam, and I am an infant, and my father Adam was just kicked out of heaven, I have no guilt, you idiot. Are you following with me, people? Are you following with me? The Messiah said, if you don't become like those little ones, you will not enter the kingdom of my Father. So the condition to enter the kingdom of the Father is to become like the little ones. So the little ones will go to heaven. They have no guilt. So original sin is not what Peterson is saying. This guy is an idiot. He claimed to be an educated. He claimed that he speak philosophy. I mean, okay, you claim to be a philosopher. Okay, use your logic. If you don't have time to read what Jesus said, we can teach you. A child is not born with guilt. Guilt of what? You know, even if a child, he is born from prostitution, which means the father is a hooker, the mother is a hooker, the father is a fornicator, the child still have no guilt. What is his fault? Did he make a decision in this what happened? Was he involved in it? So when those people, they invite such people to present a religion, I believe then that this idiot Peterson is promoting Islam, because now whoever he heard this video, and this guy, he have 6 million followers, 6 million. So 6 million people, they listen to all those lies, and both of them, they are giving false information. And what the name of that video? What we can learn from Islam. So now, how many people watch this video? 2.5 million. How many lies they learn about Islam from Jordan Peterson? A lot. Not necessarily he is the liar in this case here, But he invite a liar, and he did not make any correction. He did not say, he did not question anything he's saying. In fact, the guy now, he gave him a screwdriver. He says, no, you are wrong. You will not see Peterson saying to him, you are wrong. Let us continue listening.
What some have termed the mystery of iniquity. And the Quran, one of the hallmarks of a believer is gratefulness, gratitude. In fact, the word in Arabic for disbeliever means ungrateful, an ingrate.
You see, this is another stupid lie. This guy, he claimed that he learned Arabic. He is not an Arab, he's an American convert. And now he has been a donkey. The word kafir is not even an Arabic word, you idiot. The word kafir is an Aramaic word, coming from hidden things, or its hidden place. As an example, you can go right now to Israel. You will see there is many towns, they start with the word kafir. Kafir. What kafir mean? Kafir mean a hidden place, which means a place in the middle of nowhere. Nobody know it. It's not a city. Nobody know it. This is an Aramaic word, have nothing to do with what he is saying. So now the people, they learn something, a new lie, and now whoever watched this video, 2.5 million, they will take and they will start repeating. You know, most of people, by the way, they hear something, they repeat it. Nobody go check it out. This is not an Arabic word.
Means ungrateful, an ingrate.
Ungrateful.
And so gratitude.
And you know, Peterson is shaking his head. And he's saying, he agree, His Majesty. You know, like, yeah, he know Arabic now. He is expert in Arabic. You know what I mean? Yeah, you know, yeah, I agree. Yeah, yeah, you know? I mean, yeah. Now, if you are a person who is listening to those both, and you are a person who consider Peterson a person of knowledge, the guy, he said the lie, Peterson, he shake his head. But in reality, the word kafir is not even an Arabic word. And have nothing to do with belief. It's about somebody covering something, or he is covered, or his town is covered. If I go right now, just to show you that how they're stupid, both of them. I will search for Israel. I just type in Arabic the word Palestine, which have nothing to do with those people there. And then I type next to it the word kafir. And then you will see a long list of cities have the same exact word. Kafir Anan. Kafir Anan. Let us see. Kafir Dan, Kafir Dan, Kafir Aqab, Kafir Dik, Kafir Saba, kafar baram. All those kafar, they are called kafar because simply they are so tiny, you know, nobody knows them. You know, nobody knows them. Usually you use it for a village, and you can find the same word used all over Egypt. All over Egypt. And the same word used all over Lebanon and Syria and Iraq. The Muhammadan, not only they are following illiterate prophet who is a certified idiot, they take words from other languages they do not know what it's mean, and they give it their own description. Ungrateful. You know, there's a verse, maybe I should use it. Maybe later. You will find that the word kufr can be used even for the one who rejects Satan. So you can be kafir. You can be kafir, but you are not anti-God, you are anti-Satan. Because now you are kafir toward Satan, not toward God. So kafir is the bent you are talking about. He is kafir to who? He is kafir to the true God, or he is kafir to the evil ones. So kafir does not mean ungrateful for God, as this guy is saying, and have nothing to do with that. Somebody, he is a kafir, it means he is hiding the truth. He is not truthful. He bury it. Let us continue.
For blessings, and then patience for trials and tribulations. And so there's many verses in the Quran that talk about that we have raised some of you over others in privilege as a test to show.
Hold on. We just played in a video saying that some people they say they have the exclusive truth, which is far away from the Abrahamic faith. Now he is saying that Allah, he made some have a privilege over others as a test. How that can be a test? When you give a privilege to somebody over somebody else, you are not testing the person. You are not. You are being unjust. Same time, when Allah, he gave a privilege for Muslims to rape Christian women and Jewish women, and to rape Hindus and Buddhists and kill anyone, is that a test? And what Peterson, he say to this? Nothing. He shake his head.
Who will be the best in action? What are you going to do with them?
Yeah, who was the best in action? Who is the best in action? Why Peterson don't say to him, please, can you explain to me what is the best action for a Muslim? So now Allah, he gave us a privilege. And now this is the privilege given to the Muslims to believe that they are superior and supremacist, you know, white Arab supremacist. And now this is the test. Can you believe it? Then how is going to be a test if Allah promised you victory anyway? Which means you do good, you do bad, you will be victorious. Imagine I'm going to give you an exam, and the exam have 100 question, and you answer one or you answer none, you pass. The privilege he's talking about is going after non-Muslims, killing them, raping their women, stealing their money, and he claimed that this is a test. Chapter 9, verse number 41. This is an example of the test. When Allah He gave Muhammad a privilege, you just mentioned that the privilege is a test. The verse before it says, you support Muhammad or not, Allah will give him victory. If you help or not your leader, no matter, for Allah indeed help him. He just said they have a test. Go as a group or even individual and kill them. It's a test. In fact, even if you don't do anything in Islam, as long as you are giving Muhammad money, Allah will not even be worried. Because all what Muhammad want is your money. Give me the money. You're good to go. Where is the test? In the same chapter, it says that Allah He bought from the believers themselves and their money. In return, He gave them the heaven. They attack, they kill, and get killed. What is the test? There is a movie about the devil buying souls. Buying souls. He come to you, he buy your soul in return of doing some wishes for you. I don't know if you saw it. I saw such a movie a long time ago. So the devil Allah, he buy from the believers their souls. You see here it says, Allah has purchased of the believer their persons. That's false translation. It says anfusahum, their souls. If we change the translator, maybe we can find different translation. Because as you know, Muslims, they have everybody make a new Quran as he wish. Here, he translate the word anfusahum as their lives. That's false again. However, we don't want to keep changing the translation. So Allah, He purchased from the believers their souls and their property. In return of what? In return of paradise. But He said this is a test. He gave us a privilege, and the privilege is a test. What is the test? The test is to go and kill everybody, to be a murderer. And by the way, if you die in the process, don't worry. I have a place for you in heaven. And not only that, the Quran claims that killing the enemy and doing jihad is something being commanded in the Torah and in the Gospel and in the Quran. So based on Muhammad, the Torah and the Bible and the Gospel teaching us to go and attack the Muslims. This is what it says. And if we go and attack Muslims according to the Quran, then we go to heaven. So we have a liar sitting on the TV in the screen, giving all kind of bull, potato, cow, and Peterson shaking his head. Yeah, I agree. You know, philosopher, he's a philosopher. What you expect from philosopher? Philosophy. I want to know how in the world this person, he got 7 million subscribers. But I know why. The earth is full of donkeys. And when you are a donkey, anyone is a philosopher for you.
Those privileges. How are you going to respond to those tribulations? So if you have a worldview that actually incorporates all of the problems in the world and gives them meaning, then it enables people to look at them in a very different way. Whereas if you remove that, you're stuck with just Marxist resentment and anger.
Okay, so now you guys, if you have a way to look at those problems, we can solve it easier. Okay, tell us the way. The way is Islam. And what Islam teaches us. If you enter the bathroom, this is a problem. If you enter the bathroom with your left foot, shaitan play with your anus. Allah, he gave us the view. If a Christian, they have a cross, destroy the cross, burn the church, kill the Christians. If somebody is a Hindu, attack him. And this guy is talking about worldview, and now Peterson, he shake his head. Yeah. Listen.
Yeah, so, all right, I'm going to go back to your conversion, because I want to understand how that...
So he skipped everything, the guy he said. He skipped all the garbage this guy he just gave us, and now he want to go back to his conversion. Shouldn't you make a comment about what you just said? Are you even listening to him?
Happened, but I'm happy about the direction this discussion is taking. So
really?
It seems to me that when you realize that you're, let's say, arbitrarily blessed by a certain set of advantages, now everyone is cursed with a certain set of disadvantages too, so we can take that into account. But so you
decide to say something about what he said. He said something.
You're grateful for your privileges, let's say. You regard them as a gift, or maybe you regard them as something akin to grace. And then it seems to me that the appropriate thing to do is attempt to atone for them, which is that you try to make your advantages work for you and for everyone else to the best of your possible ability. And then in some sense, you pay for having them that way. You're given a gift, and then you do what you can with it. You do the best you can with it and share it with people, and don't try to...
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the Muslims, they are giving the gift, they share it with everybody. I will show you as an example. The Muslims, they have a lot of chains. And what they do, they give it the chains for Christians for free. I mean, look, he is even selling Islam out. He is making Islam look like a nice religion. He transformed the privilege as a gift. And now this gift, this guy, he is going to use it for the benefit of mankind. Did you hear it? So you are the lucky person who have the gift. As I understand, now you are going to use this gift to help everybody. Can you believe it? This guy is, he's trying to convert people to Islam. And then you ask yourself, what this Peterson knew about Islam to be a person who is capable to speak about the topic. This is the gift. The Muslim, they have it. Read it carefully. You are the best of people ever raised for the benefit of mankind. So now Peterson, he says, see, for the benefit for everybody, you have a gift. For the benefit of, this is not my word, this is what he said. I will play the recording again. And now they continue to explain to you, and Mohammed explained, the best for mankind is those who bring them with the chains around their necks till they embrace Islam. So now the gift is what? A Muslim using his gift. What is the gift? Allah give him a command, go rape all those women, take the men, slaughter whoever you want, or the one who save himself at the last moment, convert to Islam, let him. And Peterson is speaking about that you Muslims, as I understand, you received the gift from God, the privilege, and now you use this gift to help everybody else. How helpful they are. This is why we Christians in the Middle East, we have to pay jizya, which is nothing but humility in chapter 9, verse 29, in order to live. And the Quran make it clear. Yeah, they have to be disrespected. They have to live in humility. They have to live like dogs. If you don't believe me, go and read the Pact of Umar. A Christian person even cannot ride his donkey facing the head of the donkey. He have to face the ass of the donkey. Can you believe it? You ride a donkey and your face is going backward just because you're a Christian. Every Christian, he have to shave the middle of his head as if he have a fountain. Every Christian have to open his door to any Muslim come to his house to sleep in for 3 days, 3 nights, free food. And now this idiot, Peterson, is fooling 2.5 million who watched this video, claiming that the Muslim, when they say they have a gift, they are talking about using a gift to help everybody.
You try to make your advantages work for you and for everyone else to the best of your possible ability, and then in some sense you pay for having them that way.
I don't believe how in the world this guy, he gets 7 million subscribers. Can anybody tell me? We are surrounded by mules and donkeys, and we make them big. We make them big. But this is telling you that this is not their fault. What's happening, that the majority, massive majority of the people are stupid, ignorant, illiterate. So anyone can fool them. Anyone can look smart. And anyone is educated. It doesn't matter if he prove what he say. Just say whatever you want. No, no, no. This is not about taqiyya. This is not about taqiyya. No. In fact, he is the one doing taqiyya. Because don't tell me this guy, he never heard that Muslims believe that they are superiors. Don't tell me a person in his age, his hair is gray already, he do not know about ISIS and why they kill people. We have a disease. And the disease is very simple. Our brain follow those who call themselves celebrity. If somebody have an account, like now I have this account is almost 100,000. The other account I have, I think 110,000. What if I have an account of 10 people? Nobody will listen to me. I am the same person. People, they become like insects. You know, insect, they jump inside the fire, think it's light. And when you act like an insect, you live like an insect and you die as one. And then anyone want to destroy the insect, or what he need to do, he go and buy a zapper, a little light, and have electric wire around it. The insect go inside and going to be electric, killed by electricity. I don't know if I should continue. You tell me, guys, shall I continue with this video? Or enough? I mean, all the topic here is hilarious, is stupid. Look, I want to go to repentance. I did not see. Let us go to repentance.
He was an Egyptian, but he said he was so burdened with his self. And he went to this teacher, Abul Abbas and Morsi, and when he came in, he said to him, all of the world is just 4 conditions, and each of those conditions has a response. The first condition is blessing, and the response is gratitude. The second condition is tribulation, and the response is patience. The third condition is obedience, and the response is humility, is to see the grace in that obedience. And the fourth circumstance is sinfulness, and the response is repentance.
So you stupid potato. First of all, he's calling a guy. He is not even a scholar. He is nobody in Egypt. I mean, those stories they tell them in the coffee shop in Egypt, those are not real. Who is Ibn Abbas? And look what happened. He just said everything can be explained in 4 things, but your prophet did nothing of them. Was your prophet patient like Jesus and said, forgive them, God, they do not know what they are doing? Did your prophet confess his sin and repent, or he was doing more sin and he claimed that God gave him a privilege to have more sex and rape women? How those 4 things, Muhammad himself never followed them. So now anyone is listening to this, he say, okay, this is sound good. Islam teach that. Let me play it again so we can laugh more.
He was an Egyptian, but he said he was so burdened with his self, and he went to this teacher, Abul Abbas and Morsi, and when he came in, he said to him, all of the world is just 4 conditions, and each of those conditions has a response. The first condition is blessing, and the response is gratitude. The second...
Okay, hold on. The first conditions, blessing, and the response is a gratitude. Is that the scenario? That's false. There's many people that get blessed, and they curse God. That's absolutely false. As an example, America. This is a country blessed with a lot of wealth. Half of the American, almost, they curse God every day. They say the F word to God each time they make a sentence. Doesn't matter what they are saying. So that's false. Blessing does not bring somebody is grateful. It might be the opposite. If we say Saudi Arabia is blessed with the oil, are they really blessed? Look what they do. Instead of building a country, they build terrorism everywhere. And when they go for tourism, they go and bring AIDS to their family. They are #1 sex tourists in the world. So the gratitude is not there. Blessing can bring a gratitude only for somebody who is grateful. And those are the minority. For the majority of the world don't believe he should be grateful for anything. How many of us, we are not grateful because our tooth is not hurting? We will not until we get our tooth infected. Then I will remember, oh man, I have 10 years I never have an infection in my tooth, and now it's hurting. I never remember that until I get hurt. People, they are not grateful for food until they get hungry. They will not be grateful for water until they get thirsty. In fact, the more the people are blessed, the more they are ungrateful. It's true. The more we are rich, the more we are corrupt. And the more we think we are goddess. And the more we think we are higher than everybody. And the more we look at everybody down because we can buy everything. A man, he is 90 years old, he can marry someone, she is 17 years old. If he's a Muslim, he can marry 6 years old. So those people who they are blessed with money, if we can use the word blessing, they are using it for evil. So number one is wrong. Number two,
condition is tribulation, and the response is patience.
In the case of a tribulation, the response is patient. So why your prophet was not patient? Khadija, his wife, she died. Why Muhammad was not patient until Aisha, she become 16, 15, 14? I mean, at least until she have body of a female. The hadith said that the mother of Aisha, she used to feed her cucumber and date in order to make her bigger, so she can deliver her to the prophet as if she's a goat. Was your prophet patient with people who don't accept him, or you want to kill them all? Kill everybody who don't believe in Allah. Why your prophet is not patient? Here we go, Jesus, he sent his disciple, go and teach and preach. They used to feed them to dogs, they used to feed them to tigers and lions, and they were very patient. So in the case of a truculent, we have to be patient. But is that the case in Islam? No. They sell you speeches lying to you, and this Peterson is, now he is part of the deception.
The third condition is obedience, and the
obedience. Okay, obedience to who? And the response is what?
response is humility.
Obedience response is a humility? So why Muhammad he have 16 privilege? Is that because he's obeying Allah and all of them about money and sex? When Allah he ordered them to go and attack all the neighbors and bring them with chain in their necks, is that humility to the Muslims or humility for the one who don't believe in Muhammad?
Is to see the grace in that obedience. And the fourth circumstance is sinfulness, and the response is repentance.
The sin in Islam, the response is repentance. Let us see how Muslims repent. That's just to show you how they lie to you. You do not need to repent. Muhammad, he said, just to show you an example, what repents in Islam. What is repent? Do I need you to repent? No. If you say Bismillahi wa bihamdihi 100 times in Arabic, your sin will be forgiven even if it's more than the foam of the ocean. And look how you repent. Let us say you repeat 100 times, I repent. Is that really what repent is about? You say it 100 times? Do you see the stupidity? How even they got the word repent wrong upside down? What repent have to do with saying something 100 times? So now I will go and rape a woman, and then I say to Allah, I repent Allah 100 times, that's it. My sin is gone. Second day I go and rape another woman. In fact, Muhammad, he spoke about a person, he killed almost 100 people. Allah still forgive for him. And he repent because he repent. Each time he repent. Let us show you the hadith. You know, Muhammad, he come with the stories, by the way, are very funny and very stupid. And he's trying to be a philosopher at the same time. You know, somehow Muhammad, or the one who created the character of Muhammad, trying to copy Jesus to be wise, you know, but the second this guy, he speak, he make poo-poo. So look at this story here. Read with me. Abu Sa'id al-Khudri said, blah, 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 that the Muhammad, he said, there was a man among a nation. Which man? Nobody knows. Don't ask which nation. Just Muhammad saying a story. There was a man. Before who killed 99 people. He killed how many? 99 people. And he made an inquiry about the most learned person on earth. He is directed to a monk. Oh, we go to the Christians now, monk. And isn't it Muhammad is the one who made mockery of monks? And he said, this is a fiction they created by themselves. It is an invention. It's a false. You should not be a monk. Here we go, Muhammad saying that the monks are the one who teach good. Read carefully. So he went to a monk. He came to him and told him that he killed 99 people and asked him if there was any chance for his repentance to be accepted. He replied in negative, and the man killed him also, completing 100. So the monk told him no. So the man, he killed the monk. He then asked about the most learned man on earth. He was directed to a scholar. A scholar. He told him that he had killed 100 people and asked him if there was any chance for his repentance to be accepted. He replied affirmative, and he asked, who stand between you and your repentance? Go to such and such land. There you will find people devoted to prayer and worship to Allah. Join them in worship and do not come back to your land, because it is an evil place. But remember, if this guy, he said, no, you will not be forgiven, he will kill him too. Are you following me? Which means this guy is not repenting. Do you understand how stupid the story? What he did when the guy, the monk, he said to him, your repentance will not be accepted. He killed the monk. That means he don't believe in repentance anyway. So the Muhammadan, they take garbage. He lied to the man, and he said to him, yeah, go, you know, then we Muslims, your repentance is accepted. But you just said, the guy, he killed a man, and he was seeking repentance. He completed the number of 100. So he went away, and hardly had he covered half distance when death overtook him. and there was a dispute between the angels of mercy and the angel of torment. The angels now did not know what to do. We torment him, we mercy him, but the guy did not do anything yet. He's just a criminal. The angel of mercy bleated, this man has come with a repenting heart to Allah. And the angel of punishment argued, he never did a virtuous deed in his life. Then there appeared another angel in the form of a human being, and the contending angel agreed to make him arbiter between them. Oh, really? Okay. Look how they decide how he will go to heaven. So they measure the distance. He said, measure the distance between the two lands. He will be considered belonging to the land to which he is nearer. This is the repent now. And you notice here that Muhammad, he made the angels God. It's not God who is judging the man, it is the angels. They are the one who make decision if he repent or not. But anyone who is reading the story will see that he is not repenting. And the proof of that, when a person, he says to him, he just asked him, he's a monk, he said to him, is my repentance as accepted? He said no. He killed him. Why you kill the guy? If you are a person seeking repent, you just commit one more crime. So this guy is looking for somebody to lie to him and tell him you can be a killer, and you know what, Islam is a religion of criminals anyway, so you are welcome with us. And then Muhammad, he adds some spice. The guy did not arrive to the land of Muslims. He died in his way. And now the angels are confused. They are arguing with each other what we should do. Torture him, not to torture him. Bring the scorpion to his graveyard and make the 99 dragons go inside his anus or not. As you see, the judgment was made by how far he is from which land. So if you are close more to Europe, you are going to be tortured. If you are close more to the Muslim controlled land, you will be fine. This is the idea of repentance in Islam. Do you see it? I will show you another proof to get this guy busted with his lies. You remember in the Quran where the Quran says that the Arabian, they say, we believe. All right? They say we believe. Allah, aka Muhammad, response says, don't say we believe. Believe never enter your heart. Say we are Muslims. Do you see it? Chapter 49, verse number 14. The Quran promise that anyone who believe in Islam and say Shahada before he die, he go to heaven. You repent, you don't repent, because Allah forgive all sin except shirk, which means associating somebody with somebody else. Associating the cult God, Allah, the moon God, with other God, That is not forgiven. Otherwise, everything is forgiven in Islam, including being homosexual. You do not need to repent. And they're proven in front of you. The Quran says to the Arab, don't say we believe. Read carefully. This is the Muslim translation. The Bedouin said, we believe. Who is the Bedouin? You see, you remember I told you 1,000 times that the word Arab does not mean an ethnic? How many times you heard me saying that? Arab is not an ethnic. Arab is people who live in tent in the desert. Arab are not an ethnic. Only foolish people that think Arab are an ethnic. Only donkeys, ignorant, who do not know things about history or languages. And the proof in front of you. What is the word in Arabic? Al-A'rab. The Arab. The Arab. How the Muslim translate it as Bedouin. Do you see it? You know what Bedouin mean, right? So Arab is anyone who live in the desert. Aramaic is a word coming from Aram, which is coming from the one who live in hills. So the Aramaic people call anyone who live in the desert Arab. The Arab, who are people of the desert, whoever they are, they call whoever live in the hills Aramaic. And for sure we knew what the Bible says about Aram and the chain of bloodline. But this is the origin of the word. So the Arab, they say, the people of the desert say, we believe. Allah telling Muhammad to tell them, say, you believe not. But you say, we are Muslims. In fact, translation is false. The translation is saying, but you only say. That's false. The correct translation should be, but you should say, we are Muslims, we surrender. Not, but you say. He is teaching them what to say. He's saying you should say, you believe not, but you should say, we become Muslim, we surrender. So how those people are Muslims and Allah telling them call yourself Muslims, yet faith never entered their heart? Are you with me? In Christianity, we cannot say to someone he is a Christian because he say, I am Christian. If you don't believe. In fact, the Bible confirms that we have to reborn again. Is that correct? We have to be born again to be considered Christians. So Christian is not somebody is born from a mother, her name is Georgette, and the father, his name is Paul. No. Is a person who is born again and he convert to Christ. And he accept the blessing of the Lord to be his Savior, and he get baptism. As you see in Islam, because this is a religion of hypocrisy, what Muhammad is saying, you don't believe in me. You don't believe in Allah. You don't believe in a word in the Quran, but you can call yourself a Muslim. Let me change the translator, just to show you how the Muhammadan, they play with their translation. This is verse number 14. I will go to Itani. Do you see how the translation changed? Do you see? In the other one it says, say you have not believed, but we surrender. You say, he said you say we surrender. No. As you see here it says, you have not believed, but say. He is teaching them what to say. but say we are Muslims, for faith has not yet entered your heart. So how those people will go to heaven and faith never entered their heart? Do you see how satanic this cult? Muhammad is accepting people just to say Shahada, saying that Muhammad is a prophet and Allah is God, even if they don't believe, he says they will be in heaven. A Muslim, he says he will discuss the Trinity with me. And he is saying to me, look what this guy is, the coward. Maybe I should report him to the FBI. Son of Muta. CP, you are just an old man. If I seen you IRL, I would seriously behead your old ass. You would have no chance against me. I am 6 foot. My friend, I have a gun, is taller than you, will come from your ass, will come from your mouth. Just come to me, son of Muta. This is how filthy the followers of Muhammad, be my witness. And now let me call him, and I challenge you to say to me, you want to behead me. And look, he have an image of the Jannah, the heaven. He want to go to heaven. Coward, son of Muta. So he went online for a second, he says the 2 words and he disappeared. Don't force me to convert to Islam and take your mother as my bed companion for Muta, and then you will call me daddy. Let us see this person. We are calling him. Hello? You are live on air. You said you want to talk to me?
Yes, I want to talk to you. How are you?
I'm fine. Are you a Muslim, my friend?
Actually, I'm converted Muslim.
You are a converted Muslim. What does that mean?
I was Catholic. Excuse me, I don't speak English that well.
Yeah, me too. I used to be the Pope, by the way.
The Pope? Really?
You are not the Pope? You wasn't the Pope?
No.
Okay, as long as you are a Catholic, what is the most important prayer the Catholic they have?
Important prayer?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
The Catholic, they have a prayer, a very important. Do you know it?
I don't know.
You are a Catholic who do not know what the Catholic believe. Okay. So now, the first lie is got busted. So now you tell me, I will go with you. You are a person who converted to Islam. And why you converted to Islam?
Actually, it's a long story. I was in.
Can you make it short?
I was in university, and there is a guy. He was so convincing, I mean.
But tell me what convinced you. Don't tell me the story. Tell me what convinced you.
I mean, it's very hard to.
It's very what?
It's very hard to explain,
Why? I mean, tell me what convinced you. What convinced you? There is an idea in Islam convinced you. Tell me about the idea, not the story, the whole story.
I'm not connected to even though I'm Catholic, I'm not that much very religious.
We are done with this Catholic story. Come on, people are laughing. But now let's go to you being a Muslim. So now tell me why you are a Muslim.
How God be a man
You want to be
the
what?
first place. How we got? Excuse me, my English is very.
What language you speak? What language you speak?
I'm speak Amharic.
Amharic? Okay.
Amharic. Do you know Amharic?
Is that an Ethiopian language?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. All right. So tell me now. Tell me. Okay. Why you became Muslim? Go ahead.
He started giving me a Dr. Zakir. Do you know him? Dr. Zakir?
For sure. He worked for me. He's here. You want to talk to him?
I don't think so.
Okay. Christian Prince. I told you. I am busy. I cannot talk to him.
What?
Yeah, he's here. I told you.
You're joking, right?
No, he's here. I just told you. Zakir Naik. So you are listening to Zakir Naik, and Zakir Naik is a Muslim now?
Yeah.
Okay. But Zakir Naik, okay, I will go with you about Zakir Naik. Zakir Naik, he says Allah have hands and foot and leg. How Allah look like? Allahu alam. Now, I want you to tell me how you Muslim believe in God. He have hands, he have a foot, he have an ass, and how he look like? Allahu alam. So why you are worshiping a God who is unknown? Or what you know about him that he have a foot? Do you worship the foot of Allah?
You say me God, Allah have a foot?
Zakir Naik is the one who said that. I can even find the video for you. He said, yet Allah, he have a hand. Allah have a foot. How Allah hand look like? Allahu alam. Okay, so now you said to me you become a Muslim, which I don't believe. I believe you are born as a Muslim, but I will go with you. Now you Muslims, you believe in Allah foot as God or Allah as whole, all of him, or only his foot?
To be honest, I don't know about Islam that much. I mean, even though that you don't believe that, why hard you believe that I was a Catholic? I don't get it.
I told you. I mean, in Ethiopia, I don't know there is Catholic. I know Ethiopian majority are the Orthodox. This is number one. Number two, you do not know anything about the Catholic. Obviously, you are making up the story. And now I'm asking you a very simple question. Allah have foot, Allah have hands, Allah, etc. So do you believe Allah as God, or you believe the foot of Allah is God?
No, Allah is a spirit.
So the foot of Allah is not Allah?
That I don't know.
Huh?
That I don't know.
Why you do not know? Okay, so do you think the foot of Allah have nothing to do with Allah? Maybe he borrowed it from somebody else?
I mean, why are you mocking?
I'm not. I'm asking you a question about your religion, because do you have a proof that even Allah, he have a body beside the foot and the shin? There's no proof. Allah is a shin with a foot.
Strange.
Yeah, and then you need to ask yourself, if Allah, he is a shin and he have a foot, then how Allah look like? Do you know?
I don't know.
I will help you. Can you see my screen?
No, I mean it's Skype.
No.
You can send me the link. Yeah.
No, not link. I will use. I don't know. I don't know if I told you. When I used to be the Pope, before I converted to Islam, I used to draw a lot of art in the Vatican. All of those art in the Vatican, they are made by me, brother. This is a true story. Yeah. So look with me. I wanna show you now how Allah look like according to your prophet. So Allah have a shin, and he have a foot, and then that's it. There's nothing else of Allah. And then Allah, he have two hands, both of them in right side. Each hand have 5 fingers. And I changed any Muslim to say I'm lying. And Allah have 2 eyes, as Muhammad said in the hadith.
Are you drawing?
And Allah have a mouth. Yeah, I'm drawing Allah now. So now this is your God. This is your God. This is the one you want to worship. A foot have two hands coming from it?
Do you saw Allah?
Your prophet told us how Allah looked like. The Quran say how Allah looked like. You're asking me, your prophet, he never saw Allah anyway. But he claimed,
Can you show me that?
huh?
Can you show me that where Allah?
Aren't you the one who said to me, Zakir Naik? Well, Zakir Naik, he says Allah have a hands, Allah have eyes, Allah have a shin, Allah have a foot. How? I don't know. Allahu alam. So, when you say a shin, this is a shin. When you say a foot, this is a foot. We say the word foot when we talk about something a part we walk with. We don't call the hand a foot unless you're a donkey. So, a foot is a foot, a shin is a shin, a hand is a hand, an eye is an eye, and a mouth is a mouth. So when Allah, he gave himself a description and he said, this is how I look like. Well, this is your funny God with all descriptions coming from your prophet. And I made him, by the way, I draw him in blue because Allah now in the sky. This is why we can't see him, because the sky is a blue, Allah is a blue. And you know, this is why there's a song, I don't know if you know it, made by Zakir Naik. It says like, oh mommy, mommy blue, oh mommy, oh mommy, mommy blue. Allah is a blue, isn't he? Is that why you believe in Islam? Because Allah is a blue and he have shin, he have a foot. What is this? Oh, by the way, where is the power of Allah? Is Allah power is in his foot? Or in his shin?
Allah is everywhere.
What everywhere? I mean, this guy, he have a shin, he's a physical being. Don't tell me the power of Allah is everywhere. That can happen only if he fart, and then the smell is everywhere. I'm talking about the power of Allah which he have. So where is his power is located? In his foot or his shin?
Strange.
Strange what? The story about the fart or the story about the shin?
No, I've been watching some guy show me like 2 or 3 videos of you, and I started watching of them. Can you show me that the Prophet talks about the Ethiopian?
About what?
The Ethiopian. Don't listen.
Oh, the Ethiopian. Oh, okay, because you're an Ethiopian. Oh, okay, okay, let me show you. Okay.
Really, he did that?
Yeah, you know.
Why the Imam and the stars like don't show us ever like before?
Okay. Let us see. This is how Allah, he described you as an Ethiopian. He said, the Prophet, he said, listen and obey your chief, even if he is an Ethiopian his head is like a raisin. We are made of, This is Sahih al-Bukhari. This is Sahih al-Bukhari. Let me send you the link. Your prophet is making fun of you and how your face and how your head look like. Aren't you proud about that?
How can that be?
Well, you should be proud. I mean, okay, the prophet described it this way. That means it must be true then. Are you?
Sahih?
Yeah, this is Sahih Bukhari. This is al-Bukhari itself. This is the most important book, more than the Quran.
Strange.
Strange what?
Ethiopia. How? I mean, the Bilal is Ethiopian, and
He's talking about Bilal actually. Bilal is the one who looked like a raisin head, according to Muhammad. Because he made Bilal, you know, Muhammad, he made Bilal a leader of a few fighters because Bilal is strong, he is a black man. This is why they bought him, this is why they capture him, because simply he is physically strong. So now he made him a leader of a few Arab. And those Arab, they said, we will not let a black man to be our leader. Muhammad, you see, if Muhammad, he says, so what if he's a black man? He is a believer, that will make it nice. But no, he made fun and he agreed with the Arab. The Arab, they say he is a raisin head. He said, so what if he's a raisin head? Hmm.
Strange.
Do you know that all Muslims in the day of resurrection, they will be first of all, do you know that the one who will destroy the Kaaba, Shaitan, and he's an Ethiopian?
Really?
Don't you know?
I don't know, man. It's very strange. Is it an Ethiopian? Can you show me?
He is an Ethiopian, yeah. Let me show you. Here we go. He call you Dhu Suwayqatain, which mean the ones that from the people who they are, thin with their legs. He's making fun of the Ethiopian. They are skinny. I mean, look how he described the Ethiopian. This guy is the filth itself. Here we go. Abu Huraira, and this is Sahih Hadith. He says the Abyssinian with short legs will destroy the Kaaba. Do you see it?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's making fun of the look of the Ethiopian people. And he is accusing that the most evil person, who is the devil, is an Ethiopian. Why? Because he's black.
Okay, I have one question.
You have what?
One question.
You have one question, okay.
Islam is false. I mean, the Prophet is lying. He's making a false religion. Let's assume that. What is the benefit of
the benefit? You die for him. He got the women. He got the money.
Who?
He.
Prophet.
When he was, he did this. He created this lie when he was alive, right?
But he's the best of mankind.
His what? His what?
The best of mankind ever.
The best of mankind. Okay. Yeah. He just called you raisin head, and he made the Shaitan a black person, and he ordered to kill even black dogs, any black animal, and you are saying to me he is the best of mankind. The best of mankind, he go and have sex with 6 years old. He go to his own son wife when the husband is not there, and he sleep with her, and he take her from the husband.
What? Go back.
You do not know the story of Zainab and Zayd?
But Zainab, no. I mean,
well, Zayd is married to Zainab, and Zayd was adopted by Mohammed. And Mohammed, he says, everybody should know from now on that Zayd is from me and I am from Zayd. He is my son. And they married him to a woman, and then he started sleeping with her, and later he took her. He went to the house of Zayd when the husband is not there, which is his son, and he flirted with the wife when the husband is not there. Is that what the best of mankind does?
He go when his son is not there.
What?
Can you show me that?
Yeah, this is in the Quran. فَلَمَّا قَضَى زَيْدٌ مِنْهَا وَطَرًا.
I don't speak Arabic.
When Zayd have enough if in her. Look at the language.
If in her?
Yeah.
Really?
قَضَى مِنْهَا وَطَرًا. He's done if in her. Yeah. He have no use for her no more. Chapter 33, verse number 37. And if you go and read the interpretation of Al-Qurtubi, I can't find the interpretation and give you the link. You can use Google Translation. You will see that Muhammad, when he entered the house of Zainab, he saw her wearing sexy clothes, according to the story. So he said, praise be to Allah, the one who changed my heart. Flirting with the wife of his own son. What do you think if I come to your house and flirt with your wife? Is that okay?
I will kill you.
So why you don't want to kill Muhammad then?
He's a prophet.
So your prophet, the prophet, he can F your wife.
Strange.
Everything I say to you, you say to me strange. So if I go to your house to flirt with your wife, you will kill me. But if the prophet, he unzip his penis and he go to your wife's bedroom, you are okay with it because he's a prophet.
Who are you, man?
I'm the nightmare of Allah.
Can you show me that? I mean, he raped a Jewish girl, I think.
No,
You were
no,
talking
one by
about-
one. And tell me about the first one. What do you think about the person who go to the house of somebody and
He's pervert.
he's a pervert? Okay, thank you very much. Finally, you are being honest.
No. I mean, not. I mean,
What I mean, you just said he's a pervert. Everybody heard you.
no. I'm not the prophet, the holy prophet.
Not the Holy Prophet. So anyone else he do it, he's a pervert. And the Prophet, when he do it, he is not a pervert. Why? Are you afraid? Are you being a coward? You don't dare to say it? That he is a pervert like anyone, he do that? Is that why you are scared? This is Tafsir al-Qurtubi. Volume number 14, page number 190, and you can open it in the official Islamic government website of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Muhammad, he come to the house of Zainab. It says here, look what even it says. When he entered her house, Allah, he made the wind lift the curtain. Allah want Muhammad to see how sexy she is. Subhanallah, the pimp. So إن الله بعث ريحا فرفعت الستر وزينب متفضلة. So Allah, he sent wind and he made the curtain lift up, and she was wearing nothing, brother, nothing, and she was in her house. So he saw Zainab and he fell into her with his lust. Not only that, ووقع في نفس زينب أنها وقعت في نفس النبي. So Zainab, she understood very well that the Prophet wanna F her. May Allah bless his effing. So when her husband come back, she told the husband, your father wanna boom me. The husband, he went to his father, says, Father, let me divorce her. Already, obviously, he knew that those two, they are having sex together, because what kind of a filthy woman? What do you think? If I come to your house and I flirt with your wife and you are not there, is your wife will be excited that I flirt with her, or she should be angry and tell you what I did?
She will be.
She will
might be angry.
Okay, but she's not. She's excited. And she told him, your father
Because
came
he is a
here.
king?
Because he's a king? No, because she is a whore. Because a decent woman, doesn't matter if he's a king of the kings or not. A whore only would do that. So are you saying to me your wife, she will leave you for a king? You want to sleep with her? Is that a decent woman behavior?
No.
This is what your prophet did. Let me use Google translation. You will see the reference in front of your eyes. This is Al-Qurtubi, volume number 14, page number 190, as you see it. And this is the story that Allah, he sent wind. Look how Allah, he get involved in boom business, man. I mean, Allah, Muhammad, he went to the house. Muhammad, if Allah did not send the wind, how Muhammad will see her? But Allah, he sent wind, and then the wind moved the curtain. When the curtain moved, Muhammad, he saw a big, nice, white ass. Because even there it says she was big and white and beautiful. You know? So look, and it was said that Allah sent the wind. So the curtain was lifted and Zainab was wearing nothing in her house. And he saw Zainab and he fall into her, is his lost, not soul. And it's occurred to Zainab that she felt, she knew that the Prophet wanna F her. May Allah bless him and grant him peace. Ibn Abbas said that Allah told Muhammad, you hide in yourself your lost to her, not love. I mean, look at this. The God is saying the guy, encouraging him to have a desire for a married woman. She's still married. She's still with her husband.
Yes.
Are you enjoying following a pervert?
No.
So why you don't leave Islam then? You like to be a pervert yourself?
No, I'm not pervert, but
No, maybe you like it. I know. I mean, I don't know you. Maybe you like to go to your son's house now, and you know Allah will lift the curtain, and then you flirt with the wife, and the wife she sleep with you, and you are good with it because Allah He made the curtain lift. You know. Actually, I will tell you this story. This is a true story, by the way. Once I was in the beach, you know, and because I'm a person, I don't look at women wearing swimming clothes. So what I did, I put a curtain in front of me. So I was walking, I have a curtain around me, I see nothing. All the women there, they are wearing bikini and crazy stuff, but I could not see them because I was putting a curtain around me. But then, brother, Allah, He sent a tornado. And the tornado left the curtain. And then I saw this woman. Brother, you will not believe it. Big ass, small ass. There's one of them, she have 7 boobs. They told me later she is a dog. Anyway, I could not hold myself. And then I said, okay, you know what? As long Allah is the one who left the curtain, obviously Allah is giving me a sign that I should boom, boom, everybody there. You know? And then, you know, like, I start like boom, boom, everybody. I got the shark in my way. The shark got boom, boom. I got a whale. I mean, I was going in the ocean. Like, whoever in my way, boom, boom. Because Allah, He left the curtain. And and then I asked myself, why this happened? Allah, He answered me. He said, because you're a prophet. Otherwise, why I left the curtain for you? Allah will leave only the curtain for prophet, you know. He want the prophet to enjoy boom, boom. And, you know, I mean, she is the wife of the sons. Who care, you know? Allah, He gave the prophet privilege of boom, boom. Your God, by the way, this is another name of your God. He is boom, 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 boom God. Aren't you proud of following boom, boom God?
why is you have to use
Well, this is
name?
I'm not. This is reality. I mean, did you see your God? He left the wind. Allah, He sent the wind to lift the curtain. Who is the one who left the curtain? The woman, she is wearing nothing. Why Allah want to lift the curtain for a woman? She is naked in her house alone. So Muhammad can see her. So who is the one who is encouraging the boom boom? Your God. So your God is a boom boom God. Am I showing you reference or am I making things up? Do you see the reference?
Yeah, I'm seeing the difference. That's why I'm so confused.
Why you want to be confused? You should like it. Now you can go to any of your friend's house or your son or anybody. You know, Allah, He left the curtain. From now on, if the curtain move, the woman is yours. You know, just go for it. Because if who is going to move the curtain unless Allah is involved? Come on, you know. You don't touch the curtain. Wait for the wind to move the curtain. If the curtain moved by the wind, that means Allah is in the wind. Are you going to oppose the wish of Allah? He wants you to have sex with this woman. She is your son's wife. She is maybe your sister. Who cares? I mean, come on, the wind. Allah, He moved the wind.
So I want you to be honest. Holy Prophet and the Holy Bible, Jesus. The Prophet doesn't follow Jesus Christ. So he is dead now, right?
Muhammad is dead, yeah.
No, so where is Muhammad now?
I don't know where is he now, but I know that his penis, his penis now is still have the privilege. I mean, you're asking me a weird question, man. The guy is dead. The Muslim, they did not bury him for 3 days. Ibn Abbas, he said, bury your friend. He stinks like all a human. Muhammad, he lied to them. He says that he stink. Yeah, Ibn Abbas, the cousin of Muhammad, he says this in your books. He said, "Idfunu sahibakum fa innahu ya'sanu kama ya'sanu al-bashar." bury your friend, he stink as all a human stink. And the Muslim did not bury him because they thought he was the same as Jesus. He said, he will, I mean, Jesus, 3 days, 3 days they were expecting him to come back. Yeah.
Right.
But all the reference says, even there's a hadith says, قَدْ رَبَى بَطْنَهُ. قَدْ رَبَى بَطْنَهُ, which means his belly become full of fart. When a person he die,
Yeah.
the last meal he eat, I don't know if he died before. I died many times before, So yeah, I noticed my belly getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and then I could not fart because I'm dead, But then Allah he sent wind, and that's why in English now they say he broke wind, So I was dead and my belly getting bigger and bigger and bigger. I don't know what to do with. Then the wind break, and the wind came out. So Ibn Abbas was talking about your prophet, saying, bury your friend, he stink, قَدْ رَبَى بَطْنَهُ, his belly full of gas and fart. Muhammad started farting after 3 days in the heat of Mecca. Yeah.
If he would like a true prophet, he will do this, the other thing. That makes sense.
That makes sense. So what, are you leaving Islam now or not yet?
I leave Islam. What's the truth?
Huh?
If I leave Islam,
Yeah.
what is the truth?
Well, this is the question. You need to search for it. For me, the truth is Jesus. Isn't Jesus, he said, I am the truth?
He said, I am the truth.
Yeah. Is Jesus a person who go around and sleep with women? And he sin with people? Do he take money? Do he take gold and silver? Isn't it Jesus who washed the feet of his followers? Instead of they washing his feet? Yet they worship him?
He washed the foot of who?
Huh? The Messiah, he worshipped the feet. He washed the feet of his disciples.
Muhammad.
Jesus. Muhammad, Muhammad was doing boom boom to his disciples.
That's right. So Jesus did that in the Bible?
Yeah, Jesus did that and did more. Jesus is forgive sin. Jesus make people see. Jesus make the blind see. Jesus make the one who cannot walk. Jesus, resurrect people from death. Huh?
But he's dead. Jesus is dead.
That's what?
Jesus is dead. But
no, he's alive in heaven.
Yeah, even in the Quran. Yeah.
He's alive in the heaven. Muhammad is dead. He stink. Yeah.
Strange.
So what do you think? You will leave Islam or not? This is the book called At-Tabaqat al-Kubra, the Ibn Sa'd, volume number 2, page number 3, 267, or 3, maybe 367. Here it says, Omar, the Muslims, they got so angry because Muhammad dead. He says, anyone who will say Muhammad is dead, we will cut his hands, we will cut his feet. Look at this. Look how filthy they are, gang. Even Muslims, he says, we will cut your hand and feet and your arm and your tongue if you say he's dead. And then Ibn Abbas, he said to them, bury your friend. He stink. فَإِنَّهُ يَأْسَنُ كَمَا يَأْسُنُ الْبَشَرِ. This is At-Tabaqat al-Kubra, Muhammad ibn Sa'd, volume number 2, page number 267. And here the hadith in the front of you. In the top, the translation is not coming right. يَأْسَنُ كَمَا يَأْسَنُ الْبَشَرِ. He stink as all human beings they stink. So bury your friend. Don't make him die 100 times, which means you are insulting him by not burying him.
Yeah.
So are you leaving Islam, my friend? Or you want to accept to be called raising head?
No.
So why you don't say I am out of Islam?
Yeah.
Wonderful. I'm happy for you. You're out of Islam. What
I'm
about
out of Islam.
what about accepting the Messiah then? As long as you decide to leave Islam, I'm happy for you. What about accepting the Messiah? What do you think about the Messiah? Isn't it the most holy person you can think of? There's anyone better than the Messiah?
Even in the Quran, yeah, he's not.
There's not. So why you don't accept the Messiah as your savior?
That simple?
Well, it's up to you. I mean, you can say no. You can say no, I don't agree.
Yeah, I can. I mean, I want to, but
So why not?
No,
I mean, if there's,
to be-
I'm asking you, if there is a better person to follow than the Messiah, his life is holy.
to be honest, CP, like in 2013,
Mhm.
14,
Yeah.
I tried to go to Syria, you know,
Okay, it's to join what? To join Al Qaeda?
Al Qaeda and IS, yeah.
Okay.
And I did so many terrible things
Mm-hmm.
on the way, and I don't know if God even accepts me, you know.
So did you kill some Christians?
Yeah.
Well, I cannot help you in that, but still, you know, you can ask the Lord for forgiveness. You know, you can ask the Lord for forgiveness. You repent, and you promise you will never do that again. And the Lord, He is the judge. You know, better you repent and not to follow Muhammad no more, and ask the Lord for forgiveness. And I'm not the one who can tell you anything. The Lord, you know, I'm not God. I'm not the one who can forgive your sin.
What should I do?
Accept the Messiah and ask Him for forgiveness. Repent for your sin. Ask Him for forgiveness from all your heart, and pray that the Lord will accept you.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. So do you accept the Messiah as your Savior?
Yes, I accept.
I mean to that. And now what you need to do, after we finish now, you go and you sit alone, pray to the Lord from your heart, cry if you can, ask Him for forgiveness for what you did, because what you did is very evil. You know, what you did is very evil. However, we have in the history people who used to go after Christians to kill them. As an example, even Paul himself, he used to go after Christians. He hated the Christians. And then Paul became a great man of Christianity. So
Apostle
I believe,
Paul?
huh?
Apostle Paul.
Yeah. So you can be just another Paul if you decide to be. You know, what you did is what you did. But you've been deceived by the devil, by Muhammad. And repentance is the only solution.
That makes sense. Yeah.
If there's anything else
you.
I can help you with?
Yeah. If I have any like question,
Can you bring me the guy who says to you Islam is wonderful, like, you know, those sheikhs, you talk to them? Can you make somebody talk to me from the sheikhs?
Yeah.
Okay, let them call me. You know my Skype, you know. Tell them I challenge you to call this guy. Tell them he made me leave Islam now.
Really? You talk to him? Okay.
Yeah, well, my Skype is always open. Do you have difficulty to text me? No, right?
No.
Do I ever spoke to you before? No. So they can do the same.
Yeah.
I don't know who's talking to me. All right?
Okay. Right.
All right, my friend. Repent and pray to the Messiah and read the Bible. And
what should I do? Why should I start from the...
For me, I prefer if you start from the book of John. So you can understand the nature of Jesus very easy. And then, remember one thing. The Messiah, he said, sin no more. Sin no more. So in Christianity, it's not like Islam. You say Bismillah 100 times, your sin is gone. You repent, but doesn't mean you can live the life of sin and say, okay, every day I will say to the Lord, forgive me, Lord, and that's it. No. So go and sin no more. fight your sin, struggle with it, and be victorious. All right?
All right.
All right, my friend. Happy for you. And if you have even your family want to talk to me, I will be happy to talk to them.
Yeah. I will convert my sister too. I will contact you.
All right? You can call me, and but just be sure you are with your sister if she spoke to me.
Okay.
All right? Okay, my
All right.
friend. Take care. God bless
Thank you so much.
you. All right. We have another Muslim. Put time in your life. I don't do time. You have time to watch. You don't have time, don't watch. If you have time to watch my video, watch it. I stay live for many hours. I go and I'm tired. I lose my voice. I have headache, and then people still they want me to make a timeline for them. Yeah. Well, all those Muslims who text me, I cannot find. All right. Any Mohammedan? Any Mohammedan? Somebody is asking me, can you show me in the Bible where the angel they greet Mary? Because I mentioned many times before that the word Assalamu alaikum, Shalom, is not Quranic. This is from the Bible. When the angels came to Mary, this is why the Catholic, when they pray, they say, peace to you, Mary. Blessed you are between the women. This is what the angels said. This is exactly what the angels said. Peace be with you, the Lord with you. Luke chapter 1, I think verse maybe 28, 29, something like that after that. If you remember, when Muhammad he received revelation, he never received the word peace. And then you ask yourself, how come when the angels come to Mary, they say to her peace? Even the Quran speak about the Messiah, that when the Messiah he spoke, he says, peace be upon me, when I'm born, when I die, and when I am resurrected, peace be upon me. In the story of Muhammad, there's nothing about peace. The angel, he came to him, he starts squeezing him 3 times, and he never said peace. So if we have the same God, well, we should have the same greeting. Later Muhammad he learned about it when he moved and he lived with the Jews, so he started using Assalamu alaikum. Do we have any Muhammadan? So, conclusion of our topic today, do you think really we can learn anything from people like Peterson? Especially when he talk about topics he have no idea what they are. Can we? We cannot. Those people are really helping to deceive Christians, atheists, and everybody else, give them false information about the cult of Muhammad, making them believe that Islam is a beautiful philosophy. You will see this guy, he keep quoting things have nothing to do with Islam. Nothing. And Peterson shaking his head. And then when you learn, you read the title, What We Can Learn from Islam. What we can learn from Islam. In Islam, you can lie. The wife, she can lie to her husband. The husband, he can lie to his wife. The Muslim can lie to everybody. You can be cheater. You know, you do not have to be a good person in Islam, because simply cheating is the way of life. As you see, Muhammad himself, he was cheating. So only foolish people will listen to those people. And take it from me, my friend, it doesn't matter how big the number of people who follow a person in YouTube or Instagram. Those numbers mean nothing. In fact, sometimes the bigger the number is, the more you have to be careful. The bigger the number is, the more you have to be careful. Because Satan can be very convincing. Satan, he have tools. He have power. If you look at my page in YouTube, I cannot have a commercial in my page. Why? Did you ask yourself why? I cannot get donation in my page. Why? What is the problem? The problem is very simple. I am not in the side of Satan. If I take the side of Satan, Satan will bless me with his blessing, which is money and sex. This is his blessing. They take away the ability to collect donation, hoping that this guy, maybe he is the same as the rest. You take the donation from his page, he stopped coming in YouTube. Very simple. We do not even need to ban him. And there is many, they claim to be Christians. The second you take the privilege of commercial and donation, they decide not to come to YouTube no more. Without saying names. Why? Because they come for not serving God. They come to make money. All those years I cannot have. Why? What is my guilt? What I did exactly? Simply they are hoping that if we take that from him, this guy, I mean, he come every day. And he stayed there for 3, 4, 5 hours, 6 hours, sometimes 7, 8 hours. Maybe it is the money. Let us take the money away. And let us see if you will come back. They think I'm for sale. They do not know that the Lord is my provider. And by the way, I can close this channel and make an open one, a new one, and I will get commercial and donation until they notice again that this is a Christian prince and they block me again. I can do that. In fact, I have other channel talk nothing about Islam. I can play commercial there. I can receive donation, but I never go there. I don't go there. Last time I was there maybe 2 years ago. I can just switch. Like now, you are here, I can switch you there. Would you ever go to Rumble? I don't know about this Rumble. I don't see people there. I mean, it's look empty. I don't know about it. Same time, I think you have to pay for membership in this Rumble, you know, and there is limited ability of how long you can stay online. I don't care who treat me better, my friend. I'm not looking for a treatment of those. Even Rumble is. I mean, do you think Rumble is better? I mean, they are doing business. All of them, they are satanic. All of them, their God is dollar. Isn't it in Rumble is the same guy and rotates is there? This is telling you what Rumble is about. It's the same. Satan is Satan, my friend. They welcome people who have big numbers of, let us say, fan or followers, whatever you want to call them, so they can do business. Nobody is doing charity. So don't think they are better. Do we have any Mohammedan here dare to call me? As long I can do it in YouTube, and there's no money, no money. Okay. Who is this guy, Sneeko? I mean, people are stupid to the point they follow names. Sneeko. I mean, look at the name, Sneeko. Sneeko is there. Who is this? Who is this piece of it? Sneeko. Do we even have high school? Sneeko. I mean, you see, the whole world really is messed up. The whole world is messed up. Sneeko. Who? Who the heck is this Sneeko? There is a woman, you know, YouTube, like I was searching how to plant a plant. And you know, when you search, then YouTube starts suggesting to you. And there's a woman, she is planting that plant, but she have big boobs. And they are coming out. Brother, she have 700,000 view for her video in less than 15 days. 15 days. The poor me, I stay 6 hours fighting people. They want to kill me, they want to threaten me, they want to find me, they want to chop my head, and then I get 20,000 after 2 days. So don't tell me about places. All is the same garbage. We are living in the world of a pervert. People are pervert. Men and women are pervert. It doesn't matter. In fact, if you are good, nobody listens to you. If you are a pervert, you open a school, you open a university. I mean, who in the world can believe that a pimp who do not even have high school, he open university? Who can believe that there is people, they sign in it and they pay money for it? Because we live in a society where everybody become a pimp. And they think to be a pimp is the right thing to do. Everybody is pimping everybody. If a woman, she is decent, they will say to her, go and see a shrink. If she don't sleep around, she's mentally ill. If she is a whore, sleeping with everybody in town, she is healthy. She's doing the right thing. This is how the world, this is what they are teaching your kids. This is why your kids want to listen to those people, Sneeko, and their tits. And even this idiot Peterson. Because the parents are empty-headed. Nobody teach you anything serious. And you don't have time. You see, in the old days, before TVs and people, they used to read because, you know, they have time, they read. Okay, let's read. So they educate themselves. No, nobody want to read. The child is a playing game. The father is a playing game. The mother, she is smoking hashish, and the family is screwed up. They don't even walk up to go to work. And then they say to you, why there's a lot of crimes and things is messed up and drugs. Why? You do not know why? Are you sure you do not know why? If you don't check your garden every day, the weeds will take over. And this is what we do here. We are using our hands, and those weeds have thorn. Those weeds are harmful. But somebody have to clean the weeds. Otherwise, the weeds will take over your yard. And this would happen to your house. If you don't take the weeds from your house will be full of weeds, literally. When you left your house full of garbage, don't expect to smell something good in your house. Garbage in, garbage out. You are smarter than those people. And this is why we stay here for many hours, hoping that people will learn and people would like to do something about what's happening. No problem, Jude, no problem. You know, sometimes I answer your questions, any one of you, in a very strong, way. I don't mean to insult you. Just put yourself in my shoes, and just think about it. I mean, the guy, he stay for many hours, losing his voice, fighting people. As you see, we just showed you the guy, he wanna be hit me. They think if they threat they will be hit me, I will be afraid. I'm laughing. I'm the last one to fear death, trust me. I am the last one ever. You can imagine he will fear. If I fear death, I will never even open my mouth. And let me tell you something very important. Those who fear death, they never lived. They don't know even what life is, because you are dead already. You know, when Jesus said, let the dead bury the dead. Let what? The dead bury the dead. How the dead will bury the dead? I mean, they are alive, but they are dead. They are just like worms. They have no value in their life. They eat, they drink, they have sex, they shit, they die. Let the dead bury the dead. Every one of us here is dead already. It's just a matter of time. And because we worship ourselves and we think that day will never happen, and because we are obsessed with the pleasure, we don't want to even think about it. We want to think about what I will eat tomorrow. Who is a woman who will be in my bed tomorrow? Who is a man and, this woman, she want to date tomorrow? But they are dead because there is nothing in their life have a value. They are the same as millions and millions and billions who came to this earth, and they are gone and nobody remember them. There are certain names in this earth they will be remembered either for their good or for their extreme evil. But there's a lot, nobody will remember them. They will be forgotten totally. This is why Jesus said, follow me, and let the dead bury the dead. Don't follow the dead, follow me. What is in the Bible that we should follow it if we are lost? My friend, there is nothing in the Bible you should follow and things you don't follow. It's like saying to me, you know, like your question is like saying to me, there's a key, and that key will give me the house because I got the key. You know what I mean? But this is not in Christianity. The key is not a phrase you follow and we ignore the rest. Otherwise, Jesus will come to this earth, he will speak one phrase and he will go. Are you with me? He will speak one phrase and then he will go. There's no need to say anything. That's it. This is the phrase I want to tell you. Do it, you are fine. But the Messiah, he spent years teaching his disciples and telling them what to do. So the whole Bible is something we need to follow, not only a phrase, because if we do so, we did not receive the guidance. Unless you are a genius person who can find out from one phrase all the wisdom of the Lord. Me, myself, I cannot do that. You see, each time we quote something from the Lord, what he said, but we cannot quote only one sentence. We quote many, 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 because simply they give us the whole image. Do sin no more. Don't do sin. That's one. But is it enough? No. Because if you don't sin, according to the standard of people understand sin, still you are a sinner. Because there is many sin, you don't count them, but they are there. At the same time, you are not saved because you don't believe. Number 3, if you believe, even if you fight your sin, but you have no fruit, the Bible says that faith without fruits is a dead faith. So we have to put all the image together. It's like, you know, a picture. It was a paint, and then we cut it pieces, and then we have to put it together so we can see the whole image. So the whole image of Jesus will appear to you when you follow everything he commanded you, not only one sentence. Who do you think will be your successor after you die? Our friend, the Lord, he brought me, he will bring million better than me. I'm not worried about it. That is the last of my worry. The one who is in control of this universe, he can do better than my plan. Right? My plan is not a plan. His plan is a plan to stay. Why are people so evil? Do they still have heart? You know, having heart, the word having, like, you know, a person, you have a heart. The Bible speaks about heart, but we can take it literally and literally that your heart is really what made you good or bad. Is what you think, right? But everyone, you know, like, you know, we as a human, when you look at animals, and there's many animals, they have eyes, but we don't know really how the animals, they see us. We know how we see them, right? And this is the same case for the evil one between us. He's an animal. He is an animal. But we see a human. And that makes him more dangerous than an animal, because an animal, if he is a beast, we take care. We protect ourselves. But there is a humans who they are really in the shape of a human. They look like a human, but they have the thought of beast. When they see a weak person, they see like a prey. They don't see someone need to help, then they see someone as a target. So evil exists because Satan exist. And when those people, they decide to become Satan, then what you expect from Satan except satanic action. And guess what? We have time. We are in a time now people worship Satan. And they are even inviting them to schools. Satan worshippers. So don't fool yourself with people look like a human, because simply the Lord, he says, from their fruits you shall know them, which means not from their name. If somebody wearing a priest's clothes, he might be the devil. He might be the devil. In fact, I will be more careful from somebody coming to me claiming to be priest, because he might take advantage of the uniform he's wearing to make him in control. You trust. The second you trust a person, and your trust was a wrong place, then you are doomed. So you have to be careful, and you trust who, and you trust not. Why am I trust you? What is the reason? You do not know a person until you try him once, twice, thrice, 5, years. But there is many people, they are so naive, they trust anyone. A person come to your door, he's wearing uniform, tell you I am from the cable company. You believe just because he's wearing uniform, because you're a fool. You open the door for him. They go to your bedroom. They tell you, can you go please make a switch? Turn the switch off, you go. It take him 2 minutes to check what you have in the drawer in the bedroom. He steal your money. You say everything is fine, I'm leaving, thank you very much. Billions of dollars are stolen from elderly people every year. Billions, not millions. By scam. Those people, they have no heart. They are the devil himself. They enjoy taking your money, even if you are an old, poor person who saved all his life. So when he grow old, he support himself or herself. They don't care. And this is what happened when you decide to be a person who don't follow the Bible. You have to be vigilant. The Bible says be vigilant. And what vigilant mean? You have to be aware of your surrounding. Don't trust and don't believe everybody speak to you, even if he come to you in the name of Jesus. Because the Satan himself, he can come to you wearing the clothes of a priest. He can come to you in a clothes of a sheep, but he is wolf, as the Lord, he says to us. Be aware of false prophet, false teachers. There's a clear signs of a false teacher. The one who keep asking you for money. Like, call this number if you want to receive Holy Spirit. Like, what? So if I don't call this number now and make donation, I will not receive the Holy Spirit. This is Muhammad. If you want to go to heaven, give me your money. All cult leaders, they share one thing. They want your money and they want sex. Sex is very important for them too, because sex is like, it make the cult leader feel that he is really in control, not only the money. Make him feel good. That's, you know what, I am wanted. I am in control. I control their mind and I control their body. Like when you say to a Muslim, your prophet, he have sex with Zainab, and the book says the prophet, he have 16 privilege, number 10 of them, the 10th is if his eyes fall into a woman, her husband must divorce her, so the prophet can F her. The Muslim will say to me, so what? I don't mind. That's exactly how cult leaders, they function. They control the mind of men. They lose their honor. They don't mind even if you F his wife. This is how Satan, he is so powerful. To the point a man, he don't care. As long it is Muhammad will F his wife. Why he will be upset? What is the problem? He have no problem. Even when Muhammad, he claimed that he is fighting the Christian because they don't believe in his God, you will notice in chapter 9, verse number 29, if they pay, okay, let them. Do you understand? Imagine I'm going to war against people who don't believe in my God. Allahu Akbar, kill them because they don't believe in Allah. And then I say, listen, if you pay me, I can let you believe in your God. No problem. Just pay me and you will live. You can pray to anyone you want. That's what the Quran is saying. It's in front of you. Muhammad, he want to kill the Christian because they believe in Jesus as God. But if you pay Muhammad, you can believe in Jesus as God, no problem. I will not kill you. Do you see the scam? Isn't it obvious? Like, imagine you say, I am sent by God, I am against sin, but if you pay me, you can sin. If worshiping Jesus is a great sin, how in the world you say to me, if you pay me, you can worship Jesus? In fact, yesterday, YouTube showed me that David Wood and Apostate Prophet, they have another Abdul with them. And the second I clicked, they were talking about this chapter. And I saw how Apostate Prophet did not know how to answer. David Wood is talking about philosophy and all the garbage. And I said to myself, why in the world those people they do that? They never learn. They do not know how to debate. They invite Muslims to promote them. They cannot answer them. And they don't give any good argument. And suddenly we are talking about philosophy and the universe and government. I mean, just tell it this is how simple it is. Muhammad is a scumbag. If you pay him, you can commit sin. They do not know how to answer. They do not know how to refute. They promote Muslims. Because the second you invite a Muslim to your channel, you put his name there, you put his channel there, you are promoting him. For me, I don't know who's calling me. I don't even consider it as an official debate. Anyone can call me, including the guy who called, but they will never call me. None of those who want to speak to those guys dare to call me. Did you ask yourself why? Why they lying up there? Why nobody come to me? They never heard of me? And each time they do poo-poo, it is me who have to make 20 videos after that to get the liar Muslim busted. And this is what I did with both of them. David Wood and Apostate Prophet, when they speak to Amimi Hijab and his gang, they do not know how to answer. And go and see how many videos I made to refute their lies when they speak to them. But anyway, what we can do? If I am them, I advise them to stay and stick with making short videos. They make a great short videos. I cannot make short videos. My shortest video is 10 hours. So short videos, they would do great. But debate, you don't have any skills of debate. You don't have the knowledge for debate. Do we have any Muhammadan would like to show us how to debate as an example? What about those guys they line up to speak to David Wood and Apostate Prophet? They call me. Why this guy Daniel? You know Daniel? I made a video just for him. Just for him. I said, I will call you. He don't dare. But he keep calling Apostate Prophet. Non-stop. Here, we don't hear them. Any question? So what do you think? We don't have admins. Isn't it better without admins? I think it's better. I don't like to see admin in here, and pages I don't like. You admin for me, you admin for me. And you know, I do not really need anyone. Any question before we finish for today? We are happy that our friend from Ethiopia, he decided to leave Islam and accepted Christ. And I like it when how Muslims, they lie. They say he was a Catholic. But may the Lord forgive him. You know, he was a Muslim when he was lying. Yeah, no admin. What admin for? I do not need admins. Trust me, if I leave my toes and I go stay away for 10 hours, nobody will dare to move from the Mohammedan. If I go, I'm leaving right now, suddenly they will stay saying, Christian Prince. If I say, okay, guys, peace with you, and then right away you see the Muslim saying, Christian Prince, you coward, I want to call you. Once, I remember, I was like online. I'm not exaggerating if I say 11, 12 hours. I'm really tired. That was in Paltalk. People who used to come to my Paltalk, they remember how long I used to stay. In 6 months, you know, I came to Paltalk. A Muslim, he challenged me to come to Paltalk. There used to be a program called Hear Me. I used to use to debate Muslims. It's just simple chat, voice chat. You know, you switch microphone. Then a Muslim, he challenged me to come to Paltalk. I never heard of Paltalk before. If you are a man, come to Paltalk. If you think you can make it, blah, blah. So I came to Paltalk in 6 months. Every single Christian converted to Islam in the program of Paltalk left Islam. And then many of the admins who used to be Muslims, born Muslims, become my admins. And then the Muslim, they start filing thousands of complaints to Paltalk. And Paltalk, they blocked me, they banned me. Totally, I cannot even log in the program. And then many Christians, they file a lot of complaint and they threat they will sue them. And then Paltalk, they send me an email saying the administration of Paltalk, blah 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 blah, decide to unblock you, but please don't inflame the Muslims. Don't inflame, you know. But anyway, so once I was in the chat for like 11, 12 hours, and I was saying, okay guys, I'm tired, I have to go. And then suddenly a Muslim sheikh, he says, Christian Prince, where are you going? I am here to debate you. And you know, he thought, because I was there for a long time, I'm really tired, my voice is gone. I will say, oh, you know, sorry, you know, I'm here for long. And then he will record that. And he will say, see, I come to Christian Prince and, you know, he ran away. So I said, okay, as long as you are here to debate me, forget it. I will stay. He said, but you said you are tired, you want to go and sleep. I said, well, as long as you know, I said I'm tired. So why you took the microphone and you challenged me? Now I accept. What's your problem? If I'm tired, that's good for you. That we advantage. And then suddenly, oh, I receive, you know, my, yeah, I have to go, guys. I have to go. Assalamu alaikum. So where are you going? He mentioned his name. I'm lying away. He said, Christian Prince, where are you going? Once even they challenged me, they schedule a debate. I said, no problem. Choose a date. I don't want to choose it anytime. Even if it's really, you know, 3 a.m. in the morning my time, I will come online. They choose December 25th. They say to themselves, I mean, it's a Christmas day. He will not come online. I accept it. I came online. The potatoes never show up. You know, they never show up. Yeah, I don't keep my videos, as you know. You know, I don't keep my videos not because I don't like what I did, but I prefer that people like what I do, not me liking it. You know what I mean? So people download my videos. And the funny is, actually, I made a comment, I think 2 days ago. There's a channel, they are posting my video. I don't know channel of who. It's the person, he have like avatar of a lady smiling, whatever. And you will see that this lady, she posts my video in the morning, afternoon, she have 10,000. My channel, I don't have that. Imagine, it's my videos. And I am Christian Prince. And their channels, they get extremely fast, 20,000, 30,000, and people making comment. Now I will finish here. You will see I have 200 comments. If you go right now and see the video I made yesterday, more than 20,000. How many comments? I don't think even we passed 300. In the other channels, they have thousands of comments. Bless you, CP. We are proud of you, CP. Here, nobody say anything. And then you ask yourself, what's wrong with the people? They go and say, bless you, CP, in the channel which CP is not there, and they don't come to my channel and they don't even leave a comment. And each time I make a video, I have to complain. I say, 10,000 view, 200 comment. Can you believe it? 10,000 view and 200 comment. Why? If you go and see all those who post my videos, see a crazy number of comments. Here they are dead. They are active there. They are dead here. It's something weird, you know. I hope Ali Dawah is not listening. He will say, "And we are proud of it." Oh boy. Anyway, God is good. You know, life is funny, by the way, and you know, like I go sometime through a lot of funny stuff. But it's okay. Anything else? Many of us are great people and supporters. If one or two was wrong or all did something offend you. No, Dominique, you know, this is not about, especially you. You are the last one I will complain about. But there is a, you know, I noticed there is many admins. They are admin here to promote other YouTubes. They are sneaky admins, you know. So the second I say I'm leaving, you will notice they start posting things and saying things which I don't approve. You know, there's many channels I don't approve them at all. So you know, when I make somebody an admin here, your job, if you want to help, is not to post the link of somebody else. You can help me with the reference because you are here many times, you learned, you saved them. You can watch if somebody say bad language, but you are not here to post links for pages, even for atheists. When somebody come and see my admin is admining without saying where, that means me and those people are the same. And because I don't want to offend anyone, I said, let me move all the admins so nobody will say me, he, she, you know. you know. So nobody will say, why me? Let us see, we have a Muslim. His name is Ahmed. Let us call Ahmed. Yes, my friend Ahmed, how are you doing?
Yeah. How are you doing, sir?
I'm fine. Are you a Muslim?
Just give me 1 second.
You can talk or not? This guy is showing me his penis. He's totally naked, by the way. Honestly, he's in the screen, he's showing his penis. Son of Muta. Your mother, she must be a whore. What a filthy person. And my friend, your penis look weird. Are you sure it's a penis, not a pimple? Can you believe it? To open the camera and he's shaking his penis? Can you believe it, how filthy this religion is? Wait a second. I advise you, my friend, to go and check a doctor because it doesn't look like a penis. I think you have a pimple. I don't know. I mean, look weird. What a filthy scumbag. Any other Muslim want to call us and show his penis? I mean, your God himself is a penis, so why you will not show your penis? Abu Bakr al-Qurashi. Let us see Abu Bakr al-Qurashi. This is the same of the leader of ISIS, Abu Bakr al-Qurashi. He is not answering. Take a hike. Any Muhammadan? You know, if the male in this family, he does that, what his sister should do when she calls somebody in Skype? Because trust me, the brother will not be too much different from the sister. Do we agree? They have the same quality of parents. So if the brother is doing this, the sister, she call and she show her vagina. And what about the mother? What she do? Garbage in, garbage out. You know, when he said, give me a second, I thought maybe he is inviting somebody to debate me, or he's getting support from Muslims, because what they do, one of them, he called me, and then there's a bunch of them, they try to help in the questions and the answers. It turned to be this guy is turned on his camera and taken his pant off. You need to debate in Arabic. My father can listen to you. I know if I debate in Arabic, who's going to come and debate me in Arabic? Nobody. Do you remember the guy who challenged to debate Father Zachariah? Sakar, whatever his name. I made a video. I said, challenge you in Arabic. They never dare even to say hello. No, they were not there. If I debate in Arabic I am like a 1,000 horse more than me debating in English, because that is the language I speak. In English, I'm limited, you know. Anyone will call me, he is not a Muslim, I will block him. And any female, she will text me and she have a picture of her, I will block you. Just a warning. Don't put your picture if you are a female when you call me in Skype. Do we have any Muhammadan? Anyone? Yeah, I don't mind. What about you do this? You bring me a Muslim who is a sheikh, he speak Arabic, I will debate him. Right? But to go live in Arabic, trust me, nobody will come here. They don't dare. They will come to you only if they feel that they have a chance to make it, to survive. They knew they will not be able to make such a chance happen. Don't try to call me. You have to text me first. Maybe this is the same guy who wanted to show us his private part. Let's see. Hello? Yeah, this is the same person who want to show me his penis. Why you are calling back? You want to show your penis again? You want to show your penis again? Why you showed your penis? Why
I've
you
been hearing what you've been saying.
why you showed
WhatsApp.
why you showed your penis when you called me first time?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Aren't you the one who called me 5 minutes ago? 2 minutes ago?
No, that was someone else.
Okay then. Okay, no problem. Sorry.
Yeah, it's all good.
All right.
All right, man. So what do you have against this? I really don't get it.
Tell me one thing in Islam is not to be against. Can you tell me?
Dude, of course it's a peaceful religion.
It's a peaceful religion. So,
yeah, of course.
So why the Quran says, I will install terror in the heart of the disbelievers, and the Quran says cut their hands and their fingertips, and the Quran says steal their money, take their women. Why you think, is that how peaceful is it? You know?
Well, think about it like this. It would not have to say that if everyone was Muslim, so it would be a peaceful religion if everyone just converted, you know?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what I know that your prophet, I don't know, you sound the same voice who called me 2 minutes ago, the guy who turned his camera. But I don't know, you are saying it's not you, so I will take that.
Yeah.
All right. So listen, if there is any reason for anyone, let us say, for the sake of argument, Islam is peaceful. But there is many peaceful religion in the world. Should we believe in anything claimed to be peaceful?
Name one.
Buddhist.
Oh, no, they're not peaceful.
They are not. Okay.
Yeah, they're not.
What about the Christians?
I would say they're peaceful, but I think they blow up buildings type stuff. I don't know. They be blowing up.
Buildings. They blow building like 9/11. Exactly. All right. What about the Buddhist?
They sometimes eat animals. Like they attack animals and.
They do what? They do what?
They attack animals and eat them.
They attack animals and eat them?
Yeah.
The Buddhist. Sorry, yeah. the Hindus. But the Hindus are vegetarian.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Then I'll say Hinduism is pretty good.
Let us go. Okay, so you know why you leave Muhammad and believe in the Hindu religion. Do you accept Krishna your God? Shahada. Say I believe in Krishna as God. Go ahead.
Christian as God? Who's Christian?
Krishna.
Oh, Krishna.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, how can we prove that though? Like.
Okay, well, Krishna, he found that the sun set in a muddy water. Nobody before him, he found that.
Yeah. Well, even though it's like the oldest religion, like, I haven't seen him do anything like where is he right now?
Yeah, but what do you think about the discovery, the scientific discovery of a Krishna, that he found the sun set in a muddy boiling water?
That's not scientific discovery though.
It is.
That the sun is in mud?
The sun set in a hot, muddy spring of water.
That's stupid, man. Who would ever follow that?
Really? Why you are saying stupid? Explain to me.
Because the sun is not in mud; it's in space.
Really? Do you have
Yeah.
any proof of that?
I mean, I can be an astronaut one day and take a picture for you if you want, man.
But my friend, this is in the Quran.
No, it's not.
It is.
So you're telling me it's in the Quran?
It is in the Quran. And remember, you are the one who said this is stupid. And you insist. And I said, explain to me. And you insist. And you said, I can, you know, if I can take a picture for you. So now you are saying this is stupid. Everybody heard you. So now, good graduation, you are out of Islam. Chapter 18, verse number 86.
Yeah, you're stupid, man.
I'm stupid?
Yeah.
Why? I showed you the verse in the Quran. You are the one who said, the one who believe in this is stupid. That's you.
Yeah, hold on. Let me screen share my evidence real quick.
What?
Yeah. You know, if this guy refutes you, you cannot debate this man.
Okay. Who is this? CC Sufufu? Who is that?
It's
This is your brother, father-in-law?
Yeah.
Go and tell him that you opened your camera for me and you showed me your penis, son of Muta. Don't forget. Coward. No, this is not me, you know, it's the same voice, filthy. Yeah, this is stupid, man. Trashy, low class, garbage. And you know, when you say to me, someone, he can refute me, if he is a man, whoever the man you are talking about, if he is a man, give me his Skype, I will call him. We go, you have a Skype? Contact him and let him talk to me. But you don't have men, you have penises. Like you call me, you open your camera, you have no shame. Your mother must be a whore to show your penis to people. And you show your penis to who? To men. You know, guys, what does that mean? When a man, he take, not only that, by the way, he turned his back to me. He turned his ass. So he is holding his penis in his hand, and then he turned his back. So you are showing your penis and your ass to a man. Potato, son of Muta. All of you, you cannot respond to me. If you can, then call me or let me call you. Then people will see who respond to who. Do we have any brave Mohammedan? Beside the Bacha Bazi boys. Yeah, I know. Do we have any brave Mohammedan here? No, actually, he is live in a chat room, and he is linking my voice to the chat room. Did you show them in that chat room your penis too? I know, it's like a group, I don't know, maybe Instagram or something like that. Oh. Cowards. You know, in fact, the more they go low, the more we understand how satanic Islam is. Imagine that I call a Muslim who insulted Christianity, and then I turn the camera and I show him my thing. Is that telling you something? And this guy is sent by Susu Fufu Dudu? This is the the quality? Oh boy. From their fruits you shall know them. Do we have any brave Mohammedan here? As you see, Muslims are leaving Islam left and right. What you can do about it? You don't dare to call me, you don't dare to debate me, and you don't dare to come to my door to kill me as you claim. All of this mean one thing: cowardness. Any Mohammedan here? How many of you is not subscribed yet? Don't forget, to subscribe, and if you subscribe, don't forget to unsubscribe, because that make me feel better. It's like people who join my Patreon, you know, people, they say to me, why your Patreon number never grow? You know, people think that the number I have in Patreon, there are people who donate. Nobody donate there, very few. Those are just people sign so they can receive, as we say, because I made my videos public to everybody. I mean, Patreon, I don't have a private Patreon. So most of people in Patreon, they never donated a penny. And the funny about Patreon, by the way, people who never support anything is the most headache people for me. They are the one who give me headache. You know, if you see how much they demand things, how much they question, and you know, I say, please, you know, text me, ask me the question when I'm live. I stay for hours talking, not here, so everybody can hear the question. They get upset. Why you don't answer me? Is that because I am not donating? You know, drama. Yeah, a drama. There is a lady. She is a good lady, but she get upset because you remember once I told you my grinder machine is not working. Anyone remember? Maybe this is like was maybe 2 months ago. So this lady, she sent me an email in Patreon saying how much CP the grinder machine cost. I wanna buy you one. I answered with 2 words. I said no need. No need. That's it. Then she gave me a long email. In my culture, if you say no need, it's an insult. It's, I mean, what I did? I just said no need. That's all. No need. What culture? What a drama. You are, you know. And, you know, for me, I'm not the kind of a person you email me says, can I buy you this? If you want to do something, do it. But you want to say, please, for the sake of Shashin of Allah, donate for me, buy it for me. I don't do that. I will never do that. And when I was speaking online about having difficulty to find one, because it is very hard to find ones, they can grind coffee very, very fine. There's many grinders they are cheap too. They make coffee like American style. I drink a Greek coffee. And in the top of that, I fixed my grinder. So if I say to you, okay, sister, send me, you know, $100, I will be a thief because simply my grinder is fixed. So all what I said, no need. I'm just being honest with them. So they want those scammers, you know, who say, yeah, please, yeah, you know, okay, I mean, here we go. Somebody want to send me money to buy a grinder. I should say yes. My fault, I said no need. I fixed my grinder. If somebody says to you, I want to give you money so you can buy a grinder, and I know that my grinder is fixed, so if I accept the donation, I will be what? I will be a thief because my grinder is fixed. Very simple, no need. If I show you the email, I mean, guys, it's like I commit a crime. Honestly, she showered me. Long lecturer. But anyway, I forgive her because she have a good heart. She is trying to help. But people, they give me drama, what I can say. I don't know if she is listening. If you are listening, give me, you know, tell me. You know, you can go say, hi, it's me. So maybe now you understand why. No need. You scared man, God follower, just get lost. This is the same kid he keep texting, the penis guy. Do we have any brave Muslim would like to join us live on air? You cannot refute me. Let us call this guy. I'm sure he is the same kid. Already you told me that the Quran is stupid, whoever believed the sun set in murky water. You are the one who said that the one who believed in the sunset in the murky water is
That's
stupid.
not me.
You said
That's
that.
not me.
This is
That's
you.
not me.
This is you. Your voice.
not.
This is you. Are a Fifi kid, aren't you? The Fifi kid who showed me his penis.
Nah, man.
You and Fifi both are penises. Go ahead. Coward. I mean, at least change your voice, you stupid. Do we have any Muhammadan? A real man. No need is like saying mind your own business. Use no thank you instead. No, my friend. A Patreon is a page where people they make a donation, correct? Is that correct? So if somebody want to do good, isn't it the Bible says you give with the right hand, you don't let the left hand? No? So why you are asking me? If you are willing to help and to support in anything, whatever the purpose is, just go ahead. If there is somebody can stop you from making donation, nobody. When somebody send me an email telling me he want to give me something, I consider that as an insult to me. As you see, I go live. Do you see even a link for my Patreon in the chat? In the other YouTube page, they post the link for donation every 2 seconds. Every 2 seconds. I go live, I go off, I don't even post it. So if somebody want to do good, you don't go and tell him, should I buy you this? Should I get you this? Either you want to do it, or you don't want to do it. And if you do it, you should not even say. Otherwise, you are trying to say, you know what, look, I'm doing this to you. And this is for me is not showing respect. Even if you don't mean that, but doesn't sound right for me. Anyway. But you know, people, they have different understanding. Me, I see it differently. Other people, they see it differently. Someone else will be happy to hear somebody that you want to give him whatever. Right? So no need, no need. Especially you said what you want to donate for. I did fix my grinder. No need. There's one of you actually sent me saying, he sent me an email in Patreon saying, do you remember when my microphone used to cut? And then I bought a new one? One of you, a nice person, he said, CP, what microphone you want to buy? Like, show me the link. I will make a donation exactly the same money. I told him the same. No need. Why? Because I got a new microphone. I got already a microphone. But if a person want to take advantage of people, he will say, yeah, sure, brother, here we go, I will give you a link. Right? Why Muhammad married Aisha at 6? No, Muhammad did not marry Aisha at 6. It was Aisha who married Muhammad at 6. Aisha, she was a very horny woman at the age of 6. What I heard is that Aisha, she took Muhammad to a dark room, and Muhammad was only 54 at that time, and he did not know what sex is about. So Aisha, she took him to the dark room, and she told him she have like those watches with light. She said, close the curtain so I can show you the light. Those are like new watches at that time, 1400 years ago, coming from Japan, you know, Casio. So she took him to the private room, and she did what she did with him. Otherwise, the truth is Muhammad is a victim, and Aisha is the one who did rape him. Whatever those Christians they say to you is not true. It's the opposite. It was Aisha who trapped Muhammad, and now after she raped him, Muhammad, he became what he would do, what he would say to his mom, what he would say to his dad. He's raped, So she said to him, I'm willing to marry you, so nobody will speak about your reputation, okay? In case you get a bright or something. So Muhammad, he said, okay, thank you very much, please, marry me, because what I will do now, So Muhammad, poor guy, at that time there's no court like now. Andrew Tate, you can sue him for rape, etc. No, at that time there's no such a thing. So Muhammad was a victim in reality, and as all prophet of God, he struggled a lot. You should see what she did to him in the dark room, especially the room was dark, Muslim, they are saying Corinthians 7:36. Okay. And so what if a Muslim, he say that, what is that? Sometimes people, they give me questions, they are really funny. Okay. Yeah. Do we have any Muhammadan? Muslims are the last one who can speak about ethic. They have zero ethic God. And then the Muslims want to teach us about ethic. As you see, they call me and they are showing their penises. And those are the religious one. If the religious one who defend their religion is doing that, what about the one they are not religious? Right? Any Muhammadan? Nobody? Tell us hilarious thing about Islam. All of Islam is hilarious. Do Muslims have to cough after a urinate? Well, this is depend in the sect. Yeah, some Muslims, they believe that the Prophet used to cough after he urinate. And some of them, they are Sunni, as an example, they have to shake their penis 3 times. Islam is a very superstition religion, and you will hear tons of stupid stories. Any Muhammadan? Can we donate anonymously? Yeah, in Patreon you can call yourself any name you want. You can call yourself Muhammad if you want. I will not know. I don't know who is donating, because in Patreon all your information, the real information, is in the background of Patreon. This is a page nobody can open. In my side, when you make a profile, you can name yourself whatever you want. You can call yourself, as you see, if you go on Patreon now, you will see people calling themselves whatever they like. Any nickname you want. Even me, I'm using Christian prints there. Do we have any Muhammadan? Yeah, look like. Anyway, we have one person is saved for today, and that is a blessing. This guy, I call him, he never answer. He called me back, and no, I mean, but it looked like he is not serious. Let me do this. I will try to call him one more time and see if he is serious. Yeah, obviously, he's just a kid. Let me block him. Any brave Mohammedan, he dared to call me. Isn't it funny that somebody, he followed those Susu Fufu do this stuff? He called me and he said the one who believed that the Quran, the one who believed that the sun set in Mercury is stupid. This is telling you who is the Muslims are. They don't know what their book is teaching. Any brave Mohammedan? And by the way, if a Mohammedan, he have his own channel, I can call you. I use only Skype. Just give me your Skype. And then let people see who is the one really is brave. You know, I called Mimi Hijab. I am the one who called him. He hung up on me 7 times. He did not let me ask any question. He put the speaker far away from the microphone so people cannot hear what I'm saying. Do you see how coward they are? They made a setup so I will not be able to. And he claimed that he is going to have a debate with me. Did you say that? Hang up on him. He was very much intimidated. Any brave Mohammedan? Explain about the watermelon. Well, the Muslim Sunni, they have fatwas that they can have sex with watermelon. If you remember, there is a Shia website and they have a collection of Sunni, Muslim Sunni statement of their books. Let us show you an example. You know, the Muslim Sunni and Shia, they are two different religions in reality. But the Muslim Sunni, because they are hypocrite as their prophet, if you ask them how many Muslims there is, they count everybody, including the Shia. The second we show them what the Shia says about Islam and Sunni, they say they are not Muslims. You know, hypocrite. So this is the website. I just searched for it. Third example of Sunni morality. Sunni ulama have ruled in the permissibility of having sex with watermelon. Those are the Sunni. This is true. They are not lying. The Shia are not lying. It is not forbidden for a Muslim man to have sex with watermelon. And this is the reference in front of you. If a man makes a hole in a watermelon, and by the way, Mimi Hijab, he kept mentioning Ibn al-Qayyim. This is the scholar of Mimi Hijab. Mimi Hijab, he kept mentioning this person, Ibn al-Qayyim. If a man makes a hole in watermelon or a piece of Dawah or leather skin or a statue and has sex with it, this is the same as what we have said about the type of masturbation, that is halal. So you cannot give a Muslim like Mimi Hijab and his gang a watermelon? You cannot, and never buy a watermelon from a Muslim store. They do have sex with it. And those are Muslim Shia, and they are writing articles about the Muslim Sunni morality. You know, even statues, you cannot take a Muslim Sunni to the museum. He will have sex with any statues. It's in front of you, and this is a translation. And then the Shia, they made a comment making fun of the Sunni, saying, all the Muslims should certainly be grateful that Ibn al-Qayyim, which is a Muslim Sunni scholar, has offered his advice on the easiest way to masturbate. And clearly Ibn al-Qayyim has done it a lot of personal research in this issue. This is the ruling of the saved sect, because the Muslim Sunni, they claim that they are the one who they are saved, the rest are going to go to hell. Contracting temporary marriage with women is haram. The Muslim Sunni, they make fun of the Shia because they still practice muta. The Sunni, they claim they don't do it no more. But as you see, the Shia are making fun of them. So you are saying to us, having sex with women is haram, but having sex with watermelon is halal? But contracting temporary marriage with a watermelon is halal. In his defense, perhaps, Ibn al-Qayyim only meant that it's allowed to marry a watermelon with the intent of divorcing her. Can you believe it? And this guy, you know, Peterson, he bring those trashy people to present Islam, to learn about Islam. This is Islam. This is what Islam is about. What about you show this guy what the Muslim they have in their books? So now the Muslim Sunni, like Mimi Hijab and Lily Dawah, they buy a watermelon and they do temporary marriage with the watermelon. And the Shia, they're asking, so how marrying a temporary marriage to watermelon is lawful, but having sex with women temporarily is not lawful? Then he continued. So if you marry a watermelon with the intent of divorce, which means it is temporarily, for doing muta with watermelon would be clearly be an act of fornication. Let us remember the word of Dr. Salama. This is the guy, he made an article attacking the Shia. Quoted in the beginning of his book. Muta is one, and on other hand, is an open license for sexual pleasure with as many women as one can financially afford. And here you see the stupidity of the Mohammed, the Muslim Sunni. Because as long you just said that muta is this, so how Muhammad allowed it? You see, they are trying to condemn the Shia, but in the fact, they are giving their prophet a screwdriver. All right? So it is nothing but an open license for sexual pleasure with as many women as one can financially afford. The women who engaged in muta are hired women. Thus, it can be performed with all women irrespective of their age, character and conduct, or religion. If required, it required no witnesses, nor there is any obligation on the man part to provide food or shelter to the women. And here you see how the Muslim Sunni, they dig a hole for their prophet so we can spit at him, because all those things is what your prophet practiced then. Because the one who came with the muta is the Quran, chapter 4, verse 24. And your prophet Muhammad is the one who allowed it. And now you are writing an article because you Muslim Sunni believe that Muhammad, after he allowed it, he forbid it, then he allowed it, then he forbid it, then he allowed it, then he forbid it, then he allowed it, then he forbid it. That means Muhammad is nothing but a prostitute. He is a whore himself. I mean, you can, let me, who won the link? Anyone want the link? Anyone want the link for this watermelon thing and other stuff? It's not only this. I mean, they have tons of things in this website. Remember, this is a Shia website, but those are Sunni, you know, quotation. All right. And here it says the Shia, by the way, they call the Muslim Sunni Nasibi, which means the one who take opposition and enmity to the Prophet family. So the logic of the Nasibi logic, having sex with as many women as one can afford is utterly immoral, but having sex with as many watermelon as one can afford is not. Do you see how they expose each other? Guys, do you see how they expose each other, the garbage? The garbage is coming out. Those are the two biggest branch of Islam. And now they are, so now we can rent as many women we can, it's haram, but renting as many or buying as many watermelon to have sex with them, it is okay. And then let us see, they are asking here. They are asking questions about the watermelon. Okay. So it is saying, based on this, let us ask some questions about the ahkam. Ahkam mean rules related to having sex with watermelon. Are there any conditions as age for the watermelon? That's a good question. For example, is it allowed to perform marriage with intent to divorce with a newly grown waterwoman, or must one wait until the waterwoman is 9 years old? It's a pure comedy, trust me. And this is not me saying that. This is the Shia versus Sunni. Another question. Must it be a bias watermelon, or it is a permissible to contract marriage with watermelon and intend to divorce with watermelon that known that she get around? Like, is it okay to sleep with watermelon? She is with bad reputation, you know, like she had many holes in it already. Another question. May a biased brother share his watermelon with other biased brother, or would the second man marriage with the intent to divorce constitute an act of fornication unless the watermelon observe proper idda? Muhammad, because he's a fool, he claimed that his God told the women to stay for 4 months without marriage after divorce, to be sure they are not carrying a child from the previous husband. But we know that this is stupid. I mean, you do not need 4 months. Anyway, and then he made them after that 3 months. Are witnesses required in marriage with intent of divorce to watermelon? That's a good question. Should I do it with witnesses? No witnesses? Okay. May other watermelons serve as witness in that marriage? That means we need 2 watermelon to witness the marriage of watermelon. Since according to Sunni fiqh, which means Islamic Sharia law, all marriages required witnesses, applying that to the Sunni principle of qiyas, which means measurement, analogy, we can strongly argue that it is allowed to marry with the intent of divorce a watermelon. Then certainly it's allowed for a watermelon to bear witness for other watermelon, pleased and chaste marriage without what? Oranges? What about? I don't know what this word meant by this. Yeah, I mean, all those stories. Look at an example. Fourth example of the Muslim Sunni morality. Women can suckle a Salafi man with a beard. We know this is one we spoke about many times. You know? Yeah, women, she's doing breast feeding. Another one. Fifth example of Sunni morality, bestiality can be performed during Hajj, and this is true. You know, the most highest Islamic Sunni scholar, they say that if a person, read carefully, if a man had sexual intercourse with an animal during the Hajj, his Hajj will not be void. His Hajj is valid. Do you see it? And this is the reference. See? The reference in front of you. So Sunni, they cannot say this is not true. And actually, I showed this reference like thousands of times. Right? And then, if he had sexual intercourse with animal, will not make his Hajj void. 6 example of Sunni morality: pedophilia, bestiality, and necrophilia can be performed while one is fasting. And here we go, you can read the reference. I mean, it's a disaster. All of this, Muslims speaking about Muslims having sex with dead women, dead men, dead animals. A woman, even she can cut the penis of a donkey and use it as a sex toy. It was narrated by Ahmed that a man came to him and he feared that he would ejaculate while he was fasting. Ahmed said, "What I see is that he can release semen without ruining the fast. He can masturbate using his hand or the hand of his wife or the hand of his slave girl." I mean, see, he's fasting, brother. Listen. Because now he can't have sex until like afternoon. I mean, the guy, he can't wait afternoon. You see, when you see fasting, you think they're the same as the Christian. They fast 40 days, whole 40 days. And even before the Easter, it's 50 days. So it's just from the morning until afternoon. The guy, he cannot wait. And now the sheikh, he gave him a solution. He can be fasting, however, without ruining his fasting, he can use the hand, his hand, or the hand of his wife, or the hand of his slave, whether it be a girl or a child, a boy. Do you see it? If you have a slave, he's a boy, he can ask him to play with his penis. This is the Muslim Sunni teaching. And as you see, this is the reference. You see it? Ibn al-Qayyim, page number 603. She can masturbate with him using her hand, and if she was non-believer, he can sleep with her without releasing his semen. If he release it in her, it become impermissible. Look at this. Look how strict they are. Unbelievable. I mean, all of this, still now his fasting is valid. So this satanic cult, they are claiming that they are really fasting. They are truly, truly fasting. How many of you saved the reference I gave you, the website? Did you guys save it? Because those things actually can help you a lot if you want to show somebody. I mean, this is the fastest way to show them that Islam, when they say, you see, when a Muslim, he say, we are against fornication. In Islam, fornication is fornication. Oh, sorry. In Islam, chastity is fornication. They don't have a chastity. As you see, this is all chastity now. A hand of a boy, a hand of a girl, sleeping with non-believer is okay. As long as he don't release semen, he's still fasting. So now, what after the fasting time? He can sleep with her. Who care? You know? So when they speak about chastity, this is their chastity. Another story. Sex with animal, dead people, and masturbation does not invalidate one fast, provided ejaculation does not occur. See? Sex with animals or dead people and masturbation does not invalidate one fast, provided ejaculation that does not occur. That is a chastity. This is the decent religion of Islam. And then people like Peterson, they bring those garbage people to promote the cult and say things have nothing to do with reality. As you see the reference? You see the reference? All of those are reference. The Shia are not lying. You see, all of this is reference. Muslim cannot deny them. 7 examples of Sunni morality: pedophilia, bestiality, necrophilia, etc. Again, here it says, actually, do you remember the guy, his name Nader Ahmed? Nader Ahmed, many years ago, I don't know, maybe 10 years, maybe 12 years, maybe 15 years ago, I'm not sure. This guy, he came to my Pal Talk room and we had a debate. It was about this. And it's about his prophet having sex with the goat. He agreed that his prophet have sex with the goat. And he said to me, isn't it better than your Bible says that there's a person, a Jewish person, because the enemy, they killed their children, etc. So he was saying, Lord, smash the head of their babies. This is the prayer of the man. It's not God talking. So he's saying, isn't it better than your Bible saying smash the head of the babies? So he agreed his prophet have sex with the goat, and he have no problem with all of this. Read with me. And treating an animal or dead body and a child that cannot bear penetration does not make also. You do not need to wash. It's all of this is just about washing now. You see, they don't care about you having sex with dead animal, dead man, dead human, child. No, the question is about washing. If he does not ejaculate, as mentioned in etc. reference, but the correct opinion that is that if he is able to penetrate the small child in the place of intercourse and does not cause her to lose the virginity, to lose her virginity, speaking about a child, she is a girl, i.e. tearing the tissues between the vagina and the anus and making them one canal. Look at the details. Then she count as a woman that can bear intercourse, as it is mentioned in the book of etc. Do you see it? This is Islam. And those are the Shia shutting up the mouth of the Sunni and their garbage. And as you see, here we go. This is the link. You can save it again. Yeah, this is a good link. You can make videos about it if you're, if you're a person who make videos. 8 example of Sunni morality: praying behind a drunken person. 9th example, morality: principle to pay women for sex without fear of Islamic punishment. 10th example, Sunni morality: fatwa of Abu Hanifa, permissibility to have sex with one mother. Yeah, this is true. Abu Hanifa, he says if a man, he slept with his mother, even he knew she is his mother, there is no penalty. Even if he knew. And here, this is the reference in front of you. Of things which are haram, but for which there is no Islamic penalty. So there's things in Islam is haram, forbidden. However, there's no penalty for it. And this is one of them. Having sex with the mother, no penalty. Do you see it? No penalty. These include marrying your wife's sister or her mother or a woman who already married. And then he goes, speaking about the mother. If a person marries a muhram mean mother, sister, daughter, auntie, and has sexual intercourse with them, and even admit the fact that he knew while performing the act, he knew that those are forbidden for him, there's no penalty. Abu Hanifa, he said, he is not subject to any type of Islamic penalty. Do you see it? And this is the reference. You see, there's everything there is reference. Everything there. Do you see the reference? All those are reference. So those Shia, when they are posting this on their website, because remember, there's a big war between them. I mean, those people, they hate each other to death, Shia and Sunni. They want to eat each other if they can. And actually, if you ask me, I'm so glad that the Muslim Sunni are defeated horribly in the last 10 years. Even though Iran is a big supporter of terrorism, but all of them, they are supporting terrorism anyway. But I'm so happy that the Shia defeated Saudi Arabia. This is why the Saudi, like puppies, like dogs, they signed agreement with Iran just a few months ago. They were going in war in Yemen for more than 8 years, I think now, or maybe more. I forgot how many years. And they lost miserably. The Shia, they got them busted. So they hate each other very much, and they go after the dirt of each other, as you see. If someone marry 5 women at the time, marries a 5 women while already having 4 wives, or marry his sister-in-law or mother-in-law. Marry who? His sister-in-law or mother-in-law, and then perform intercourse with her. Then says that I know that this person is haram, which means forbidden for me to perform. And so you see guys, nikah, you see, to F them for sex with women, then there will be no penalty of adultery on him. No penalty. And this is the reference. I mean, it's endless garbage, Yeah. This guy, the Muslim Shia, they hate him. His name is Amr ibn al-As, and they hate Amr ibn al-Khattab too. So this guy, he was fighting with other Muslim. Both of them, they are from the companion of Muhammad. And when the other guy, he won the fight and he wanted to kill him, Ibn al-As, he exposed his anus. Like this guy who called me in Skype. He exposed his anus. So this is with Ali. He's fighting with Ali. Ali attacked Umar ibn al-As. He threw a spear and Umar fell in the ground. Umar fell in the ground and then he exposed his buttocks. Ali then he turned away his face. So what they are saying to you, that Amr ibn al-As, and he became the ruler of Egypt. Imagine, this is the ruler of Egypt. He, to save himself from being killed, he took off his pant, bending over, showing his anus. And Ali, he cannot kill him. Where he will put his sword in his anus, people will be shaming him. So he have to let him go. Alright? Ali replied, he showed me his anus and he made me merciful to him. I don't know how that can be merciful by showing the anus. When Amr ibn al-As returned, Muawiyah said, you should praise Allah and your anus. Do you see it? The caliphate, Muawiyah, he became the caliphate of the Umayyad, So he said to him, you should praise Allah and your anus. Why? Because it's Allah and your anus both together, they save you from being killed. This is the, imagine guys, those are the quality Muslims. Those are the first Muslims. Those are the quality. Imagine we read this, like, I don't want to compare, but imagine we read this as if we are talking about the disciple of Jesus. I mean, that will be the most awkward, stupid thing ever. Who's going to believe in Jesus after that? But because Islam is a very trashy, garbage cult, as you see, you should praise Allah and your anus. I wish I can put that as a title for my coming video, but I know YouTube will make an issue with it. Praise be Allah and your anus. Maybe you should start from now on saying that and copy the reference, post it around, and you see, you have the reference. This is Al-Bidayah and Al-Nihayah for Ibn Kathir. Praise be to Allah and your anus. I mean, he should be grateful for the anus. If not his anus, he will be dead. See how anus can help? Not only in the bathroom, it can save your life. All right? I mean, the list continue. Disgusting. All of it is garbage. You should shower praises to Allah, and that black anus, his anus was black, that saved your life today. This is what he said. You should shower praises to Allah, and look at how to connect the name of their God with the anus of the guy. I mean, aren't you even ashamed to say God and you name Allah, and then you say praise them both? How you can do that? And those are the quality, the highest quality of Islam. Those who are the one who ruled like half of the earth after that. Twelve example of Sunni morality. The Dibandi death ritual. Yeah, this is other thing too. You can read it. And this is, you know, I remember I told you this one before, but I don't know, really they have it. I never saw it here. Now I see it. You remember I told you once there's a Muslim, he died, and one of the Muslim, he said, they, you know, when Muslims, when somebody die, they put him in a table naked and they wash him. So a Muslim, he attend the funeral, he said to them, he is not dead. He's what? He is not dead. They said to him, how you do that? How do you know? I replied, when a man dies, his anus goes cold. Which means this guy was playing with the anus of this guy before they noticed. And I have made this comment in the light of this fact. Verily he is alive. Upon this, saying this, all those present in the funeral placed their finger in the body anus and concluded that he is not dead but alive. So imagine you are attending a funeral, and you know those are tribal people, you know, like 1,000, 2,000 people will be there, and now you are supposedly dead and naked, and one smart anus expert of them, he said, this guy is not dead. He said, how you know? He said, oh, you know, his anus is warm. But how he put his anus there? I mean, his finger there. And then they could not believe him. So they start putting their finger one after one, all and everybody in the funeral. Everybody in the funeral. Placing their finger in the anus, and maybe they put it in their mouth after that. We do not know. It doesn't say that, CP. We read Ahlul Sunnah recognize, which means the Muslim Sunni, masterpiece, etc. of the book, page number 26, Maqama 8, etc. the name of the scholar, etc. And this is the story. Don't do this at home unless you are a homo. Okay. You know, I mean, yeah, all the garbage. Look at this, you know. Aisha, she is giving advice about how to have sex to the companion of Muhammad. She is expert. Yeah, Muawiyah legitimate the adultery of his father. Garbage. Garbage in, garbage out. And this is the godly religion of Allah. And now we understand why this Muslim, he called me, he showed me his private part and his anus. And he was sent by Susu Dudu Fufu. What a bunch of scumbag. Anyway, I think it's time for me to go. I hope we had a good time. I know the video now becomes so long, but you, those who download the video, you can cut this part, you know, and you know, Maybe you make a part about the guy who called me first, and then maybe you can make a part if you want about this website, which we showed you already. Conclusion: we should not listen to people just because they are famous, because there's a lot of idiot there, and they are famous for different reasons from being smart. Having a huge number of people who subscribe to your channel, and that goes for me, including everybody, does not make you educated or a smart person. And we have many proof. We have pimps, hookers, literally hookers. They have a lot of followers. So we are not saying that Peterson is the same, no. But obviously, he have no knowledge of Islam. He is very submissive. And this guy, he think he is doing, he think as a Western, they grow up in a certain way, a certain society. They are relaxed when they are speaking about this cult. And they are not there to confront the lies of Islam. They are there to have a conversation. And this is why we see even people who they are Christians, when they speak to Muslims, they don't confront them. They just have a philosophy talk. Without mentioning names, you know the names. Just say philosophy, a school of this, a school of that, a school of thought, all this garbage, but nobody want to put his finger over the wound. So don't follow people because they are famous. Remember, the Messiah one day, he was not famous at all. At all. The Messiah one day, he have 12 subscribers. 12. You know what 12 is? 12, not 12,000, not 1,200. 12. And he is the Messiah. So don't fool yourself with numbers. Numbers mean nothing. There is many wise men and wise women. Nobody heard of them because they never have the opportunity to be heard. And there's foolish men and women. They are so famous because the devil, he opened the way for them to be famous so they can fool many, deceive many. When somebody is wise, the way is very difficult. When somebody is a fool, the way is so easy. I can go right now and make a reaction video of the Quran and open my mouth and I put a picture. Like, did you ask yourself why people they put those pictures? I mean, isn't it stupid? Why in the world I care? Reaction of what? I mean, if I type the word reaction, you will see all those scammers. All of them, they do the same thing. People open their mouth, like, look at this, and they knew the nature of a human being. He's like an animal. So he become curious. He want to know why their mouth is open. What happened there? Reaction. Who? Oh, mouth is open. What? Look, no way. And people they click. Look at this guy. What is this? Mickey Mouse? 56,000 8 hours ago. In 8 hours from now, how many people will see my videos? Nobody. What he have there? Guess the 90-second game sound. Look at the title. Guess the 90-second game sound. Just guess. 56,000 people in 8 hours. The poor me, you know, a woman, she wearing short skirt, 101K in 3 weeks. Look at this guy, 454K. All of them, they are reaction. Reaction to John Wick, that is different story. Reaction, yeah. So I mean, you the scammers, they knew what make people attracted to watch, you know, and people will watch. Reaction. Look at this garbage, you know. I don't even dare anymore to search for off a grid. You know, all my life, since I was a kid, I used to go camping, you know, hunting, you know, like I stay even, I don't come back home for like 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Sometimes I stay in the desert for 3 weeks. So I like nature, I like hunting, you know, those activities. So you search for off a grid. You know, off a grid. What you expect to see? You expect people, you know, living off a grid, you know, in a tent or a, but you cannot do that. If you see who is the one who have the view, look, off a grid. As an example, not limited. What does have to do with off a grid? Why this woman is naked? Because she will get hits. If she is wearing clothes, nobody will come. The word is the word of a pervert. You have to be a pervert to make such a video, and you have to be a pervert to click in it. Otherwise, what does have to do with the topic? Why this woman, she is doing that? But because they learned that in order to make money, and the world is full of pervert, we should strip. And then when you strip, a lot of pervert in the world, they will click. And that's how you make money. They learn their lesson. You know? I'm not going to show you the rest. I mean, I just type off a grid. I did not type sex. I did not type anything. I just type off a grid. And if a person, he have a decent off a grid, you know, nobody, look at this guy. 1,000. 1,000 people. If you have a girl, she bend over those plants and she is watering them and her ass is coming out or her breast is coming out, it will have 100,000. But a guy with the beard living in the desert, who is going to watch your video? Nobody. So having big number does not prove anything. It can be the opposite. It can be very deceiving. Oh boy, look at this one. 10 millions, guys, 10 millions. I'm not going to show you the image, but you will get an idea. I will show you part of it, partial. 2 months ago, 2 months ago, how many millions? People, do you see how many millions? She is showing herself. She is naked. Her ass is covered by a plant from one side. 10 million. When you think a Christian prince, he will have 10 million view for a video. Do you think this is possible? 10 million. Not 10,000, not 1 million, not 5 million, 10 million. She's wearing nothing. And YouTube don't complain. Don't take the video. My videos is against their policy. Those videos are not against their video. And by the way, the whole video is 2 minutes and 47 seconds. Look, look, look. How long? 2 minutes, 47 seconds. The poor me, I stay talking for 6, 7, 8 hours. And after losing my voice, if not my life one day, I get 20,000 views. Look at this one. Well, you know what? I mean, what's wrong with that? She is putting wood in the fire. I mean, we got the point. 1.7 millions. That makes sense. I mean, everybody interested how to put the wood in the stove. They are not interested in seeing the women boobs. No. Living off a grid. Women, she have a tattoo and she is naked. I will not show the picture. 1.5 million. Look at this. Oh boy, look at this one. This one is really, oh boy. Well, things is getting dirty. Oh, this woman, she is a farmer. Oh boy. Yeah, she is a farmer. 2.3 million. This woman, she is a farmer too. What she is doing? She is wearing a towel in the lake. Full video of a 20 days building cabin. Okay, what building cabin have to do with the picture? 2.8 million 3 weeks ago. This guy is building a house off a grid. 1.7 million. His wife, she is wearing bikini. Do you see it? Very decent people. Very decent. Yeah. This one, I cannot show it to you. 5.6 million. This one, oh boy, 9 million. You can tell what the picture is about then. Yeah, I mean, the lower the number, the less skin is showing. Oh, she is doing laundry wearing nothing. I understand. I mean, she is doing laundry. If she all her clothes is in the laundry, so what do you expect? She have to be naked, right? Yeah. So let me see. I want to take a look at how many view I have in my last video. Shall we? Your channel. I mean, look how many. One day ago, 22K view. 3 days ago, 22K. 5 days ago, 28K. 48. 8 days ago. I mean, you can tell that I'm beating all those channels. Yeah. I think I need to talk to some of those women. Maybe they can join me in my channel. And I'm sure, like, you know, they will promote. Big deal. So I hope you get my idea about what big numbers mean. It means nothing. It can be the opposite. It can be satanic. It can be deceiving. For me, I like to see more people watching because that make me feel better. More people learned. Otherwise, I get nothing from if I have 10,000 or 1,000 or a million watching. But the more people watch, the more I feel happy because the more we can save people from this garbage. I do not need to do the same. Are you sure? Really? Oh, okay. I cannot do the same. If I turn the camera on, all of you will run away anyway. Especially the ladies. Like, what? This is how we look like? Unbelievable. No way, you know? Yeah, so like, people think like, like I'm not turning my camera because I'm worried from the Muslims. That's not really, but if I turn it for real, you men and women, you will leave. You will never come back here. Like you will say goodbye for good, right? I can show my beard too. Even my beard is, and the other day I closed the door of my house on my beard. It was painful, you know. Like it's not easy to have long beard, you know. But I thought I'm out of the house already. I mean, you know, but there was wind, and the wind pushed it inside, and I closed the door. True story, by the way. Yeah, Sahih Bukhari. Anyway, oh boy. But you know, the best thing is if people loves you yet they do not know you, because then they will love something is called the quality and have nothing to do with look. That is really what is important, because if somebody loves you for your look, he don't love you, he love your look. And when your look change, because all of us, our look will change. When you are in your 18, 17, 20, 30, 40, you change. So if a person, he like you or love you, or she or he, for the sake of your look, then they will love someone else who have a better look than you. Because always there is somebody is better look than you. If not because of is better already as look, maybe because of the age. But if somebody love the quality you have, the quality of a person by aging will increase, not decrease. The wisdom, the knowledge, the face will change, the look will change, will go in the opposite direction. But wisdom, quality, loyalty, understanding life, being mature, those things should be growing. So if a person, he loves you or she loves you for you being mature, wise, smart, decent, loyal, they will love you over or always, because those things, they don't, when they age, they get even more priceless. This is the only thing by age get really valuable. Other things, they don't. So it's better to find somebody who is, I'm not talking about marriage now, I mean people who loves you for just, you don't even know you are, loves you for a quality, for sharing, for helping, for you know, there's many people, they come here, they are suffering from depression, they suffer from being lonely, being, you know. And I heard many people saying to me, really, we enjoy, we cannot wait. They asked me to come online, please, because really we feel so bad. You don't understand how important for us to listen to you. Sometimes I don't feel I want to come, honestly, because it's too much headache and tiring, and it takes too much energy from you. But then when you see that you help people, they enjoy it. And people who even suffering from depression, being lonely, they feel that they have a family, they enjoy learning something new, we give them a smile in their face. All those things is a blessing for us. And I say for us because I consider many of you are part of what I do. I'm not alone in it, even though it's one-man army, you know, in the fight. But I believe it's a blessing for my life to hear there's many people, they get a great benefit from being here. And people even, they change their habit, change things they think about, the way they think about things. And that goes for both men and women. However, as all of us, sometimes we have a down point and we have a high point. The wise man is the one who knew that his high point is a down point, which means don't be so much proud and don't think you are the wise, because the wisdom of a man is a foolishness. And we need to understand that always when we learn something, it helps us for something to make ourselves better, but there's always something better to learn. If not from me, from somebody else. So always take what is good for you and right for you, not what people says to you. Sometime a wise person who want to help you, he might say something good, very good, but it's not good for you. Not for your case, not for your life, not for your situation. You know, let us consider this. We have many plants and many trees, but each one of them favor different kind of soil. But all of them, they are plants. There's some, they can survive the desert. Some they cannot. Some they can survive having too much water in the ground. Some, the roots will be rotten if you have too much water. Some they can survive cold. Some they cannot. So human is the same. I need to find where is my soil, and the wise person is the one who plant himself in the right soil which fit for him. And the right soil, I say, it exists in the Bible. For in the Bible there's something for each one of us. Even though we are different plants, if we can say, we have different background, we have different way of thinking, and different even IQ, intelligence level, knowledge, education. Yet in the Bible, there is a soil for everybody. There is soil for the one who is just a farmer, who knows nothing, little education. And there is a soil for someone who have a very high education. That's why when you read the Bible, you see someone is speaking in a very high level like John. And then you see that other books speaking more simple to the simple ones. So always try to find the wisdom which wise for you to follow. For not all the wisdom you yourself can be matched for. I don't know if I make it understood with my limited English. I wish I speak better English, but as you know, I don't. And this goes for everything. Like if you want to get married, you know, so imagine you marry a woman. I'm just comparing ourselves to plants. This is the easiest way. She's a cactus, you know, like those plants who have needles, but they can handle extreme dry weather, no rain. And the husband is a person, he die in the heat, you know. He cannot even stand for an hour. So the wise person is the person who find not only the soil for himself, even a soil can match his match. So you don't bring someone who don't match with your soil to live in your soil, because you need to think first, can he survive the way I live? Can she survive the way I live? Many they cannot. And that will bring a disaster, which is called divorce later. Question and answer one season. So what I'm doing now, we are done with the topic, and I'm talking to you about everything we can share. Right? No, I know you don't care about English, but sometimes I find myself very limited in the way to explain myself, because I know limited words. You know, I am not skilled in language like many of those on YouTube, you know. There's even words I never heard of it before. Would you speak to Jordan Peterson to educate him? Yeah, we can contact him. He is welcome to join me. But I am not inviting people, you know. Anyone is welcome. I don't treat him differently. You know, some people, they say to me, if you invite him, that will promote your channel, right? I refused. I can send him an email, and I believe he will come. He's not. I don't think he is the kind of show off. I think he is a humble person, and I like that about him. But I don't use such a method to promote my work. That's not what I do. My English is very good. Remember, we are Christians. We should not lie. What is the difference between Islam, Sunni, and Salafi, and Sunni and Shia? There is more. There is endless sect in Islam. Even Shia, there is nothing is called Shia as a sect alone. Shia is many sect. Sunni is millions of sect, same as the Shia. And there's others like Druze, Ahmadiyya, blah, 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 endless. Yeah, it's messed up. If I speak really a good English, for sure I can do way more better when I explain ideas. But, I'm thankful for the Lord that even with my limited, ability of language, I can make people understand me most of the time. South Africa is beautiful. My friend, all countries in the world are beautiful, but people are ugly. So what make a country beautiful or not is the people. And I'm not talking about the look. I'm talking about if people who live in the land are beautiful, the land is beautiful. If people who live in the land are ugly, the land is ugly. And ugly here is not about a look. It's not about a color. It's about how evil, how nice, how friendly, how peaceful they are. Otherwise, God, He created all the earth. Have you published your book in Google Play Store? No, I did not. And if somebody is born in an area, he thinks his land is the most beautiful place in the earth because this is your home. Your home. Like, when you say I feel home, that word exists for a reason. A home is not just a wall or, it is it's emotion, memory, things you grow with. And if that home have a bad memory, bad emotion, bad experience, you will hate it. So depend your experience with the land. If your experience was wonderful, the land is wonderful. It's like somebody he go to Disneyland. Disneyland, is good for kids maybe, but sadly not these days because they are trying to make them pervert. But let us focus on the cartoon. So a child, when he go to Disneyland, he see a cartoon, he see Mickey Mouse, he laugh, he enjoy it, he take pictures, he go in the swing, it's fun for a child. But then you find a lot of people who they are grown men and women, they are going to Disneyland too. And then you ask yourself, a child, he go there, we know why. An adult, mature person going there for what? I'm not going to think about negative things like being pedophile maybe, but let's say you are not. But usually, people who do not have Disneyland in their house when they were children, which means their childhood was not fun, was sad, abusive father or mother and father who keep fighting, beating each other, drama and the scandals, drugs, poorness, no food, a lot of stories. So those who they grow up in such a sad atmosphere, when they grow up, they try to find happiness. And then you will find them suddenly at the age of 40, 50, going to Disneyland. He want to be a child because he was not a child when he was a child. He never had the chance to be a child. He cannot afford it to go there when he was a child. Nobody buy him a toy. So everyone, he see things based in how he grow, where he grow, what he experienced, and what he learned from his experience. Happiness comes only through loving. You know, I have to agree and disagree, because sadness can come through loving too. And I know the topic will take us forever. When I'm going to leave, guys. All right, so guys, our friend here said, which is true, by the way, the Bible says love never fail, right? Love never fail. But love can bring sadness. Was the Messiah sad for the people who they were crucifying him? Was he? Yeah, he was, you know, saying, Father, forgive them, they do not know what they are doing. Very sad moment. Extremely sad. And what makes it very sad, that the Messiah is full of love to the people. So love does not bring happiness always. It can bring extreme sadness, especially when your love is real love, extreme, powerful, something nobody can explain. It's like a mother who love her son or her daughter, and then the son or the daughter, they say the F word to their mother, or they spit at her, or even they beat her. And trust me, there's a lot of stories in this earth. After all what she did to you, changing your diaper, made you grow, all the things she did, her love is her enemy. She loved you so much. You beat her so much. I saw a video of a guy, he shot his mom because she said to him, stop smoking marijuana. He shot her dead. So always when we see things, even the one who they are sound so positive, it can bring something so negative, which is pain. In fact, the more you love, the more you live in pain, because you will become more sensitive for wrong. The less sensitive you are for wrong, the more, you know, you will feel nothing. You don't feel you offended anyone. You don't feel like you said something wrong. You have no sensitivity. Love brings always sensitive relation within you, inside you and yourself. Like imagine you love somebody so much and that person don't want to talk to you. What you can do? You feel love, this person don't feel any love to you. This love is very sad. All right. Anything else? My wife will kick me out if I disrespect her. So Peter, is that why you respect your wife? I hope she is not watching. See guys, why Peter here? Peter, don't take it seriously. I'm just joking with you. You see, I know maybe you are joking, but if this is true, you respect her because she will kick you out. That means you don't respect her really. You fear her. That is not respect. That is fear, my friend. Yeah. I'm assuming that your wife, she go a lot to the gym and she do too much of weightlifting, right? Okay. Yeah, it's not good for me to work as a lawyer because I don't think I will lose a case because, you know, I focus on every word and I focus on them in different way what people focus on them. All right, anything else? I don't see anything, any question. Get a good rest, CP. It have been more than 4 hours. Yeah, it is 1:32 a.m. in the morning. Love is patient and kind. Love does not envy. Yeah, true. But remember, always, all of those, you know, you see the disciples when they speak about love, they struggle a lot. Imagine yourself, you love everybody, you're trying to do good, and then they capture you, they put nails in your feet, they throw you to the beast to eat you. You know, like what happened to Luke, you know, a story. So very, very evil things done to them. So those people who struggle really with love, because in one hand, they cannot curse those people who they are harming them. They are trying to be Christian as much as they can. And at the same time, people are cutting you pieces when you're alive, literally. So love in this case is extremely painful. All right. Do you think they could ban the Bible in the future? No, I think it's going to be the opposite. You see, human being, like he go, let's say, he go wild and stupid, right? But then he go in a circle. After he find that his stupidity is taking him nowhere, he come back to zero. He come back to God. Actually, today I saw a video of thousands of people, I think it was in California, getting baptism, converting to Christianity. Thousands, not 100, not 2, not 3. I can search for the video. This is today. You can search now. You can go. That's your question. I put it on here. Let me see if I can find the video. I will. Yeah, this one is 3 days ago. Let us see this one. 4,000 people get baptized in one day. This is just 3 days ago. All right. Yeah, and the reason for that, you know, if you think like they were talking about making studies about more people leaving faith and becoming atheist, and now there's a move in the opposite direction, because people, they notice after a while that all the, you know, like the fiction promises of being atheist and you will live better, you will be happier, people, they find out that this is all is a fabrication and not true. So I think the opposite will happen. I think there's a revolution will happen for faith. The more they fight it, so always a Christianity actually flourish when there is discrimination, not the opposite. Christianity go in sleep when people are not discriminated. Discrimination make a Christianity the same as like a very rare mineral which is extremely important to survive. Priceless. And that make it more interesting, you know. So interesting to the people to know about it, to listen. If there's a problem with the microphone, I think this is my headphone. Maybe, I'm not sure. Let me. All right. I saw even not only a baptism. Let me see where the sound is coming from. Is that from the headset? I'm not sure. Yeah, I think it's coming from the headset. They rented a stadium, you know, and this stadium has like thousands and thousands of people. I don't know how many thousands. And all of them, they are young students. I forgot really what the name of the video and the title. And this was just, I think maybe last Sunday. Yeah. I'm not worrying about faith, because simply faith is not a grocery, or it's not a fuel. You can change it by other fuel. Like now, we used to have a fossil fuel, and now we are going to go to the hydrogen. Faith in God, no matter how much a human being will become powerful, advance, always he will find himself so small in front of the Almighty God. And the more they discover in the space, the more they will believe in God. You will see that. Actually, once I was speaking to someone, you know, he's a little bit not sure. You can say he become almost an atheist. And he is a scientist. I said to him, I believe that science will lead you to God. He laughed. He said, how is that? You know, like, he is really very much educated in science. So he is very, very educated, not only educated. So I said, well, the more you discover, the more you notice that you discover nothing. And then you will notice that you are so tiny, so small. And the conclusion will be, there is no way all these things is happening by itself. Especially, there's a pattern repeating itself. You see, when there is one designer, like if I bring you a picture made by an artist, if you are a person who is interested in art, you will know from the way the paint is made, who is the artist. And if somebody tries to fabricate, right away you will know that this is not him, because there is something missing. And you will notice that the signature of God exists in all over his creation. It doesn't matter what we are talking about. Stars, earth, trees, human, plant, fish, even insect. The similarity, because there is only one designer. It's like, you know, one engineering house made all the design. And because of that, all the designs are very much similar. Even your eyes, when you enjoy beauty, you know, the beauty in your mind is not your design, it's designed by God. So right away, when you look at something, you say, this is not beautiful. Why? I mean, how come I share with you the same? Let us say if we see somebody killing somebody and the person is bleeding, both of us will be disgusted. But shouldn't be this way if we are not made by the same maker. We should not have the same emotion and same reaction. We should be different. And I'm talking about natural, normal human being, not a pervert, not a criminal. So the reason we feel the same and we think the same, because simply we have one designer. He gave us the same emotion. The emotion can be higher or lower as level. As an example, for a man, he can handle more, seeing something more aggressive. Women, maybe she cannot, but not all women are the same. However, all of us, we share one thing. We feel the same way. Simply because we have one designer. You will notice that I mean, all creatures, even ants, they take care of their eggs. And then they feed their babies. Even bees, even cats, even dogs, even chicken. They have babies, and they feed their babies, and they protect their babies. So, why they do that? Because we have one designer. Even though the animals are not meant to be like us. They are there for a purpose. You know, people, they are mentioning names of Susu, Dudu, Fifi, Kuku. Well, you better behave yourself, because if those names you mention them, they can really refute me, then give me their Skype, I will call them. There's no need for this drama. So act like a man, otherwise we will send you to free shipping and handling to Allah. The one who refused to speak to me is the coward, not the opposite. I never refused to talk to anyone. Is that correct, people? So don't tell me this guy and this guy. You know, you act like a little kid hiding behind someone he himself is hiding. If you want to debate me, here we go. I open my Skype, I stay for many hours. You can open your channel, you can be live in your channel, you can have your own audience, and you can talk to me. And if I hang up on you, tell your people, see, you run away from me. Pretty simple. There's no need for drama. But because they knew they cannot make it, they are potatoes. I have a situation. My partner is a Muslim. I am a Christian. She was barely practicing when we met. She still barely does. I was not all back then. What do you mean you have a partner? What do you mean by a partner? What the word partner mean? Are you talking about a Muslim woman you are sleeping with her? You call her a partner? Is that what partner mean? Fiancé? Well, she cannot be your fiancé. What fiancé? You know, Christian cannot marry a non-Christian. She cannot be your fiancé. You know what fiancé mean? Fiancé is not a woman you say to her, you're my fiancé. Fiancé, you go to the church and you do what it's called engagement, church engagement, which is half marriage. That is fiancé. Did you do that? You cannot, because to do that, you have to be Christian. Anyway, I advise you to stay away from a woman. She don't believe in your faith, because then she will corrupt your kids. You are seeking destruction to yourself. You know, just a week ago, one of you contacted me. He said he married a Muslim woman, and now maybe she have a new husband, he divorced her. She was a Muslim when he married her. Now she married a new husband, he's a Muslim, and she have the kids, and he said he's worried she will make the kids Muslims. I said, what you can do? She live in Emirat. What you can do about it? That's it. You brought the devil to your home. Right? Never marry with someone who is not a believer. Even if someone is born of a Christian family, if you are a believer, don't marry that person. It's not enough to have a name of a Christian person or her parents are Christians, because this woman, if she is not a believer, she will corrupt your kids. She will corrupt you too. Do you think that Hagia Sophia will be pro-church? My friend, Israel was taken by Muslims for 1400 years. We will take it back. Doesn't matter how many years will take. Don't worry, they cannot eat Hagia Sophia. It's a powerful church. God is protecting it. All the earthquake in Turkey happened. Nothing happened to this church, because it's a church and have some special meaning. So we will have it back no matter how many years they go. As long as there is people, they seek their right, your right will be back. The day you give it up, the day you lost. I become agnostic interestingly. Yeah, agnostic thing is something funny. We are with Israel, but not all of Israel. In Israel, there's a lot of evil people too. They are more terrorists than the Muslims. Just today, I was watching a group of Christians live. You know, that's what I do when I have time. I watch Christians preaching. So I was watching a video, and a group of Jews, Orthodox Jews, they attack those Christians. They attack them. They start beating them. They beat the women. Those are Jews. They are not Muslims. In fact, in Israel now, they are having a conference called "This is how we spat at the Gentiles." And who is the Gentile for them? The Christians, not the Muslims. In fact, in Israel, the Orthodox Jews, they requested, a group of them, not all of them, they requested to make a law to ban the Bible. So you are mistaken if you think all the Israeli are the same. They are what you think. No. There's a lot of evil between them. And they are terrorists the same as Osama bin Laden and ISIS and Mohammed. Imagine they want to ban the Bible. Where? In Israel. After all what the Christian they did supporting Israel, they want to ban the Bible. And now they are having a conference. This is how we spat at the Gentile. Why? Why they call it this way? When the Christian, they were going to do a pilgrimage in Jerusalem a few weeks ago, one of those groups, the one that are making the conference, they send kids and adult and mature, you know, they spit at the Christians in the street. They spit at them. There's many Christians, they support Israeli blindly. I don't. There are satanic ones, and there's good ones. You are good with me, I'm good with you. You are Antichrist, you are in hell. And you are no better for me than Muhammad. I'm trying to find the conference. Here we go. It's hard to believe, but you will notice that they are no better than the Muslim terrorist. Israeli foreign minister, to be caught, the event focused on spitting. Spitting on who? Spitting on the Christians. Can you believe it? So there's many naive Christians, they support Israel blindly. You see, for me, I don't take a side. I don't care who you are. You know, I'm not politically correct. And I don't fear somebody when accuse me of anti-Semitism. That would be even more funny. Because we are Christians, if we hate the Jews, that means we hate all the disciples of Jesus, and we hate Mary, and we hate all the prophets. So this is false. But we stand against every evil, no matter who. No matter who. Do we agree? You will see many Christians don't dare even to speak against those Jewish behavior, because simply they are hypocrite. For me, I don't care who you are. You will notice I make videos and I make posts, you know, criticizing everybody. Everybody. For a very simple reason. Because we as a Christian, we should not cover. If we have a Christian brother, he's a Christian, he's a good man, but he did something wrong, we don't cover for him. Because when you cover for him, you are encouraging him to do more wrong. When I do wrong, tell me. Don't cover for me. Tell me you are wrong. Otherwise, that you encourage me to do more wrong. But those Jews who they are doing this such an action, they are very satanic, and they are following the Talmud, the book of the devil. They are so angry that a lot of Jews accepting Christianity. This is what made them angry. Muslims, even though they are killing them, attacking them, terrorists, but they are not fearing Muslims, because Muslims are not able to convince Jews to convert. Rarely you will find a Jew converting to Islam. But you will find every day a lot of Jews converting to Christianity in the heart of Jerusalem. And this is what triggered this. So they wanted to make a law to ban the Bible, and they failed. Now they are asking even the foreign minister to come and join them in the, you know, like a high official positions to join the conference, and they refuse. What do you think of David Wood and Sam Shamoun? I believe everybody have his own good and bad. I believe David Wood is not good in debating. Very horrible. He's very good in making short videos. That's it. Sam Shamoun is very good in debating, but he don't have much patience. But all of us, we have, you know, some negative stuff. Nobody is perfect. Yeah. What do you think about building Christendom? What is that? I don't know what Christendom mean. Building? I'm not sure. Do you see any similarity between the Mahdi and the Antichrist, Isa and the false prophet? Let us put your question on the screen. You know, we need to be careful not to take the fictions of Islam and try to make it fit with the Bible. when the Muhammadan they speak about the Mahdi is a fiction person, never exists and will never be exist. As an example, the Mahdi for them, they're trying to make someone look like Jesus. So they say he is born from a woman, here is Maryam. Some they say her name is Narjis. But because he's a special person for Allah, he was not born from her vagina. He was born from her thigh. And you know a lot of stupid stories. And the Mahdi now is in the cave. And in the cave he have the Quran with him. I mean, all those stupid stories. So when you think about the Mahdi is coming, that means you become a Muslim. That means you believe in the stupidity of Islam. This is not have nothing to do with the Christianity. Secondly, Antichrist is going to be a Jew, not a Muslim. You see, none of the Muslims is fit to be Antichrist. None. Even Mohammed. He's so small compared to Antichrist. Antichrist is someone very powerful. Mohammed is a scumbag. It's easy to defeat him, so easy. As you see, 15-minute conversation, Muslims leave Islam. Mohammed is nothing, is a balloon full of fart and gas. But the Antichrist is a different level. The Antichrist is someone, he will do a lot of miracles. He will be able to drive the crowd. He will control their mind. Many, they will believe in him and follow him. He's not going to be someone like the stupid Muhammad. He will be a very smart person. And then you say, do you know something about WW3, Jews versus Muslims, with the next crusade in it? I'm not sure what does that mean. But I believe we are always in crusade, aren't we now? Crusade sometime can be done by the word, sometime need a sword. We are doing crusade by the word. Are you working in your book? Yes, I'm working on it. Have you watched Afghanistan, Bacha, Bush, Would Girls Become Boys? No, I did not watch that. Could I call you sometime to explain the situation more? I want her to come to Christ. My friend, you do not need to explain to me or explain to you. If you want, let her call me. Yeah, that's it. And if you want, as long as she is your fiancée, as you call her, let her sit next to you when I'm live. She can type, she can ask questions if she is shy to go to court. There is no need for explanation. I know that. I know. I mean, I spoke with millions of Muslims. One more Muslim will not make any difference for me. I know all of them how they think. I know what is in their head before even they say it. And I think you agree with me, right? Speak about the Kaaba having insects everywhere. Well, it might be a natural thing, It might be maybe because the stupid Mohammedan, they put too much lighting in the middle of the desert, thanks to the oil and electricity, and that attract a lot of maybe insect, maybe. We don't know. However, I find it interesting that the insect, they attack it during daytime too, not only at night. Because I saw a video of the insect in the daytime by millions. So it sounds strange, like I wanted to think about it, that it is a natural thing to happen because of how much lighting they have around the Kaaba. We love to hear you in Australia. Hope you come here one day. No problem, Cheeky. Buy me a ticket, I'm coming. All right. Actually, I like to go to Australia. You know, they have a lot of things to do. You know, they have a great, massive land, maybe for hunting, and even their ocean have a great size of fish. Man, massive, crazy, colorful. Yeah. How did you learn so much about Islam? I have been following you for years and learn it for 15 years, but I haven't seen anyone who can replay to our break and down and nonsense. You learn when you study, you know. If you ever think that you are educated, then that means you did not learn yet that you are not educated, because simply it doesn't matter how much you learn, you are uneducated still. So, you know, learning for me is a joy. I used to read a lot, spending a lot of hours to read. Since I was a very, very young kid, you know, very young. I used to spend all my money actually in buying books. But learning is a long process, and you have to work hard for it. And then not only reading, you have to do research. And research means you have to connect the dots. Like I read a book here, I read a book there. And there's a connection. I learned something there, something here. So you have to turn, you know, like let's say you have the ingredients, and the ingredients they can make for you some kind of delicious food. So like you want to make a bread. If you want to eat yeast, it's disgusting. If you drink oil alone, it doesn't taste good. If you take salt, put it in your mouth, and it's not good. If you put flour in your mouth, man, yuck. But if you put all the ingredients together in the right way, you can have a delicious bread. And this is how education is. So you balance your ingredients and you try to use what you learned to create some nice recipe of education and knowledge. And that will be your bread. This is why the Lord, he says, not by bread only you live, by the word of God, which means bread here, I use example in the opposite way. Bread is food. The word is how you live, actually. Bread is just for the flesh. I give you an example about the bread as a knowledge. So the knowledge is, if you decide to make it your bread, you need to learn how to use it. Otherwise, sometimes knowledge can hurt you. Knowledge even can, you know, cause you to be not stable. You know, you will notice some people who they are so much educated, they lose their mind. I'm sure you heard about many, right? Like somebody, they say he is genius, but he's crazy. So he put tons of knowledge in his head, and then his head cannot handle it no more. Why? Because he was not really doing it in the right way. He just put knowledge after knowledge after knowledge, but he did not. It's like, you know, having a compressed file and uncompressed file. Your brain will have a limit and ability. You have to deal with the information you learn and make a new information which is going to be a summary for all the knowledge you learn. And that will make it easier. Are you once saved, always saved? There's nobody who was always saved. Who am I? I'm nobody. Recent sighting of moose companion seen in Mecca. I don't know, what does that mean? Do you do fighting like martial art or boxing or gun fight? I don't talk much about myself, but I tell you one thing, I never went to the gym all my life. But thank God, my body is very, very much physically fit. But not because I do training. I don't. I do not need training. I serve in the army, and for sure they will teach you a lot of skills for fighting and etc. But this will not make any difference, you know, because you can be the person who play karate, and then a little kid with a little gun, he can take you down, right? You know, like old days when somebody, you know, I mean, muscle is, it's not even, it doesn't even make any difference. Even in the old days, you know, do you remember the story of David? David was a kid, he's a teenage. He killed a giant. The giant, maybe if he hold him in his hand, he will crush him, literally. So David, who later become a king, he crushed the most powerful person in the enemy army. Not because he's strong, and not because he do martial art. I'm not saying to you don't do sport, and no, I like actually men to be healthy, strong, act like men. I don't like men, you know, who comb their hair I never use a comb for my hair anyway. I never even look at the mirror. I did not see my face since long time ago. Actually, I did. Yeah, I don't want to lie. I did not play a few days ago. But I see myself in the mirror maybe by accident once every maybe 8 months. A man, he have to act like a man, live like a man, and die like a man. A man who live like a girl, standing in front of the mirror, combing his hair, you know, doing things to his face. This is not a man. He have nothing to do with him. I mean, this guy he want to be pretty. The beauty of the man is to be man, not to be a woman. The beauty of the woman to be a woman, not to be a man. The second one of us try to switch the position is the same second we lost what is valuable for us. All right. I wish you can play basketball. I can. I advise you to stop revealing much about yourself. You don't know who's listening. Who care? Trust me, they know a lot about me. Who care? You know, you don't know who's listening. I'm talking to a channel. I have 100,000 subscribers, my friend. What, you know, do you think really I care? My enemies, they are not here yet because they fear me, not the opposite. Anyway. Women cannot live without mirror. Well, I don't know about that. I mean, I'm not going to be involved in what women do, but I believe women, they should be feminine, and I respect that on them. I respect a woman when she acts like a woman. I don't respect her if she acts like a man. No? I don't want to even mention about ethnic groups, but I saw a video. One woman, she is American, and the other woman, she is a Filipino. The Filipino woman, she is married to an American guy. The American woman, she is saying very horrible things about Filipino girls. But then when I listened to the video, I found that the Filipina girl, she is right. American women these days, they treat men like garbage. They use bad language, they disrespect, they act like men. They are not acting like females. So what the man do? The man, he look for where he can find a female, because he cannot find a female around him. So he go to Asian countries. In Asia, most of Asian women, they still, thank God, think of themselves as women. A lot of American women, because of the woke culture, they think they are men. So the American woman, she was cursing the Filipina, saying to her, "You are taking a piece of garbage. We don't want him here. He is nobody." You see? I mean, if he is a piece of garbage, why are you upset? Because he's gone there. He's a piece of garbage. And this is telling you that we are in a time, because of the stupid, those liberals, they destroy the mindset of men and women. So you will find a man wearing a skirt, and a woman, she is acting like a man. She is growing a mustache. And then the man who cannot find a real woman around him, he go to find her in a different place, in a country where women are still acting like women. I hope nobody get offended, and if you get offended, I don't care. Yeah, now they are teaching them that if you are, why you want to shave your underarm? Why you want to shave underarm? Okay, don't shave, look like a gorilla. You know, stupid things. So they are teaching them things which is really stupid. They destroy the mindset of those ladies, and then when you act like a male, nobody will marry you. Nobody will even talk to you. A man is not interested. You see, you remember when this stupid Sadhguru, he said that we will not be successful as long as we are divided by gender and ethnic, etc. Like supposedly he's being like the guru wise. In fact, the most thing can unite us is gender, not the opposite. Not the opposite. So when men, they go to war, what is uniting the men? That they are men going to war to defend their families. Is that correct? All men, they go to war. Why all of them going to war? Because they are united with the female who, because they are united with her, they have a family and they want to defend. So gender is something unite us, not divide us. The liberals, the woke stupidity, they wanted to destroy that unity. So now people are confused. They don't even know what is a female. Imagine after 1,000 of years of history of a human being, we are now in the time where nobody knows what is a female. Why don't you join other people call instead of waiting for other to call you? Well, the big one, don't call the small one. Do you know how old I am? Hundreds of years. So if somebody want to call me, he call me. He's welcome. And don't tell me what to do. You know? Why those people don't call me? And I'm not waiting for anyone. Who told you I'm waiting? People call, they call. They don't call, who care? Do you think I am a homeless in the street waiting for somebody to call me? Whoever call, he call. Do you want me to chase people like a kid? Hey, let me talk to you. If you are a man, talk to me. This is kids' behavior. They want to call me. We go. My Skype is open. Sometimes people, they say things for me. I don't know. I find it kind of funny. Nobody calls CP because they will lose everyone in their community. Yeah, this is exactly. They knew they will lose horribly and then they will lose the support of their supporters. People will find out that they are nothing. How is Unitarianism is sin? I know what Unitarianism mean. What does that mean? So first of all, should you know you when you say Unitarianism, what what does that mean? Who is that God you worship? Do you like playing games like Call of Duty? My friend, I joined the army for real. I don't want to play games. Play games? What about you join the army and that is the real game? Be an airplane pilot, missiles operator, special forces, Marines. You spend your day playing games? Go. Life is there, my friend. Whatever you learn in the game have nothing to do with life. You see people, they sit in the front of the TV and they are shooting everybody. Well, you are shooting nobody. You are just putting yourself. You are a hero in front of a screen. Go in war. In war, in 2 minutes you will be crying. In 3 minutes you will be shaking. In 5 minutes you will do pee-pee. And then in 10 minutes you will ask them to go home. But playing game, you are a man, you are a hero. I chopped the head of this guy. I killed that guy. Kids. I mean, it's for me, I feel really sad that there's men, grown men, they are playing those games and they stay watching and playing in front of TV for many hours. How sad. What do you say about Father Gabriel Amorth? I never heard of him. I never heard of him. When I was in my 20 or even way earlier, even like 13, 14, I used to go, like I stay in the desert hunting, it's an adventure, it's really, it's fun, it's dangerous too, but I cannot imagine myself sitting in front of TV playing those silly games. But what you can say, people, they do what they like. You go hunting, right? Can you explain how you hunt? Very simple. You use a rifle. Unless your rifle is AK-47, then your hunt is going to be very funny. You said Arabian are white men, but most of Arab are descend India. No, really, that's not what I said. I said those who they call them Arab. As an example, if you ask somebody from Syria, he says an Arab. Somebody from Lebanon, he says an Arab. Somebody from what they call Palestine, he says an Arab. But you look at their faces, they are white and blonde. I said the only real ones who they can call Arab, people of the desert, is those who they are living in Emirat, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, Qatar. And if you look at them, you will see that they look exactly like the people of Pakistan. Sometimes people, they hear me from their ears. Some other people, they hear me from their anus. And you are one of them. So right now, if I go and search for, let's say, I will compare, I will show you. I will give you an example. all right, between two different supposed Arab. All right. Let us put the first one for you. This is supposedly the president of Syria, and they call Syria the Republic, the Arab Republic of Syria. Okay, sound good. This is the Prince of Qatar. Do they look the same? How they can be both Arab? However, both of them, they are considered as white. In the paper, if you list yourself, you don't write yourself as African, you don't write yourself as Asian, you put yourself as white, so you are stupid again. However, if you look at them, you look exactly like someone is coming from Pakistan. Literally. If you take off the Arabian clothes, this is his father. Look, he's a Pakistani. All the population of Qatar, they look the same. They are Indian Pakistani from Pakistan. Prove me wrong. Is that clear? The other president, he have blue eyes. Look, he have blue eyes, literally blue eyes. This guy is blonde. This is his family. Look, all of them, they are blonde. Very white people. And then, okay, this guy is an Arab too, supposedly. But obviously, they are not from the same people. So in paper, everybody is registered as white. If somebody comes from Qatar to USA and they ask him about his ethnic, he put white. Because they are considered white. Same as people from Morocco, but they are Africa. Tunisia, white. Algeria, white. But those are African, but this is not Africa. So you're an idiot. This is a Muslim, he's supposedly, he's a smart, no? Yeah, this is what happened when you are a smart Mohammedan. Yeah, and then look at this guy. So this guy now, do he look like the Assad? Look how he look like. They don't look, you know. So all those countries, Emirat, Bahrain, Qatar, and some of Saudi Arabia, not all of it, because there's some is coming from Jizan and from Yemen, they are originally from India, specifically from Pakistan territory. Prove me wrong. If you take the Arabian clothes from his head, you will see there's a Pakistani man. No? Look at this guy. Is he Pakistani or not? You tell me. Correct? Huh. Take a look. And you know, if you think that Pakistan is so far from those lands, you are mistaken, you are stupid. Because if you look at the map, you will see that the distance between them is just like 2 or 3 hours in the ship. This was a very busy line for trade for a long time. Yeah, a Muslim, he decided to come and drop some poo-poo, but he got spanked as usual. Any other Muslim, you have a better thing to say? You want to go to heaven? I hate earth. Okay, just ask your mother-in-law to do something about it. I'm sure she will find a solution. Just go right now to your mother-in-law and tell her, you know what, I want to go to heaven. I hate earth. She will be happy to do something. But don't tell her I told you that. Disclaimer. What you would say about to Muhammad if I was in his time, I will not say to him anything. I will kill him. The same I will do to Hitler. I will kill him to save humanity from the evil to come. There is no point to speak to the devil. Kill the devil. I was watching your video when you were traveling. No, your comment is gone. What is that, YouTube? YouTube is eating comments. I did not even block his comment. It's gone. If Arab are from Pakistan, India, we are descendant cousin. You see, I told you many times, Arab are not an ethnic. Arab are people who live in the desert. So Arab are not those. Is anyone who live in the desert. To make it simple, if you met with the Aramaic in the old days and you tell them I live in Las Vegas, they will say you are an Arab. Arab is not an ethnic. Because of Islam now, they are trying to make it look like an ethnic, you know, but it's not. It never was. And this is why you see they don't look the same. They don't look the same as, you know, like if you go to Japan, they look all the same. You don't find that between those who call themselves Arab. Period. Even though those rich people, they are marrying women from other countries, like blonde, European, like the king of Jordan. The king of Jordan, his grandfather is from Saudi Arabia. But those, they keep marrying European women, blonde women. And the result of that, the king of Jordan now is blonde. He is literally blonde. And I don't even think, the only proof that he is the son of his father, that he is so short. Otherwise, nothing in this guy looked like his father. He have blue eyes. This is his wife. They look like Arab. They claim to be even from the family of Muhammad. So by your logic, CP, Mexican or from Pakistan, you are silly. I hope you will not get married. You see, I said that countries of Qatar and Emirat and Bahrain, they are from Pakistan. I did not say that all the Arab people of the desert from Pakistan. So don't get married, Sakatar girl. Your husband, he will leave you for the first opportunity. I'm speaking about certain countries in the Gulf, those, their origin, obviously, they are from India. In fact, even Yemen. If you see, and like if you go and look, what is all the clothing for people on those countries? Let us see. You will find that they are dressing like the, you know, the Indian. Let us try to find You see those Arabian, like the long dress, this is new. This is not really their culture or their clothing. Take a look. Did you see people dressing like this before in India? Or you never saw this before? Wearing a skirt? Did you? This is how they dress. Those long dress, this is something new. This is not really their culture. This is not what they dress. They wear a skirt, literally a skirt, a towel around their body. All right. Let us see other country. You know, actually, we have more clear evidence of that too. You know, you remember Mohammed, he said that Adam, when he landed in India, correct? Well, did you ask yourself why Muhammad chosen India? Because this is where they believed that the ancestors of those people, they are from there. So when he said to you, Adam, he landed in Sri Lanka, shouldn't you ask yourself why in the world he chose in Sri Lanka? Simply because they themselves, they believe that they are from Sri Lanka. If you look at the clothing they wear for Hajj and you compare it to what they wear, what the Buddhist priest or the Hindu priest they wear, I will show you they both in the screen. Let me share a search. You will see it's exactly the same. Exactly the same. They show one arm, one shoulder, and they wear a sheet. They are naked. And this is exactly how the Indian, the Hindus, and the Buddhists, they dress when they are practicing religious practice. Okay, we found the Muslim clothing in the Hajj. Now we go and we find Hindu or Buddhist priest. No, we are typing in Arabic. Okay, take a look with me. This is a Hindu priest. This is a Hindu priest. Anyone have a doubt that this is a Hindu priest? It's obvious, right? They are wearing nothing. They uncover one shoulder. They cover the other shoulder. And the clothes is a sheet. Now, let us look at the Muslim clothing. They open even exactly the same side of the shoulder. Did you notice? And it's a white sheet. And they are wearing nothing, as if they are going to the bathroom. Look how ugly it is. Look at this. So why both are dressing the same thing when they practice rituals and their religion? Do you have an answer for that? The one, the Mexican, they are from Pakistan? This is the leader of Hamas. All of them, all of them, they are terrorists. But look how they look homo actually with those clothing. Seriously, they look like homos. I mean, look at this clothes. You know what? And this is how the Hindu they dress. And not only that, those they wear sandal, and the sandal have to be made in certain way, and the Muslim they wear sandals have to be made in certain way, exactly as the Hindus, and they wear no underwear. Not to forget to mention that the Hindus, they have a black stone in their temple, and they have a vagina. Is that correct? They have a stone present the male organ. The Muslim, they have a black stone present the female organ. I believe one day they used to have a stone for the male organ, but they destroyed. But the female organ in the Kaaba is still until now there. Did you ask yourself why both they have a black stone present a female organ? So Muhammad, he said he came from India, and now you are telling me, no, they have nothing to do with India. Adam, he came from India. Adam, he did Hajj 40 times, going between India back to Saudi Arabia. 40 times, which means his home was and only was in India. That's why he keep going backward, forward. I don't believe in this garbage, but this is telling you that those people, they believe truly that their origin is from India. Why did not say Adam is coming from Africa? Or what about Adam coming from Europe? Why did they choose India? There must be a reason. Buddhism is a nice religion. I don't know. For me, I find Buddhism is disgusting. It's stupid. It is a system where people abuse each other. You know, they worship their kings. They creep in their feet and their belly to come to the king and kiss his shoes. Buddhism is a very, very, very bad. You know, not only it's a pagan, it is you know, promote injustice to society, where there is a group of people they are high, and group of people they are equal to your shoes. So don't speak about something you do not know. Anyway, I think we have enough for today. But as you see, you know, some people here, they come and they make a silly comment, and they are Muslims, we understand. And if I'm wrong, prove me wrong. In fact, I can show you right now a video was made by a Muslim just 2 weeks ago, making it clear that Saddam Hussein is an Indian. Why? Because yes, the tribe of Saddam Hussein, they come from India. Let me search for the video. Hold on. I don't know if I will find the video in English with English title, but if not, I will search in Arabic. Let us see. And you know, then people, they start laughing because they are dummy ignorant. This guy is saying the truth. He's a big sheikh in Iraq. Big sheikh. Here we go. Is that videos made by me? And you know, those, and then those Muslim Sunni, especially the one who, the Sunni, they worship Saddam Hussein because he is a filthy criminal. Qusay al-Khazali, Saddam Hussein is originally from India. The fact he is saying the truth, he is. This is when? This is a month ago. Do you see it? A month ago. So it's not a Christian Prince only saying that. This is you Muslim, this is your Sheikh is agreeing with me. All his tribe is coming from India. And by the way, Saddam Hussein, he claimed that he is descendant from Mohammed. So Mohammed himself is coming from India. Do you see it? Al-Hurra.com, this is the American official, Arabic TV station. And then the rest are like Arab TV station, etc. Surprised the Iraqi Saddam is an Indian origin. Why he surprised them? I mean, they should know. So you will find those Muslims, by the way, they try like supposedly a Christian Prince, he just says something, some funny, ha 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 ha, and we laugh at you. You expose yourself more and more, and I can provide endless evidence that you Muslims, the Arab Muslims, they call themselves Arab, they themselves agree that they are coming from India. And if you look actually at Saddam Hussein, he looked too, he's coming from Pakistan. I believe that all those territory, if you look at the map, all of them they are coming from Indian immigrant. All of them. Now the ignorant, they can laugh, and we laugh too. But we can provide tons of reference and evidence. The similarity between religion of the Hindus and Islam the same. The clothing, even the food, even the color, even the hair. Did you ask yourself why the hair of every single one in Qatar look like the same as any Pakistani person hair? But if you go move a little bit in Jordan, you will not find that. You will not. If you go to Egypt, you will not. Look like I will not sleep today. I feel sorry for those who will download the video. This is the map. Look how close is Pakistan. Do you see how close it is? Look how close it is from Dubai. Look, 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 look. Look at this. This is what, a distance of an hour? This area here is very narrow. The Gulf is very small. All what they need to do, they cross this is small, tiny Gulf, and that's it. Welcome home. From here to here. You just came from India. Do you see how far the distance? And not to forget to mention that Pakistan is a new country. It was always India. But as always, Islam divide countries and destroy countries. Bangladesh, Pakistan, this is nothing but India. The filthy British government is the one who separated those countries from India to make India smaller and weaker. Otherwise, India today will be the biggest country in the world. All right. So is it hard to believe that they are from India? Your prophet, he says, Adam from India. And if you look here, actually, if you come here, you see in certain time, even the Indian, they extend their territory. They are just in the border with Persia. I mean, all this area is mixed up. You see the word Bahrain? Bahrain. Bahrain was a Persian territory. Bahrain never was an Arabian territory. This is why actually the whole Gulf here is called the Persian Gulf. Do you see it? For both sides, see now the so-called Arab, they are trying to call it the Arab Gulf. In fact, it is the Persian Gulf. This is the truth. And all this area here used to be part of Persia. However, part of Persia by control does not mean the people are from Persia. People still, they came from India. But when the Persian, they become a big empire and they are very powerful, they went all the way to Israel. They extend massively. They went all the way to Europe, all the way to Sparta. So, if you remember the story in the Quran about the Bahrain, if you read the story of Gilgamesh, any one of you heard of Gilgamesh before? Anyone heard of the legend of Gilgamesh? Nobody heard of Gilgamesh before? You can search it. You will find that the story of Gilgamesh focus on an island called Bahrain. The name is exactly the same, Bahrain. Bahrain was an island. You see now they have a highway. This is the Saudi. They connected Bahrain to Saudi Arabia because they are afraid that the Persian, they will invade Bahrain again, and they take it back because it used to be part of their land. So Gilgamesh, in his story, that he went to find the fountain of youth so he can live forever. There he met with a person who is called today Al-Khudr, which is mentioned in the Quran. And Al-Khudr, he drank from a water, which is the water of the fountain of life. Gilgamesh, according to the story, he could not find the fountain. So I mean, like, there's a drama. But you will see how ancient this story is, and how Muhammad, the thief, he stole legions from other countries and he put them in the Quran. Until now, the majority of the population of Bahrain are Shia Persian. Until now. And not only that, I have a surprise for you. Bahrain, they give citizenship only to people from Pakistan. Do you know that? A huge number of the army of Bahrain, they are from Pakistan specifically. Muslim Sunni from Pakistan. Why? Because they are family. So Pakistan versus India, versus Persia, sorry. Bahrain. I'm typing in English. I want to search in Arabic. Hold on. Because the Shia are the major population, so what they try to do, they are giving citizenship to their ancestors in Pakistan so they can balance. All right. This is just an this is an old news. I'm trying to find something newer, but I will show you some just to show you. Here they have no choice to play with us. Those Abdul, when they say something, we get them busted immediately. Do you see what it says? They give citizenship to 30,000 from Pakistan in 1 year. Wasn't you supposed to debate a girl, her name is respond? My friend, the one who you call her, if she is a man, she can call me. Let her grow a mustache and give me her Skype, I will call her. Isn't he supposed to respond to me? So go and do muta with your son of muta. 30,000 Pakistani got their citizenship. Why? Why? Why you give 30,000 in 1 year? This is 2014. Now we have way more. Additional to those who they are giving citizenship, they brought another 100,000 to Bahrain. All of this is to balance the population with the Shia Persian. Do you see it? In those Gulf countries, they don't give citizenship to everybody. It's very hard. But in the case of Bahrain, they are desperate for the Shia or the majority, and they can take over the country if they can anytime. If the Iranian, they make an invasion for 1 day, that's it. The Sunni controlling the island of Bahrain is over. No, those are not foreign workers. Those are going to get citizenship. Those, they are in the army. What foreign worker? Foreign worker, they give, this is the Middle East, my friend. They don't give a foreign worker. You work in Saudi Arabia 60 years, you will never be a citizen, especially if you are Pakistani. Only in Bahrain. Those are not workers. It says in the front of you, they give them citizenship. According to data, India now has population of 1.4 billion. Yeah, but you see, I mean, population mean nothing. Actually, it is bad for India. This is not a good thing. All days, people, they speak about population like, you can have a massive army, These days, the 1.4 billion, they do nothing. 90% of the Indian army, they are still using rifles from the 1945. Prove me wrong. So if India go in war in Pakistan, with China, the Chinese will eat them alive. They are no match in any way, in any mean. Population actually is a problem. It's not a privilege. If Israel go in war with India, who will win? I assure you, Israel. India, is a very poor country. For sure, there's a lot of rich people, but they are very small, tiny compared to the population. So, like when the Muslim, they speak about population, they are just being stupid because their population is their sickness, their weakness. Go to Bangladesh. Where is the population of Muslims is? Bangladesh, Indonesia, Pakistan. Horrible. Go to Bangladesh, go to Pakistan, and tell me what kind of population we are talking about. Drugs, hashish, prostitution, You have population, but you don't have jobs for them. And Afghanistan, you are right, Afghanistan. But you know, I can say that Afghanistan is very much mixed with the Persian. This is why they look different. They don't look, most of them, they don't look like the Indians. So there's a mix. Like the land was part of India, yes. There was a lot of Buddhists before, but they are mixed ethnic. What is your thought about Sabbath day? Sabbath day can mean Saturday, and Sabbath day can be any day you designate to the Lord. So any holiday for the Jews or Christians is a Sabbath day. And if you decide, you can make Wednesday a Sabbath day, simply designated to the Lord. Say, this Wednesday, I'm going to make it Sabbath, which means you will serve the Lord in it. That will Sabbath mean. So it can be a day meant Saturday, and it can be a day mean Israel win war against India. I'm a comedian. Well, I don't know. You can check out who is the one who have the power of airplanes, nukes, hydrogen bombs, and then we will know who will win. The country who they are using. Did you see the police of India? You are using a stick. Stick, my friend. I remember those stick, like, you know, my grandfather, he have a big sword, and he have one of those stick, you know, the Indian army is using until now, and you have to push the bullet in. Let me show you the Indian police. You want to laugh? Obviously, you're an Indian. You think I'm making fun of India. I'm not. I'm just speaking about reality. But people are stupid. They get offended. Yeah. How is your stick doing, my friend? This is your police. The government, even they cannot afford to buy them guns. Sticks. And if you look at the rifle they are using rifles from the World War I. And now if we go and check how many your defense system for the space, American are buying the defense system of Israel. China, they are getting it. The Saudi, everybody is dying to get what the Israeli have. And you are telling me India? Hardly you won a war with stupid Pakistan. So imagine you fight Israel. They will make you shish kebab in 2 days. Numbers mean nothing only for the fool. Foolish people. A female with airplane and one bomb can finish an army. As simple as that. You know, when the Arab, they decide to attack Israel, and do you know how many countries? Iraq. Egypt alone is 100 million. Iraq, Egypt, Syria, Algeria, Morocco, Jordan, and even from Pakistan, they have a lot of volunteer, and Jordan. I mean, they brought a massive army. And what happened? They lost Jerusalem. They lost Sinai. They lost the Julan. They lost everything. So don't mess with Israel. They will make you. I believe that even USA, they will lose miserably if they go in war with Israel. In fact, the power of America is based on the Israeli scientists. The first nuke the American they had, it was made by 8 scientists. All of them, they are Jews. You are ignorant, my friend. Until now, all Middle Eastern countries, if they want to hack a phone of somebody, they buy software from Israel. If they want to protect themselves from missiles coming from Iran, they buy weapons from Israel. The Muslim themselves. You see, all the Muslims, they say they are against Israel, they are kissing the ass of Israel every day. So don't tell me India. Hungry country cannot go in war. You know, you need to remember something. War can go for long. When the nation are hungry in the time of peace, what will happen to them in the time of war? Do you understand? If I go right now and somebody is attacking me, and let us say I have 1,000 bullets. 1,000 bullets will not be enough for maybe 2 hours. This is for one individual. We're talking about war. War is extremely costly. Saudi Arabia collapsed because of war. With all the massive oil they have, they had to sign an agreement with Iran because both of them, they collapsed. Same when Saddam Hussein went in war against Iran. All the oil of Iraq, all the money of Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar was coming like rain into Iraq. They collapsed. They bankrupt. So it's not just about the size of an army or the size of population. It's the size of your income, the size of your weapon, the quality, the ability, the technology. Otherwise, numbers mean nothing. Only for the fool. Those numbers can mean something in the time of the sword, maybe. Not now. I am from India, and it is really true about police and politicians. And I'm not against you because you're an Indian. I'm not putting you down. I'm just telling you, like, I'm an Arab. If we attack Israel, they will make us shish kebab. So don't be offended. Literally, they will make us shish kebab. You know, did you ask yourself why those Arabs are not attacking Israel? Do you think because Israel is like that, because they are peaceful? No. Because they are terrified. They tried it before. If the last time they tried it, they lost Jerusalem. Next time they try it, they will lose Cairo and they will lose Damascus. If Erdogan attack Israel, he will lose Ankara. Did you see how Erdogan is kissing the ass of the Jews? You are no match. Even though their number is so small, so tiny. You know, you notice that people, they get offended if you speak about their country. They think like, you know, you are insulting us because they are naive and stupid. They don't know. We are just stating facts. You can go in war with Pakistan. They are third world country. You are a third world country. Maybe you can win against them. I guess you can. But you cannot win against America. They will smash you. Japan cannot win against America. Even China will be in trouble if they try to get close or to do anything to America. So know your size. This is not to offend you, but knowing your size will make you smarter to do what is right for you. Otherwise, they will make you shish kebab. America in debt, that will not change anything. Still, America is the most rich country in the world. You know, whatever people they say to you, like I hear too much noise about the dollar, you know, that's just so stupid. Everybody using their dollar. And just to make it simple for you, the one who controls technology, and technology mean all kind of technology, is the most rich person or country in the world. And the American, until now, they are in control. In fact, by deciding that Chinese cannot reach any more certain technology, the Chinese electronic business is dying. Actually, just today I saw a report about it from China. Official Chinese woman, she was speaking about the damage the American they did to their economy is going to be devastating. America controlled the internet. You see the internet you are using now is owned by the American. Every single website in the world have to be bought from the American. Your TikTok can be stopped because the American own the internet. Around the world, they have the only one have the right over it because they are the one who invented. And then you go to the technology. As you see, they are number one in everything. Soon they will occupy the space. So those who have the technology will bring a massive amount of income. Not to forget to mention that America is extremely rich country in everything. We have oil more than all the Muslims together, more than the Chinese, more than Venezuela, Argentina, Saudi Arabia. We have all kind of mineral you cannot imagine. We have massive land. I'm not going to count for you. You can go check it out. And now, because they make some even more advanced technology of the fusion hydrogen, which nobody have yet, they are going to control the economy for the future. And those who are selling oil, they will go bankrupt. However, the Americans are poor if they are not with the Lord, and they are rich if they are with the Lord. But if we speak about money, whatever you see in the news about the dollar will be collapsing and banks are bankrupting, all of this is garbage. In fact, none of those banks are bankrupt. They are just using a bad loan. That's it. This is why other big companies, they bought the bank. Have you ever heard of somebody want to buy a bank, it's bankrupt? Nobody would do that. If a business is losing, why anyone want to buy it? So there's a lot of propaganda, trying to, like the Chinese and the Russian, trying to make a lot of propaganda against America to make people withdraw their money. But they themselves, they have trillions of dollars and they're saving in USA. How they can get rid of it? Islam will win one day? Well, my friend, I don't know. It sounds like you're stupid like your prophet. Isn't it your prophet? He says Islam will shrink and become the most small ones in the world. So how Islam will win one day? And your prophet says Islam will break wind one day. Which one of you will believe? You or your prophet? And I want to ask you, why each time you come here, you say to me the same sentence and I give you the same answer? Are you mentally ill? How many times you come here and you say the exact same sentence? Seriously, are you mentally ill? This potato, each time he come here, he say the same. And then I give him the same reference. His prophet says Islam will become small and tiny and will go like a snake inside its hole. Tomorrow he will come. He will say exactly the same thing. Christian Prince, he opened the website. He showed him the same reference. My prophet is wrong, I am right. Okay, you are a troll then. Get lost. I have no time for kids. His prophet is wrong. So why you call him prophet? Troll. He's just a prophesy, false prophecy. And you call him prophet, you donkey? Are you mental? You are mental, I can't tell. My prophet is wrong, which means my prophet is not a prophet. So as the Prophet prophesied, Islam will shrink and become so small like a snake going inside the hole. And now conclusion, my Prophet is wrong, which means my Prophet is not a prophet. And this is how you can know a smart Muslim from a stupid Muslim. Stupid Muslim is someone, he is not so stupid. He is just as stupid. A smart Muslim is someone extremely stupid. One thing I don't understand, why the Palestinians try to take the Jews out of Israel, but they believe in Moses as a prophet. They don't respect the hard work he did. First of all, the Muslims, they don't believe in Moses. They believe in a Muslim Moses, which does not exist. I remember once I was doing a seminar, and then a Muslim supposedly want to get me busted. He said to me, I heard that you support the Zionist state of Israel. Don't you know what they are doing to the poor Palestinian? Can you please answer? I said, so you are saying the state, the land, is not the land of the Israeli? He said, yes, it's not the land. Everybody knows. Everybody, ask everybody. He was speaking like a ho-ho. I said, okay, well, as long as this is the case, that's mean your Quran is a book of lies. He said, please don't talk like that. Respect people. I lost my patience listening to you all these hours. Don't talk to me. I'm a Muslim. Respect my feeling. I said, open the Quran, chapter 5, verse number 21. Read it for me. His hand was shaking. You know, and this is not the only time, by the way. In seminar, they come to me and they say the same, those Muslims. It happened a few times. But this guy was extremely funny. Almost I was going to give him a skirt to wear it. The way he was moving his hands. O my people, enter the Holy Land which Allah has assigned for you, and don't turn your back, lest you return as a loser. He said, yes, this is for the Palestinian. I said, Abdul, read the verse before it. He started reading. I said, read loud. They put the microphone close to his mouth. And when Moses said to his people, oh my people, remember Allah blessing upon you. Okay, so what are you trying to say? I said, this is Moses. Allah told him, the Holy Land is the land of the Jews. You said, this is the land of the Palestinian. Your God say, it is the land of the Jews assigned to the Jews by Allah. You should see how his hand was shaking, he's sweating, you know. I said, do you want to say anything? He shake his hand, no, his head, you know, like, And this is why those cowards don't dare to call me. Because then we will get them busted in 2 seconds. Whatever they say. From their books. They call everybody. They debate with everybody online. But not me. And how many hours I am here? They don't dare. Yeah, my eyes is hurting actually. It's already morning here. All right. So guys, I want to say thank you for being here. If you are going to download the video, maybe you can cut the part, exposing the stupidity of those people, inviting Muslims to lie to the Christian, to lie to the atheist, to lie to everybody. And yet they fail to make one valid point of, what they are saying. And don't be upset if I speak negative of a country you belong to. I have no problem to speak bad about my people because they are bad. If I'm a hypocrite, proud, I will say my people are wonderful. So if I say, and it happened that you are from a country, I'm speaking about something negative, don't be stupid. Don't praise yourself when you have nothing to be praised for. I speak against American government. I speak against the NATO. I just made a video against Trump. I don't take a side. When you are wrong, I say you are wrong. When you are stupid, I say you are stupid. When you want to talk about economy, your economy is horrible. You know, when the economy growth is so big, but yet you have people sleeping in the street and you cannot feed them, that means your economy is bullshit. If you cannot give every student a book and every few student a teacher, that means your economy is horrible. Putting 100 students in one room, they cannot breathe. And then you tell me we are a country, powerful country. You are not. When every 10,000 they have one doctor, what country you have? I can say that India is a great country when it's come to dancing. The guy, he want to meet his girlfriend in a secret place. They are in love. He is poor, she is rich, as usual. They decide to meet in a place nobody knows about it, secretly. They go in the temple, they meet, and there's nobody. And then suddenly there's 20,000 people dancing behind them. That is an Indian movie. So don't go emotional the same as Indian movies and think that you can win war by being emotional. I mean, look at this. The guy is meeting the girl secretly. Her father will not allow her to meet him. They send a letter using a bird. Nobody knows about the meeting. And then they meet. Suddenly there is a music. Suddenly people, they come like waves. Thousands. And suddenly all of them, they are dancing the same dance. And suddenly they are flying in the wind. And flowers coming from everywhere. That is an Indian movie. How this movie come to your head? How in the world you accept the story? This is the same as the Arabian movie. In the Arabian movie, you hear the guy hitting the guy, the sound, 5 minutes before the hit. There's nobody hitting anyone, but we hear the sound. Where the sound coming from? 5 minutes after, you see the guy slamming the guy. So, I'm not making fun of you or your culture. I'm just stating reality. And we have more stupid things in our lands too. This is not about you or about me. We are speaking about what is negative, what is positive. Right? In the Middle East, they watch a Mexican series. Everybody is crying. Look, what happened? Oh, they know they kidnapped her. You know, what the heck? Indian are the same as the Arab. This is why I say the Arab are Indian. You watch a movie, you cry. You watch a movie, you dance. You watch a movie, you start shooting in the air. Very emotional. That will never happen with the American. You will not see American crying when they are watching a movie. You know? Yeah, I mean, every nation, they have some crazy stuff, you know? Yeah, and you know, the funny is that every one from his, whatever his nation is, he have a pride, you know, he's so proud. You know, like the Arab, they are proud about what? I have no idea. You tell me, what proud about what? We are the one who invented the suicide belt. Even that one is not us. The American CIA taught the Taliban. So, you know, people, they have a pride, and they are so proud of their country. But in reality, if you look about it, you will find that your country is disgusting. Caste system, you know, very bad social division between the poor and the rich. There's a Brahma. There is a society of the barber. There is a society of the tailors. There is a society of the garbage collector. There is a they cannot even marry from each other. But the second you speak to a one person, he gets so angry against you. And don't be upset. European, they are no better. European are stupid to the bones. Just today I saw in the news how all those, they call themselves royal families, they come in like dogs to join the wedding of someone he called himself a king. He is not a king. This guy is a Bedouin guy. There's no kings between those Arab. The British are the one who made the grandfather of this guy a king. And now because those gang dogs, who they call themselves royal families in Europe, they have a club of royal. It's a club of dogs. They love to show off. They love the, like, you know, King Charles. King Charles is not a king. He's a pimp. So we say things about everybody with no exception. This is a king. This is Charles is a king. He ruled what exactly? All this reception and show, this is for tourism. They calculate the number, how much money we will make if we make this show. Otherwise, this guy, nobody listen to. Nobody obey. He can't even order the army. He can't even order his guards. Even his dogs, even the dogs of his mother, when he wanted to get rid of them, he had to ask for permission. But they call them kings. And they believe they are kings. And people, they worship showtime. When I was in England, when this whore Diana, they call her Princess Diana. She is a whore. She is the whore of England. She slept with everybody, with the cook, with the driver, with the Muslim, with the Hindu, with the Sikh. I mean, everybody he park his penis in her vagina. But they call her princess. Nobody want to say the truth. I mean, there is a guy in the palace she did not sleep with. But what people they call her? Princess. And her husband is no different. He was sleeping around too. He is a whore. Because a whore is not only the man, a woman is a man too. And they call him royal. I mean, do you see how awkward everything? Everybody is hypocrite. Nobody want to say the king is whore. They praise them, and the bike from God, and servant, and God save the king. Why God want to save the king? Because he's a whore? Or because his wife, she was a whore and he was not able to take care of her? And nobody know even who is the father of those kids. Like, why this King Charles don't want the young prince, if we can call him prince, because he is not the father. He knew that. He think he is the father of the old one only. King Charles. Yeah. But anyway, truth hurt. You know, when I was in England and Diana, she died, I like to dress black, you know. I have a black t-shirt, I have a black jeans, my gun is black too, but I don't have it with me until at that time. So anyway, so they thought I'm wearing black because I'm sad. I think it was channel 4, I don't know, I mean which channel. So they came to me in the camera and they said, "Sir, where are you from? You have an accent." So I was speaking and they came to me. I said, "Yeah, I'm from the Middle East." They said, "Look how wonderful." He looked at the camera. He is from the Middle East and everybody here is sad because, you know, the death of a Princess Diana. I said, "I am not sad for her death." He looked at me. I said, "They are wearing black." They stopped the camera. And I was actually waiting for them to publish this. The coward did not publish it. So he said to me, so why you are wearing black? I said, I wear black because I like black. But why I want to be sad for this woman? Didn't she die, you know, sleeping with the boyfriend? You know, leaving the house of the husband? And he's even a Muslim? He left me and he took a hike. And the funny is, the same TV station, I think, they made a program, documentary about how many men she slept with. I mean, how just a few weeks ago, you were making a documentary about her, how many men she slept with, and then a few weeks after, we are sad for Princess Diana. Can you be a princess and a whore? Maybe she is the princess of whores. That makes sense. Can you be a king and a whore? Yeah. Maybe you are the king of whores. You are a whore, your wife is a whore, nobody knows who is the father of your children, and now you claim to be a king. ما تقدر راحة. Yeah, this is Iraqi. Ada, she's speaking Iraqi. ما تقعد راحة, huh? Yeah. I mean, you know, and look how cheap they are. They go with a rich boy, Al-Fayed. He's a rich, you know, he's a son of a rich man. She is a whore, literally for a whore. Those people, they will never have enough money. They are for the devil's sale. This Charles, he used to keep going to Saudi Arabia every few weeks. For what? Because when he go there, they give him expensive gifts. Hey, by the way, Nancy Pelosi was in the wedding of the son of the king of Jordan. Can you tell me what Nancy Pelosi is doing there? Dogs. Why even she's invited? Who's she? Dogs. The Dogs Club. None of them is a king, and none of them is a prince, and none of them is a princess. They are dogs. How are you doing, Mohammed Katabi? How are you? I'm lying again? I thought lying in Islam is lawful, brother. Isn't it your prophet? He says you can lie to your wife, and your wife, she can lie to the husband, and you can lie to Muslims to fix things between them. Do you like to call me so I can lie to you and you can lie to me so we can fix things together? I heard that if two Muslims, they lie to each other, this is how they were able to create a glue to fix things. Just a stupid kid. Let your dad come. Enough talking to your mom. I have enough kids from her. CB بلبس أسود مسيحي. مسيحي what? I know what is that. Anyway, you know, the truth hurt, and they claim that they are what they are. All of them, they corrupt, and even sometimes they can fool us. Like, you know, for me, I used to think of Trump highly, very much highly. I said, no, we got the guy. And then it turned to be the guy is just a scumbag, like the rest. Lord have mercy on us. But he is better than the Democrat for sure. But still, he is a corrupt, I believe. Do you know Arun Ra? You mean Amun Ra? Are you talking about the god of the Egyptian? And the Pharaoh? مسيحي شيعي نكتة يا ولا نضحك ما أقدر. You know, I cannot even speak Arabic no more. Speaking all the English, really I speak Arabic because I don't associate with the Arab at all. Last time I spoke with somebody Arabic, I don't know, it was many years ago. Oh, no, sorry. I spoke Arabic last time I was speaking to Osama Dakdok. Yeah. But rarely I speak Arabic. I am an Arabic Christian, was raised thinking the word Allah meant God. Thank you for opening my eyes. You're welcome, my friend. Can you play chess? Yeah, I can. I used to play very good, actually, but I did not play chess for a long time. Many years. But I think I can win a match so easy. Unless you are really a person who practice, playing. I need to refresh my memory about playing. But I think if I play with someone, let us say he's a good player in chess, I can win easy. What do you think about some Hindu priests provoke their people to take over the Kaaba, trying to make it become Hindu? I don't know. I mean, whoever those are stupid. Because are you really capable of doing that? If you are not, that is a stupid statement. Right? If I say to you now, let us take the Kaaba. Hey, let us take the Kaaba. But can we do that? Who is going to help us? It's silly. Those are silly people. Those are silly people. They are looking for attention and maybe a crowd, because there's many who they are, let us say, kind of radical Hindus. They like this kind of a statement that will ignite the crowd and make the crowd, get closer to those priests. It's an agenda, but not of reality. Yeah. What Allah mean? Nobody knows what Allah mean. Allah is not one word. Allah is two words. The name is La, but we don't know really what La mean because it's a very ancient word carried from generation to generation. Do you know something? What is the reason for that? Of that? You mean the Hindu priests, they are doing that? I told you. You see, if I now speak about love and peace, I will not be really too much effective as if I speak about let us make an army. There's many people, they like that idea. Violence is more attractive, especially for those who like violence. And then if you are a person who try to ignite violence, you will find yourself become more important than someone who's teaching peace, because nobody is worried about you. They are worried only about the one who is teaching violence. Jonathan Burrows, CP, does not know anything about Rastafarian. He is a Catholic. Okay, my friend, whatever you say. Just get lost. And next time you come here, don't come alone. Bring your dad with you. I don't care if you're a Catholic or Protestant or Orthodox. All those names mean nothing for me. And you are a donkey. You are none of them. You are just a donkey. However, I'm not sure if you look like your dad. You remind me of the Arab guy who he came to his father and he said to him, "Father, I want to get married." He said, "Really? My son, finally, my dream come true to see you married. Who is she? Let us go and ask for her hand." The son told the father the name of the girl. The father says, "No, no, 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 no. No, 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 no." The son said, "Why?" He said, "Son, I cannot tell you why." "No, you have to tell me. I love her." He said, "Okay, son, now you are forcing me to tell you. She is your sister." "What? She is my sister." Drama, you know. The guy, he becomes so sad, what he can do? I mean, he fell in love in his sister. His father, when he was in his age, he used to go to sleep around. So this girl, she is his sister. Few months after, he forgot about the sister. He found a new girl. He came to his father again. He said to him the same. "I found a girl. The father is so happy. Tell me her name." He told him the name. He said, "No, no, 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 no. You cannot marry her." "Why? She is your sister." "What the heck?" "Yes, son, when I was in your age, I was sleeping around a lot." So anyway, to make the story short, otherwise we will stay here until next week. Each time he bring him a girl to marry, a name, he said to him, "This is your sister. You cannot marry her." So this boy, he becomes so upset, sad. He stay in his room. He grow his beard. He don't want to go anywhere. The mother, she noticed her son change. So she went to talk to him. "Son, what happened to you? You used to go out. You date with girls. You go with your friends. What happened?" He said, "Mom, I cannot tell you. Please leave me alone." She said, "No, you need to tell me." So he told her, "Each time I come to my dad and I say to him, I want to marry this girl. She is the one I like. He said to me, you can't marry her. She is your sister. What I will do now?" The mother, she said to him, "Son, I wish you told me a long time ago. Go and marry whoever you wish. Who told you that he is your dad?" And this is what the Muslims are. They don't know who is their dad. Even Muhammad, he was born 4 years after his father. So who told you that he is your dad? Go and marry whoever you want. There is no need for this drama. So the father is sleeping around. The mother is sleeping around. And who told you he is your dad? It turned to be that his dad is not his dad. And the Muslims here, they come and they talk about religion and they speak about, like ethic. I mean, look who is talking. The child molester prophet is their best example. Yeah. What is your opinion on Vatican liking Islam? Vatican liking Islam? I don't think Vatican like Islam, my friend. Those are doing politics, and politics is dirty, and the Pope is dirty. So I don't think the Vatican liking Islam, but I understand. But why people don't remember that John Paul, he was almost killed by a Muslim terrorist from Turkey? Why people don't remember the previous Pope, who he said, Mohammed, he brought nothing but the devil? Why we only remember the one we like and we forget the one we like? Why? Are you with me, guys? So some people, they have a very selective memory. They want to, they don't like the Vatican. Okay. I don't like many things about the Vatican too. But we have to be honest. Who is the crusade? The crusade, all of them, they are Catholic. If not the crusade, all of you will be Abdul by today. So stop being stupid. Who is the one who made the caliphate, the Ottoman army in Malta, the joke of everybody in the world? The Catholic, the Knights of Malta. few hundred nights, they destroy an army of the Ottoman. This is what I don't like about people. They are very selective in their memory, which is a clear sign either of hypocrisy or ignorance. Choose one. Anyway, always be fair and don't take a side. If you think you are a Christian, say things as it is, say the truth so you can be called truthful. Otherwise, you will be a scumbag like the rest. All right? So I'm not a Catholic, and I don't want to be one. I don't want to be Orthodox, and I don't want to be Protestant. I want to be Christian following Christ. This is the only word the Bible calls us. All those names are not exist in the Bible. However, if you are a Catholic or Protestant or Orthodox, you are my brother and sister in Christ. We only need to agree about the major things, which is salvation. The rest I don't care. You have a guy, his name is Pope, say hello to him. If he is good, he's good. If he's bad, he's bad. For us, we believe only God is good. And this is what the Bible teaches. Not me, not you, not the Pope. All of us, we are sinners, and we need our sin to be forgiven. So we as a Christians, we are united with Jesus, divided with the priest. So don't follow priest. Follow Jesus. Any priest he divide you, he is not a Christian. He is not serving God. He is serving the devil, serving Allah. Chapter 5, verse 14. Allah in the Quran, aka the devil, said, I will spread hatred and enmity between the Christians until the day of judgment. Do you know about Becca Shower, the Ham Zakir? No, my friend, I do not know. He is doing miracles in the front of people. I don't know. Who is he? I don't know. You know, and you need to be careful. There's a lot of fake people, scammers. You know, you never know. I'm not saying he is. I'm saying I don't know. But it happened. There's a lot of people, you know, like there is some fabricators from the Muslims, from the Christians, from the Hindus, from the Buddhas. They claim things is not absolutely false. It's like the fortune teller people, you know. They have employees who sit between people when they come to, like you have an appointment. A person who he claimed that he is just a client like you. He sat next to you, he asks you your name, what do you do, why you are here, you know, all this information. And then he claimed that he is going to the bathroom. He tell them inside everything about you, and why you are here. And then they tell it to the fortune teller. You go inside, you will be surprised. He knows your name. You know what year you are, you know, where you live. Oh, your husband left you. So, and the same, there is people, they bring fake sick people. And they claim that they are healing them. You can do that too. Conning is a big business. Religion can be a great business. How you will know if those people are truthful or not? One day they will get sick themselves, and then let us see if they can heal themselves. Like Mohammed, you know, how many Muslims they claim that Muhammad he healed people, don't they? And they have stories in the Bukhari and Muslim, etc. But Muhammad himself was so sick. I mean, the guy, he faint every 5 minutes. Don't even 5, every 60 seconds. He faint, he wake up, he faint, he wake up, he faint. So how the one they claim he can heal people, he cannot heal himself? Imagine the Messiah. The one who made the blind see, he got a blind. And he cannot make himself see. That will not be the Messiah. That means the story of the blind is a lie. And this is the same as Muhammad. Muhammad is a scam. Right? So we don't follow a man, we follow God. Never believe in a man, even if you do miracle. If I do a miracle in front of you, never, ever, ever believe in me. Otherwise, you are stupid. Because even if a miracle happened, it's God who did the miracle, not the man. Only foolish people, they follow the man. Isn't it Jesus said, not everyone will say to me, Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom of my Father. They said to him, didn't we do wonder in your name? What wonder mean? Miracles. We did miracles, miracles. They did miracles. Still Jesus says to them, I do not know you. So the name of the Lord is powerful. And some they might be able to do miracles using the power of the name of the Lord. But they are still evildoers, doing it for their own benefit and their own glory. All right. Exactly. He said to them, depart away from me. So who care who do miracle, who does not? You know, that is not, you know, those who have faith because if somebody did miracle, that means they have no faith. You see, if Jesus, if I was exist in the time of the Messiah, and I witness him speaking, am I going to be touched by his speech or by his miracle? Just think about it. I believe I will be touched by his speech, because you can feel if somebody speak of God or speak of a man. You can feel it. You can feel he is decent or he is just a fraud. Especially if you are a person who occupied yourself with knowledge and intelligence, not just a fool. You open your mouth, whatever people they say. As you see people in the chat talking about a guy, his name is Cinco. This is the level of people, Cinco. They are worried about Cinco. Who's Cinco? Nobody. But this is the word today, Cinco. Cinco and Andrew Tits. This is what they are worried about. This is their gods. I mean, why even when we talk about them? Cinco. Even the name is weird. You need to respect Islam like a true Christian. I respect Islam every day. Did you hear me last time I farted at your prophet? And then I made a case against your prophet to clean my fart? Get out of here. I don't have time for trolls. I will respect Islam only when I'm following the devil. Before that, I will never. What do you think about what happened in Ethiopia, mosque being demolished? I don't know. I never heard of the story. I heard nothing about it. CP about earthquake in Turkey. Some people, they said you had a prophecy about it couple of years before. No, not couple of years. I said that just maybe, I don't know, 6-7 months ago. However, I believe this is not what I saw. And I'm not prophesying. I'm not a prophet, my friend. I saw a dream, vision. So I believe that this earthquake is not the one. Are you happy now? So my vision did not come true yet. The one I saw, it was very massive. Even though you might say to me, this is massive. I mean, I saw a crack in the ground more than 500 meters. Imagine the land separated 500-meter distance. Massive. Still, this is not what I saw. The earthquake I saw in Turkey in the vision was horrible. You know what horrible is? Really horrible. So if what I saw happened, that might be the end of Turkey today. It's going to be a new era, because the whole country almost will be demolished. Very massive. So it was just a dream. Maybe it's true, will happen, maybe never, you know. But this is what I saw. And this is why I'm saying to you, what happened now is not what I saw. Otherwise I can claim, yeah, I said that to you, it happened. No. See? A person who like to lie, he will take opportunity that he said that a big earthquake will happen in Turkey. I say, see, I told you. No. I say to you, this is not what I saw. All right? What do you think about WEF agenda? I don't know what is W and AF agenda. What is that? Yeah, a dream is a vision, isn't it? Dream is a visual images you see when you are asleep, or even sometime if you are awake. Dream is a vision. I mean, people, they say words, I don't know if they think about it. In fact, every word you say is a vision. When you speak, you are not speaking, you are making images. So when you say to somebody, I'm going to the house have an image. In your mind, you know how a house looks like. Not specifically, but if you know that house, you know the image. If you say, I'm going to eat yogurt, you have an image. If you say, I'm going to eat, you have an image. Your brain is nothing but images. Everything in your life is images. Your dictionary is images. Your brain is images. Your memory is images. Your words are images. Anyway, you know, some people, they make sometime comment. Don't be upset if I give you something maybe you don't like to hear, but you ask for it. If you say, I'm going to go and meet my wife, that is an image. In your head, there's an image of your wife. If you don't see the image, you don't recognize your wife. Even the voice is an image. The voice, you know, because the voice, simply, you recognize the voice because that voice is stored as an image in your brain. Let us say, you know, if you make an, let us say, what they call it? Telegram voice, something like that. So they show you how the voice as an image. Those waves, they make an image. So in your mind, in your brain, you stored an image of the voice. When you hear it, you recognize that this is the voice of this person. And they say only Allah can see the future. Well, this is very easy to debunk because Allah do not know anything. CP voice is an image. Every voice is an image. Every little tiny part of your memory is an image. Everything about a human being is a collection of images, and specifically electronic images, just to make it more complicated. It is electronic. You know, we have a computer before the computer was created. Very complicated. We, the true Christian, follow Christ. We respect the Pope because that is what the tradition has led right from Jesus. Our friend, we respect any Christian man and women, regardless if they are the Pope or not. Now, claiming that the Pope, he have the authority from Jesus, that is something I have no interest in, because I don't agree with it. First of all, there is no proof that those who you call them Pope, they are connected to Peter. And Peter never named any of them. To make it simple, when the Messiah, he said to Peter, you are the rock, he gave that only to Peter, not to Christian Prince. What you people do, you give it to everybody after as if it's a business and inheritance. Even Paul don't have that authority. None of the disciples. So how come you jump from Peter to the Pope? Only one person, he gave him that promise, not even the rest. So give me a break with your Pope. I'm not insulting him. However, the Pope is exists today is an idiot. I will have respect for other Pope. When they are good, I say they are good. When they are donkeys, I say they are donkeys like Mohammed. And, you know, we have a lot of donkeys in all, you know, sect. Protestant, Orthodox, Catholic, donkeys, a lot of donkeys. They look like a human. But if you take the hat, you will see ears like the ears of Muhammad. All right. How many hours we are here now? 7 hours. That is nothing, huh? And I said to myself, I will make a video about this Peterson thing. Those are man-made tradition. Nothing wrong, by the way, to make a tradition of respect and to have a leadership. That's a good thing, actually. But if the leadership became, let us say, what they call it, bureaucracy? I don't know if I'm saying the word correctly. Excuse my English. Bureaucracy, a form of business, that is something wrong. So I support having a leadership. An army without a leader is not an army. It's a fact. You have to give the leadership to somebody, make decision, someone you trust. However, when this leadership become lousy, you don't know they are electing who, the election is not really what it used to be, and now most of them, they are from the woke community, and you know, European government, they are involving even in electing and selecting the Pope. They don't want someone to be conservative. They don't want someone to be truly Christian. That is not a leadership. That is a form of destruction. Did you change your mind about marriage? Well, did you? One by one? Do you know my mind about marriage to ask me if I changed my mind about marriage? People, they ask me weird questions. If I'm married now, do you think I can stay here for 7 hours talking to you? She will kill me. She will grab one of my guns in the, in the coffee table. She come to me, she says, are you going to go to bed or else? So you don't want me to get married? If I get married, I will not be here. I will be either making babies or washing dishes, like all the Muslims they do. Okay, let me block you then. Anyone will insult any church, I will block you. I will say goodbye to you. Good luck. تعال عندي أزوجك صينية. Stardust, he said, he come to me, I will marry you to a Chinese. Well, nothing wrong with the Chinese, Actually, if you ask me which one more is suitable to be wife these days, an Asian girl or a white girl, I would say Asian. Women these days in the West, they act like men, but is missing to have a mustache. And there is no way, a man, he will be enjoying marrying a man. I mean, if a woman, she is acting like a man, well, good luck with that. Right? Go walk in the street and see how girls they speak these days, the F word. I mean, filth, they're garbage. Who is going to bring a woman like this to his house? If I have a woman like this in my house, I will throw her from the window after 5 minutes. Those, white Western people, Western women, sadly, not all of them for sure, they lost their sense. The men are acting like women, women acting like men, and the result, we have an idiot in the White House. Look at this. I mean, look at the president we have. If this is the president, what is about the people then? Do you think European, they will help Turkey? European, they will help Turkey to destroy Greece. Just wait. European countries are the most evil countries in the earth. Germany specifically. Spain, the Spanish leftist communist regime government, they are giving Turkey submarine just so they can conquer Greece. Evil people. Is a Muslim woman a good catch if she is weak in religion? A Muslim woman, she is no good to me in any way, in any mean. Only foolish man will have a Muslim woman. Only. If you don't believe me, try it. Later you will find your kids become Muslims. I agree with you and everything you say. Please take some rest. Okay, I'm resting. We should get married, CP. We should. Who said so? Okay, guys, I'm going to go get married right now. Tomorrow I will, not tomorrow, I have to go for a honeymoon. By the way, why they call it honeymoon? Is that because the rest of it is not honey? Like only honey in this month? What about the rest? The honey is gone. Honeymoon. You know, one of the funny things about Middle Eastern, when they get married, they invite everybody to the wedding. I mean, the wedding is like a couple of thousand of people. People eat and dance and blah, 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 and everybody is gossiping about you. Everybody. Even your cousins, the most close member in the family. And then after all this party and all this noise, the guy, he goes second, like a week after, he go to his uncle, can I borrow money from you? Yeah, you know, I just get married. Every single person get married, he's broke. This is how foolish they are. I never saw one Arabian man is smart. You go take the woman, marry her, and go. Save the money. Why you want to spend the money for the party, inviting thousands of people? Broke. Go. Have a vacation. You and your wife alone. Drink with your wife. Eat with your wife. Go in the beach with your wife. You bring thousands of people eating your food, drinking your drink, and then they gossip about you. That's because you're a donkey. And then he spent a couple of years after that to pay what he spent for the wedding. And then when he have kids, he cannot afford even the kids. And then they start fighting with the wife, and then she asks for divorce. And now he cannot afford the divorce. Go back to zero. The honeymoon is for one night. Well, if there is not, what if your mother-in-law is there? All right. You know, once there is a guy, he called me. I said, hey, how are you doing? You know, he said, well, you know, things is not really good. My mother-in-law is giving me hell, you know, and giving me a lot of problem with my wife. He said, stop by, you know. I said, okay. So, you know, a few days after, I went to his house. I knocked at the door. And a woman, she opened the door. I asked her, is he here? She said, no, I'm his mother. She said to me, I'm his mother. I never thought that she is his mother-in-law. So I get in, and she said to me, so do you know him for long? I said, not long really, but you can say we are friends. And he spoke to me. He was like unhappy with his mother-in-law. She looked at me. The second she looked at me, I know there is something wrong. She said, what he told you? The second she said to me, what he told you, and her eyes is coming out like a frog. She is almost jumping on me. And I don't know, I don't remember what she had in her hand. I said, oh boy, let me grab my gun then. It turned to be that this is his mother-in-law. I said, well, no, I'm just, I noticed there is something not right, you know. I said, no, I'm just joking, you know. She said, no, don't, please tell me what he said to you. I know him, he's an idiot. What he said to you? I said, come on, you know, okay, I have to go, you know. And then the guy, he called me, he said, what you did, man. What you did. I came back, the house in fire. My wife, she is waiting for me, sitting next to her mom. And they want to know what I said to you. Can you tell me what you told them exactly so I can cover it up? So I said to myself, imagine you are in that position. And those people, they keep saying to me, get married, get married. And when they get married, they want to divorce. Anyway, I'm just joking. Do you still have a contact with Amir? No, sorry, I don't. For a couple of years, but if you see him, if you have a contact, say hello to him. I changed my Skype, so he can't contact me. I don't know. Yeah, but how I know that this is his mother-in-law? She said to me, I'm his mom. You know? She said to me, I'm his mama. So when she said his mama, well, didn't say she's his mother-in-law. So I said, okay, she is his mama. It turned to be he is the other mama. You know? The mama which is coming from the other side of the valley. Oh. some smart Christians stay in home and their wife working for the family and they bring money. I don't know why that is smart, but a man is the one should work and the women should be at home, especially if she have kids. If she don't have kids, she can work. I mean, she will be bored if she is staying alone home. I think that will not be fair. But if she have kids, I think the best for her is a greater job for the women to be at home, because taking care of kids is not easy. Taking care of a house. Why don't like mother-in-law? Just a joke. I mean, mother-in-law, they can be bad, they can be good. Not all women are the same. But usually, this is a story about mother-in-law. It's when a woman, she felt like another woman, she stole her son from her, the son who used to come to her every day, he listened to his mom, what his mom she want, and then suddenly he have a different interest. So a certain women, but those are not smart one, they feel jealousy because of the new women who come and she took the son. But a smart woman is the one, she will feel happy and she will support them and she will never bother them and she will never even involve in anything between them. Any issue between wife and husband is none the business of the parents, none of the business of anyone. In fact, I don't respect men or women who go out of the house and speak about their problems with anyone. Even if a woman, she tell her sister, I don't respect her. None of her business. What happened inside your house between you and your husband should stay between you and your husband. Same for the man. The man who go out and he start telling what his wife did, I don't respect him. I don't. He's not acting like a man. This is not the behavior of a smart people. All right. You are amazing with virtual knowledge. Okay, Una, I like what you said, but to be honest with you, I do not know what you said. I just learned a new word in English. Let me search it. So the funny is, you're simply saying I'm amazing with knowledge, but I do not know what the word means. So how I can be amazing with knowledge? Able to adopt or be adopted many different functions or activities. How you pronounce it? Let us see. I never used this word before.
Versatile.
Versatile. Versatile. Okay. There is something called knowledge and there is something called common sense. Right? And the human being, he can improve his common sense by practicing thinking and sensing logic. Not everything is based on knowledge. What if a man or a woman abusing her partner? Will you be quiet not to ask for advice from a friend? Well, if he is abusing, I don't know what do you mean by abusing? Like if he is, let us say, not a good man. He is, there's many things for the word abusing. You have to be smart because simply advice from a friend can make things more complicated because you are involving someone else and maybe his involvement can cause more problem. You need to try to find a solution for your abused or abusing partner. And if not, then he broke the command of God to take care of you, to be good to you, to be nice to you. Let us say the husband, he'd beat the hell of you. That is a piece of garbage. You are allowed to divorce him. You see, when the Bible speaks about marrying a woman who is divorced is a fornication, this is about a woman who divorced for no real reason. Fornication in the Bible is not only sex. The Old Testament said the earth committed fornication, but earth don't commit fornication. Fornication means great zina, great adultery. The earth committed adultery. Adultery means great sin against God. That's what adultery means. It's not necessarily sex. It can be sex. So if a man, he commit a great adultery against his wife or the opposite, then the marriage can be dissolved. For the man, he did not marry a woman to abuse her, neither to enslave her, neither to take control of her. Like one of you just a few weeks ago asked me, do you tell, what if your wife shouldn't dress the way you like her to dress? I told him, well, that means I did not marry the right woman. Why I need to tell her how to dress? Didn't I see how she dressed before I marry her? Now I want to tell her. So if I accept how she dressed before I marry her, and then after I marry her, I want to tell her how to dress, that means I was a fool, an hypocrite. So you don't involve strangers in your problems, otherwise they can make it more complicated. And then you try to find if this problem can be solved or it is impossible. And then you make a decision. All right. A woman, she should not stay with a man. He is a criminal. He's a donkey. He's not a humane. He should not. Some people, they try to take the Bible wrongly. The Bible never said, you see, there is a duty for the man, duty for the woman. The man, he love his wife. Love. Love, what love mean? Love doesn't mean abuse. So if you don't love your wife, that means you are not loyal. And you are a cheater too. You are a cheater. You cheated God. You promised to be a loving husband, a caring person. If somebody love you, he don't abuse you. If somebody love you, don't hurt you. Unless you are a person who have a mental issue. Because there is some, maybe the husband, he does nothing, but she love a drama. She's not smart. She have a low IQ. That will make it very hard for the husband. The same, it might be the woman, she is smart, the husband is low IQ. This is why you have to, you remember we just spoke an hour ago about if you want to bring somebody to your soil, you have to be sure that this person can grow on your soil. So we don't bring a palm tree to grow it in Alaska. That is stupid. So what some people they do, he see a woman, she look beautiful as a palm tree. He think about her as a decoration, but he never study her. He never noticed that she cannot live in the cold. He never noticed that she will die. He never noticed that they are no match. He was looking at the body, He worshipped the body of the palm tree. So he take the palm tree. He is so happy to have her. He take her. He put her in Alaska. He put her in the ground, and then the palm tree die with the first storm. And this is what happened to many people in marriage. They marry a man because he looked like a palm tree, but they never even study the man. Either they like how he look like, or they like what he do, or they like how he think, or they like whatever they like. And then the most important thing, if he match or not, that is the last thing really to think about. People, they do shopping. They don't do, let us say, matchmaking. shopping. You know, you go to the shop. In the shop, there is many in the shelves. And I mean, when they do shopping, even they are more careful than when they get married. When you do shopping, you do read review, right? But in the case of a human being, how you can do review? You cannot do that. I mean, unless the person was married before, you know. But I can tell you how you can do a review of a man or a woman. A man, if he is not good to his mother, he will not be good to you. If he is not good to his sister, he will not be good to you. If he is not good to his brothers, he will not be good to you. If he's a liar, he lied to his friends, he will lie to you. So you do not need really to live with the man to know who is he. Already he have a fruit. A person he don't appreciate his mother. Why he will appreciate you anyway? This is the woman she spent her life taking care of him. Yet he don't appreciate her. So why he will appreciate you? Who are you? Nobody. So you can always review a man without living with the man. From their fruits you shall know them. Same for the women. A woman, she is rude to her mom, rude to her dad, she will be rude to you. Do we agree? If the father said to his daughter, let's say his daughter, she is a grown woman, she is 30 years old. He said to her, honey, can you make some tea for me? Yeah, you make tea for yourself. Well, this is the woman you don't want to have in your house. This is her dad. And I'm just trying to be polite. Even some of them, they use the F word to their father. So if you accept such a woman, good luck. She will say exactly what she said to her father, to you and more. This is her father. And the same for the man. What goes for the woman goes for the man. If the man, he is filthy, rude, he don't respect his parents, how in the world he will respect you? He will not. Right? Yeah. Man can divorce only when she is not loyal, else cannot divorce. You know, people, they have still wrong understanding. You see, loyal is not only about sex. And loyal, you see, you said the man he can divorce. Who said that only the man he can divorce? The Jews all days, only the man he can divorce. The woman, she have really, you know, she is just behind the wall waiting for the husband to make decision. When the Messiah, he said that, he was protecting the women, not the opposite. This was for women protection, not for man protection. Because the one who is abusing the women is the man. It's not the woman who can divorce him and get a new husband. It is the man who, those Jews, they are the same as the Muslims. When the woman, she gets a little bit older, you divorce her, get a new one. You know? They need someone to do cooking, cleaning, etc. This woman, she get old, you go and get, you know, a brand new car. The same as the Mohammedan, exactly. So the verse you are reading about being, if she is not being loyal, it's true, same time, not exactly what it's meant. Loyalty is for both of them, and loyalty is not only about sexual life, it's about everything. If the man, she leave the house of the husband, she is not being loyal, even if she don't sleep around. Even if she don't sleep around. Because she broke the command of God. Same for the man. If the man leave his wife and he live in different house, even if he don't sleep around, still he committed fornication against God. But people, they like to understand as they wish. You know, they take two words and they make a story of it. And anyway, you don't have to agree with me. I'm just sharing with you what I believe to to be the right thing to do. But it might be your logic is better than mine. I claim nothing. I'm just a simple person sharing my humble opinion with you all. You can be, more educated, smarter, and come with better decision. Do you think Muslim men and Christian women can be married successfully and happily? A woman, she marry a Muslim man. A Christian woman, she is marrying a Muslim man. She is not marrying. She is committing fornication. She is a fornicator. Because the Bible is so clear. Marriage can only happen between two believers. So don't fool yourself with the word marriage. Even if you have a scumbag priest accept to marry you to a Muslim man in a church, he is a scumbag. This is not marriage. Marriage, the Bible make it clear, dark and light cannot be under one roof. So people, they lie to themselves and they say, I'm married to a Muslim. No, you are not. Marriage is so beautiful. Okay. You know better. Two believers and different gender. We never thought that time will come and we have to mention different gender too. Imagine a man marrying a man. That is oh why? Gender. A woman who marry non-Christian man, God did not bless her, and she is not blessing her family. She is destroying her family, because later all her kids will be Muslims or even Buddhist, whatever. Those are stupid women, in my opinion, who they are not Christians and they don't care for God. Because if you are a Christian, you put your faith first, not a man in the bed first. Do we agree? My faith is number one. Let us say you are my brother in real time from my parents, and you say something against Jesus. I don't know you. I will not talk to you. I have nothing to do with you. Why? Because my faith comes first, not my blood. So if a woman, she claims to be Christian, then a Christian woman, she will never ever marry a non-Christian man. She is just seeking a man in the bed. She is lying to herself, saying she is a Christian. Those are false people. They have nothing to do with Christianity. There is almost 3 billion Christians. You cannot find a Christian man to marry you, or a Christian woman to marry you. So why you want to go to Muslim or Hindus or Buddhist? And then your kids will struggle, which God we follow. And as long if the Christian woman, she is the one compromising, usually the Muslim will take over. It's the same. What Bahi faith? Bahi is not a faith. Bahi is a mix of cocktail. What is Bahi? Bahi is one of the garbage supported by the Israeli, hoping that they will make more Muslims join the Bahi. And what Bahi is a hippie. You don't even know who they worship whom. Islam, Christianity, Guru, Bahi. What happened to Eliza? I don't know what you are talking about. What Eliza? Eliza? I don't know. if a Christian woman marries a Muslim, like I did, there will be so much pressure to convert. Never did, but it took me long time not to ask if it was not pork. So see, you married a Muslim man. Well, I feel sorry for you. And you did not marry a Muslim man. You committed fornication. All your life with him is a fornication, not a marriage. The only time marriage can be continue between a Christian and a non-Christian if only if you used to be, let's say, a Muslim, and then you become a Christian, but your wife is a Muslim, or vice versa, you can keep your marriage, because Christ, he don't want a family to be destroyed. But this is only if you used to be a pagan Muslim and you become a Christian, then that time that wife is a valid wife. But if after you become a Christian you marry a Muslim, that is not marriage, that is a fornication. All right. The Moroccan girl in China is Elsa? I don't remember. Okay. Can you give encouragement for those who are in this situation? What situation? Marrying a Muslim man? I cannot encourage you. I will never encourage you. I will say shame on you. How I can encourage you? The only thing I can say, shame on you. You're married to the devil family. You sold your Lord for a man in the bed, or for a woman in the bed. I say shame on you. You want to be hypocrite, says, oh, don't worry, Lord, are you? Lord, Messiah, I love you. No. Shame on you. Because you are doing shameful act. This is not a marriage. This is nothing but you are living with someone. You are living with someone, that's all. Someone who is even Antichrist. I cannot give them advice how to get out. Do you think people who they are doing this, they can even get out? That's it. They are in the trap. They have kids. You know, they are eating their nails and their fingers with sorrow. You know, that's it. They cannot get out. Until she can get out only if one day he got rid of her. You know when a person he got kidnapped, and then in the first 3 months he tried to escape. Then after 6 months, even if you leave the door open, he will not run away. What they call it, I think they call it Amsterdam syndrome. This is what will happen to those women. But in this case, they are kidnapped willingly. You know, they get in with their feet. So if a woman is kidnapped and she used to something for a long time, still she stay even if you leave the door open. What about a woman? She came willingly, and the door was always open. That's it. They don't know better. They are just a bunch of fools. Stockholm syndrome, yeah, Stockholm syndrome. Correct. Nobody can help them. They have to help themselves. And what I can say to her, like, run away? So basically, you have no reason or sorrow for them. What about those who realized their error? Maybe they were young when they made that decision. Okay. I was young one day too. And I used to carry my gun with me all the time. But I never killed anyone. So being young doesn't mean you get a license to be a fool. Right? Mary, the mother of Jesus, was very young. And she was a very pure woman. She never sold herself to the devil. Being young is not an excuse. At the age of 10, I know what fornication means. At the age of 10, I know what theft means. At the age of 10, I know what Christian mean and what Muslim mean. So what young? You are just trying to give yourself an excuse. I'm not putting you down, by the way. I feel for you if you are one of them. But I can say only shame on you, because it's your decision, your stupid decision. And you are saying now, so basically you have no remorse or sorrow for them. Why you want my sorrow anyway? I feel sorry for nobody. How many times, guys, I told you, if my father, who is my father, he decided to leave Christianity, he passed away, you know. May the Lord have mercy on him. He died as a very good Christian man. If he decided to leave Christianity, I will never be sorry for him. He decided to leave Christianity, then it's his fault. I will cry for nobody. And I have no right even to cry for you, because it's stupid to cry for you. So you do the wrong, you live the wrong, you practice the wrong, and then you want people to feel sorry for you. What's wrong with you? There is no excuse of the wrong. You are saying to me I was foolish. Well, you're still foolish, because still you live the same life. You were young. Okay, now you are young. Still the same. Garbage in, garbage out. You know, if you cannot handle my words, if my words is hurting you, you know, I mean, I'd advise you to leave. I'm not here to hurt you. I'm just being truthful with you. You want me to be a hypocrite, says, Jesus hug you, may the Lord have mercy on you. What do you want to say? I'm not one of those. The Muta girl, she called you? I don't remember. I work here. If they are married and agreed to make it work, it is between they and God. Walk in the light. You have, however, small or large, you think the light, what this guy is talking about. If you are married with a Muslim, God is not there, and your marriage is not a marriage, and it's a fornication. You cannot say they agreed to make it work. A Muslim, he don't believe in marriage. A Muslim, he believe it's a sex contract. You see, when we say we want to have marriage, what marriage mean? Marriage mean, I believe, in the same word you mean, marriage. Do Muslims believe in marriage? They believe in nikah, they believe in effing. So we don't even have the same concept and understanding for the agreement. So how we can live the agreement if we have different meaning for the agreement? Do you understand? In Islam, theft is forbidden, but stealing from a Christian is okay. But theft for them is forbidden, theft from Muslims. So to fool you, you say, oh, my husband is a good man. He don't like to steal, but he steals from Christians only. And now you are doing the same. You convince yourself that he believes in marriage. He married you. The fact he did not marry you. Marriage for them is nothing but a sex contract. This is why he can have 4 sex contracts at the same time, and he can replace them anytime he wish. Is that the marriage you are talking about? Are you with me? Is that the marriage you call it marriage? And God, and they can agree to make it work, and the drama? 4. 4, and he can have secret wives. So people, they say silly, stupid stuff, you know, very silly. They don't even use their brain. You know, sometimes people like they are, you know, this, the beef grinder machine, like you put beef in the top, after 2 seconds it come out. This is how some people's brain is. It doesn't take time to think about it. The beef come out. Beef. Beef, it's a bloody beef. Anyway, I know I heard the fiend of some, but you know what I can do. Is it allowed for a Muslim to steal a Christian? Sure. Only the money and the life of Muslims is forbidden. You see, even Muhammad, he made it clear. Anyone, I've been commanded to kill all mankind and take their money and their women and etc. property until they say Shahada. And even if you say Shahada and you don't do what Muhammad commanded you to do, from prayer and paying him money every month, and even eat as he eat, drink as he drink, pray as he pray, he will kill you. So this is for somebody who is a Muslim. Just because he don't want to pray or he don't want to eat as he eat, he will kill him. As you see, their property, their money, everything is lawful for me unless they accept Islam. So if this is the command of Muhammad to the Muslims, that the property of non-Muslims, their blood, their property mean, by the way, not only money and land, women, children, this is property. All right. Well, you know, there is women who they are stupid, sadly to say, or even Muslim men, Christian men, they are stupid, they marry Muslim women. Both are stupid. Later they will pay for the consequences. But remember, you always pay for your decision. Don't tell me I was young, don't tell me I was old, don't tell me I was naive. Don't tell me those stories. They don't fix the problem. And I think you are still the same, nothing changed. As the Chinese, they say, he left as a donkey, never come back as a horse. Are you a horse now? Ask yourself the question. You are the only one who can answer it. All right? Anyway, guys, we are already here for almost, I don't know, 8 hours. So I think it's time for me to go, because if I don't know if I can sleep now, because when the sun comes, this is me, I know myself, when the sun come up, I will not be able to sleep. All right? Watch the Carla story. I don't know how many stories I need to watch. As you see, life is full of stories. It's 7 hours and 41 minutes. Almost 8 hours. Should we finish at 8 hours? Okay, who wanna make me baklava and I will stay 12 hours? Baklava. I'm full of energy already. You know, I used to eat a lot of sweet. I can eat a tray of baklava without even drinking water. Don't tell me, ask me how. I eat it. I never even get fat, you know? I eat it with no mercy, with no water. So if there is somebody want to make me a baklava, I will stay another 10 hours. Look, nobody of the ladies will offer. Okay, 12 hours. Still nobody. Okay, 24 hours. I mean, come on. No, I eat once a day. More than enough. Once is good. God is good. Rosie, call you out. I don't know who's that. Nobody. I don't know. My Skype is off now. I am not in the mood to take any calls. All right, guys. I want to say thank you for being here. I hope that those who I was very truthful with them, I hope I did not hurt your feeling. You know, I mean, I'm just being truthful with you. I hope you understand. But the one who hurt your feeling is somebody is being truthful. Those who never hurt your feeling, usually they are lying to you. So just think about it this way. I don't know any one of you, right? So if I hurt your feeling, I don't even know I'm hurting the feeling of who. I'm just being truthful. You mention a topic, I have to give you my truthful answer. And sometime, or maybe most of the time, when you answer, you hurt the feeling of many people. And people, they hurt my feeling sometime. Like sometime, I see some people saying Christian Prince is handsome. So imagine they are making fun of me because God did not make me look good. So I don't want to cry now. You know, I mean, why you are saying that about me? Anyway, so a person who is truthful with you is way better than somebody lying to you and never hurt your feeling. Because the moment you're feeling hurt, either somebody is just insulting, being rude, stupid, and then you should not even listen to his insult and don't let him even hurt your feeling. Or somebody said something sensitive to us, something touching the nerve. And that will be a good thing, because then you need to think of solution and how you become in that place and how you can get out. Maybe this can be a point for you to think again how I become here and how I can get out of here. And the rest is yours. So I want to say thank you guys for being here. May the Lord bless you, and until we see you soon again, this is your brother Christian Prince, who is serving you humbly for today and every day. Take care. Bye-bye.
But I mean, again, he doesn't know.